Alrighty, we're back. And is anyone online? No one is online. Huh. Anyways. We'll have to swap games then. But we're back. Alrighty. Global team wins. 4 auth. Isn't that just the leftmost team? Or wait, no. Wait, what am I saying? Wait, I'm so confused. Wait, what? What solar system are we on, actually? Okay, so I think... Wait, no. Okay, so I think maybe these wins are just... What is the point of this scoreboard, anyway? I think it's because... This was the original... Coco system was the original system. And so it just has most wins because of that. Let's see. Earth. Earth is up there because Solar System gets played so fucking much. Pizza. Noctis. Wait, there's a pizza team? Where? Bro, I gotta try out these new solar systems. I gotta try out solar systems I haven't played before. Let's do that. I've played on this... I think my favorite one is Euglothar. The crystals on this planet give so much, actually. I'm gonna show you guys. I'm gonna do this. Look at that trick. You can spawn inside the ship. Yeah, look how dense that is. Look how dense the crystals are. And let's find some bigger shards. Let's see if I can reach it though. There we can reach it. We can reach it. 175. So they all the shards give 175. The only issue with the planet would be that it's highly corrosive. So you can see here, the corrosion doesn't seem to be working on the submarine though. I can freely go across, which is very cool. But yeah, 175. It's very, very powerful. Can't put them on valid terrain though, these houses. So I would pick this in this solar system. I would definitely pick this solar system every time I get on. But let's just conquer. Let's conquer the solar system, and then let's try to find where this pizza team is on. Only 3 wins, and Noctis is only has 3 wins. There's no way. It's probably just like a hidden dev team, I'm guessing. Let's go to Sedora. How do I go to... Or let's conquer Senzura, maybe. How do I know which planet I'm looking at? Maybe if I go to the edge like this. Okay, someone else has joined. How do I know I'm at the... How do I know where I am? I'm probably looking at Senzura. So this is Senzura right here, I'm pretty sure. Let's go to it. Exclamation point X. What does that do? Alright, let's slow down, let's slow down, let's slow down. Let's slow down, let's slow down. And then let's lower our buoyancy. And then let's kind of slow down. Still, whoops, we're going way too fast. Need to slow down. Oh. Okay, that was totally botched. I should have definitely been able to land on the planet. I fucked that up. Anyways, we should be just we should just be using an interceptor. Just use an interceptor, and then we can go from planet to planet and get out of this system. What does that do? I don't want him to know I typed it either. What does that do? Exclamation point X. What does that do? Maybe we're not playing Roblox today. This is the server is dead, so I guess we're not playing it. Gravity is 0.4 G's on this planet too. That's another thing. How is gravity even determined on the planets? How do the devs determine that? I feel like I should get determined by the size. Although, do the planets really ever differ in size? I think they all have the same size. Do they not? I don't know. Since I want to actually try this one more time, since I botched it the first time. Whoa. Ooh, that's spicy. So all it melted was the little floor here. The rest is not melted. Invaded Yuglothar. Hold on. Where are you? Dude, it was just it's so weak. How did I die? The submarine shooter is actually so weak. Yeah. What's even firing? Oh, hold on. Do I have enough for the mobile assembly tool? I probably can't afford it. What do I got? What do I got? When you're so cheap, how do you fight? Yeah, when you have this much resources, what do you actually use to fight when you're this down bad? I can't get the mobile assembly tool. Where's the mobile assembly tool? Okay, I can afford it. I can afford it now. I'm gonna buy it. You have to pay more money though. You have to pay more money for other stuff. Should probably buy the fucking laser rifle. Should probably buy that to start. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh my fucking god, I'm so bad. Yeah, the cheapest thing you can have is the laser rifle, I guess. I should have shot my rocket launcher, also. How is he healing? There we go. We got 50 RUs from that. Are we actually... Okay, let's do a 1v1. Let's do a 1v1 then. Let's do an actual 1v1. I need to get back onto the submarine, though, I feel like. I guess we'll actually... Oh, you know what? Oh, yeah, we're going to just use a pickaxe. Okay, when you're that low in RUs, you just use a pickaxe to farm stuff. You shouldn't fight at that low RU amount. At that low of an RU amount. So, we're going to get, like... and he has no way to put a spawn nearby. If he can afford a space station, then I'm already getting out economied at that point, right? So we're gonna spawn in the submarine again, and then what we're gonna use? We should definitely use a torpedo launcher, and then we should just build outposts if we want to defend ourselves otherwise, right? How long is he gonna take to get here and go Tiva? Not that long. Let's get body armor too. We have home field advantage, like, we should be able to, well, actually, it's not that big of a home field advantage, because he can build outposts just as I can. So really, home field advantage is way less on this. So I still have 2 houses left, right? I still have 2 houses left. My god, I'm sliding around so much. This surface might be slippier than others. I think the torpedo launcher is a slower projectile, so I should use the rocket launcher first. Let's confirm if this is true, actually. Yeah, it is true. Torpedo launcher is slower. Let's continue building houses and let's spread them out. I don't know how else to defend them other than spreading them out. Actually, I probably can think of ways, just not right now. I can probably come up with some ways, but just not right now. Is he coming back? I don't think he's coming back. I'm ready to defend if he comes back with this submarine. Is that him? That's him. That's him. He's coming back. Let's prepare an outpost for him. Got him again. Nice. And then we're just going to keep spawning houses near this area. Then we're going to get our space station, and then we're out of here. Yeah. Okay, that's the last house, so now we can just mine regularly. Yeah, if he can't put a spawn point near us, he's gonna be... The home field advantage really is just respawn points. That's the home field advantage. He's sending me a friend request. Okay. If you legitimately wanted to go 1v1, like, you know, go band for band, I can actually destroy this guy. Sure. I will destroy this guy if he actually wants to go, like, band for band. Just because, and this is an amazing home planet too. How much do these cost or give, by the way? Well, 127. That's good too. mine them as I see them also. Is he here again? I'm just on the other side of the planet, so I can't... I don't know. Anyways, we don't need that many houses anymore. We can have significantly less houses. How much? We only need 800 now, RU capacity? Yeah, we only need 800 RU capacity at this point, so... How many houses can we afford to lose? This is why I think it's good to disperse the houses, maybe? But I don't know. It's a matter of, do you want to put them near your defensive buildings? Or are you accepting that they're going to get destroyed, and maybe you want to separate them out because of that and make it take more time for the enemy to destroy, rather than just visiting one location and destroying them all, right? That's the sort of idea with that. Oh my God, it's finicky. There we go. And now just a couple of more crystals, and then we're out of here to a space station. I think the way the speed works in this game is that the momentum gets applied to a certain direction. So if you want to reverse that direction, you can't simply just... How do I say this? You can't simply just press the S key to slow down. It has to be pressing the W key in the opposite direction, or pressing... Like, you know what I'm trying to say. Let's be fancy and let's get an interceptor, and then we're out of here. Let's go ahead and dock here. Oh, I forgot. Oh my God. I can't die here. Did I lose my legs? I lost my legs. That's actually a buff. Makes me more evadable. Why do you bring a bomber every time? That's not even a good ship. You know what would have actually gave me the business? Or whatever you want to say? Would have made a hard time for me? Was if he had brought, you know, just the interceptor. That's what everyone seems to use. They think it is powerful. It's the most powerful, I think, for sure. And when they'd actually know how to use it, that's a big problem too. Like, for example, if they bring... It's like... It reminds me of GTA 5. People who use the... what's that one thing called? What's the OP vehicle in GTA 5 called? The Oppressor MK2. People... Yeah, the Oppressor MK2. That's what people use in online to be OP. And I'm pretty sure if you used it correctly, it is probably up there with them being the most OP. There might be better aerial vehicles for people who know how to, I don't know, who are like skilled at the game, but like that's the most like easiest to use. You get bang for your buck in terms of the skill required and the amount of efficacy you get out of it. Oppressor MK2 is obviously, you know, it's up there. Habitation, I got unlucky. So let's see if let's actually 1v1 this guy. You know, it's I've never actually done that. I think never like to the end. So we're gonna pull it out. We're doing an and someone joined. Now the 1v1 is ruined. Now the 1v1 is ruined. And now the moment I get these SRUs, I'm gonna go aggressive. I'm gonna hunt him. I'm gonna hunt him and kill all his planets. And we'll do it with just an exosuit and a dropship. That's the plan. At the very least, though, maybe we should get, where is my space station? Am I retarded? Oh, yeah, right there. At the very least, maybe we should get, a tech center on some planet. Just make, like, one planet that has, like, safe stuff, a safe respawn point with the tech center at it. Otherwise, without the tech center, I don't get access to some stuff like PPC. PPC, what else? There's just stuff that requires a tech center that I won't have access to. The PPC is a very big one. It's a very big part of combat for me, actually. So I will make sure to get that. It's the tool that lets you deal with it's a tool that lets you deal with those pesky interceptors for sure. That's for sure. Okay, I think we're ready to turn these in now. I guarantee you, he doesn't have. He doesn't have the amount of RUs I have. He doesn't know the submarine strat. Or maybe he does, because he... Perfect. That guy left, so I know I can just face this guy head on. 1v1. Let's make some... Let's make some orbitals. Oh my god, get the chat out of here. We need to wait, actually, to get them to spawn in. There we go. Build a couple. Oh, almost got stuck inside again. I don't want to get stuck inside those on accident. One more, come on. This just makes it harder for bombers to destroy, so I like to put it, I think I like putting them on top. That's why I think I like putting them on top of the space station. Now we're headed back to our planet. And he's destroying our houses now, right? He's pretty much destroying them now. Because otherwise, why am I missing some RU capacity? I'm not supposed to have 1,250. It's supposed to be like 1,650. I'm pretty sure. RU capacity with the amount of stuff I have, so I'm pretty sure he's attacking the planet. Yeah, I'm losing RU as we speak. You know what? You want to do that? I'm just going to go to your planet, too, then. We can go band for band, like I said. I'm going to your planet. I'm going to your planet. I'm pretty sure you have way more to lose than I do. Now that I have my space station. Like I said, we're gonna go on the aggressive here. No pussy shit. I'm looking to I can go ahead, destroy my 7 houses. I don't care. I'm looking for you now. I'm gonna get rid of your spawns, and the next time I kill you, yeah, this is a way better tactical move than staying in my planet. Is that his space station? No, that's unknown spawn. Okay, so where's unknown spawn? I gotta memorize this. Is this am I even going to Gotivia? Oh my god, I'm retarded. I'm retarded. Gotivia is the red one over here. I just presumed Gotivia was blue because it has a blue name. What the fuck? What a scam. So unknown spawns between Nalora and the sun. Okay, that's a good reference to know. So let's just get to his planet. Let's land. Let's start hitting him up. Let's get their outposts ready. Doesn't even seem like he has anything built. I don't think he knows how to build. I mean, I'll figure out what he has when I get out. And now you just lost all your spawns. So, what the fuck were you doing? I'm gonna put an outpost here. And we need to farm for a little bit of SRUs here. Just a little bit. Just enough to get another outpost. Just enough to get another outpost, and then what else? Also to get... I would say it would be nice to have a tower also. Have towers. Well, he's probably going to cap my planet. You know what? Let's just go then. We'll do a little bit more and then we're going. I don't want him to capture my... Well, I'll have his space station spawn. But I want to go now. Speed time is of the essence. I gotta speed. I gotta blitz him down. Okay, let's blitz him down. We need bubble shield, body armor, bubble shield. Let's not get too close to the sun. Body armor, bubble shield, torpedo launcher, flat cannon, and PPC. I like to buy those automatically. Might be no. We have SRUs, so we can get an exosuits. We don't need what's it called? So yeah, he's lost all his spawns. I'm pretty sure he has no space station, so I'm just gonna kill him here. I'm pretty sure we don't need what's it called? What do you call it? Where is he? Where is he? He's got to be capping now, right? Where did he go? Must be hiding. I don't know where he is. I'm gonna put down an outpost. Oh, hello. 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 Killed him. Now I'll send you back to unknown spawn. I wanted to start combat off in the spaceship or in the aircraft, because if he ever fleed, I would want him to you know, die or whatever. Why is he joining the team? The fuck? Did he spawn on the space station? I hope he didn't. Good. No, he doesn't. He's probably gonna find out where the space station is if he's smart at all. Got something to say? Oh, you know what I can do to troll him? Gravity bomb. Oh, I need a tech center for it. Damn. Otherwise, I could troll him by making him go, you know, go fast or whatever. I mean, I don't know what does he want to do? Go on an enemy team so I can kill you. So he destroyed all my houses, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure he wiped them all out. How much RU capacity do I have then from the space station? I have 600? That's a solid amount. It's a very solid amount. Okay, I guess we're stop. You know what? What if I joined? What if I joined another team? I mean, all he would have is like a 600 RU capacity advantage. That's all this team has. It's not like he knows the space station exists. I don't think he's smart enough to know. And he doesn't have SRUs because he just joined the team. He doesn't have any. I don't have any extractors. I haven't made any extractors. So he doesn't even have an RU production advantage. What if I just joined another team and then I killed him again? That would be funny. That would, I think that would legitimately be a pretty funny thing to do. I'm gonna do it. I'm actually just gonna do it, man. I'm gonna do it, I think. You know, he's building houses. And this is to make sure he doesn't have, to make sure he doesn't have an advantage, I'm gonna, before I join teams, I'm gonna try to move, I'm gonna try to move this thing off the planet by moving it with the grappling hook. And then I'm gonna take his ship. AFK. Oh, he's AFK, that's perfect for me. Take away his ship from him. I'm gonna drive it off and I'm gonna change team. Now I'm gonna kill him again. I'm gonna start all over again and I'm gonna kill him. Which is the best team other than Yuglothar? I don't know if I really like any of them. Let's just go with Gotivia. I'm gonna rebel so I can keep my outpost. Yeah, that seems like a good idea. We're gonna do it again now. We're gonna get in a submarine. We're gonna get access to SRUs and then we're gonna do it all over again. I'm also gonna destroy the space station. I have to. Obviously. So he doesn't have any more spawns. I'm gonna just keep killing him all over and over again. It's gonna be very funny. I don't know. How funny will it be? I don't know how funny that will be. Probably not very funny. But I'm gonna do it anyways. What am I stuck on? Oh, there's some elevation here. Once again, I think the strat with him is he's not a very good player. So we're just going to put it near the outpost of the houses. I think is the best strategy. Probably not like super together because then he can carpet bomb them better and he likes to use the bomber, it seems. Actually, that's wait, this is too close. Yeah, as I say that, I'm putting him too close. I think. Did someone just join and then they left? I don't know. What just happened? Anyways, we continue mining. Getting enough for SRUs. Am I stuck? No, I'm not. I mean, the grappling hook can always get me out, but yeah, there we go. Let's go into this marsh. There's probably a lot of RUs to be had in there. I'm just wanting to stay near the outpost so I can put buildings near it. Then when we get to 1,000 RU capacity, we can move out. Right. He's AFK. I could go for the kill shot and take advantage of the fact that I know he's AFK now, but let's play it fair. I want him to come back, and if he's not back by then whatever. I'm just gonna presume as if he's like doing something on his planet, maybe mining. I don't know. That would be within his best interest to do, of course, is mine and put down. He'll probably be putting down extractors and stuff. Anyways, we're at capacity now. We're at max capacity. Now let's just farm for the space station. Let's go down into the water. Start mining this shit. Yeah. This is where the submarine's meant to be, technically. Without all the movement jankiness. Right. Yeah, that's that's a very long mine. I wonder how much resources this is going to give. Nice. That's a lot. I don't even know what it looked like. Oh, one of these crystal things? Okay. One of these large crystal things. Let's do it again. This will get us to, orbital thingy. Actually, let's save it, because I think I'm going to go over by a significant amount. So we're just going to stick to the small ones. There we go. Space station. And now the big one. So, capacity. Mining progress doesn't fade. That's good to know. So you can partial mine things. And I don't know how useful that would be. I imagine that's useful if you want to, if for some reason you want to store up the mining work for later. You could probably do that for people who don't know or just are not smart enough to get in a submarine and just don't want to make the decision to you know, make the decision to get in a submarine and use the mining laser, or they don't want to, for whatever reason they don't want to do it, or they can't do it. You can pre-mine things for them, and then they can hit it with the pickaxe once later. You would help them in that manner. That's cool. Okay. That's like a little trick you can use, probably. Okay, let's get out of here now. It doesn't matter. Let's just get out of here, land. Let me out of here fast. Okay. Shuttle. The shuttle will do. Oh, don't crash. Oh my god, we almost crashed. Okay, it doesn't matter, just go to the closest one. Closest asteroid field. That seems to be the closest. Unless there's something closer. That might be closer. Kind of seems equidistant, but... Nah, it's not equidistant. I think this one's actually closer. I was really hoping for more people to be online. Sometimes, like, this is the time to be online, I think. Or maybe for Eastern time, people have already signed out, probably. Yeah, Eastern time, it's like their bedtime, 12 p.m. or whatever. The thing is, though, today is Saturday. It's a weekend. Do people not play on weekends? I feel like if they're school children, they would. Oh my god, I got it wrong. Okay. Excavator. I mean, I was able to beat him with the dropship last time, so maybe I should have just gone to his planet with the dropship rather than doing this whole thing with the SRU mining. Like I said, I don't want to kill him when he's AFK, so we're doing this instead. That's good enough. Let's go now. There's enough SRUs for now. If we want more, we can mine more later by setting our spawn probably here. Oh, hello. Almost fell off. I'll go ahead and set spawn here. I think the game defaults. I think the game default spawns you to the closest spawn point if you don't set one. I believe. Anyways, what's faster, this or what does the game say? The shuttle is 170. Excavator is 175. Would you look at that? It's got no weapons though. Okay, let's go on the ship that has weapons then. Let's go on the ship that has weapons. And it's staying 1v1 because the person that just joined left. Which is good. Is that Yuglothar? Which one's Yuglothar? It's the purple planet. Right there. So unknown spawns between that and the blue one. It's right there. That's unknown spawn. You don't see it because it's a little speck. It's right there. If I zoomed in with the... I'm going to do it actually. Zoom in with the sniper. Right there. Yeah, it's really hard to tell it when you don't have a sniper, but yeah, there you go. Maybe I should have put a... To keep this finite, maybe I should have put a... what's it called? Maybe I should have put down a... what do you call it? I should have put down a tower on Gotivia so it didn't rebel. And then I used join another team and then... Every time he tries to join a new team, it will, you know... Eventually I can unknown spawn trap him once he runs out of teams to join. That would have been funny. I'm gonna go ahead and capture before he can spawn any buildings. I have to be careful about this. He just spawned a new one. That guy. Oh, what? I didn't touch it for that long. You know what? It's okay. We have the exosuit. Let's spawn in. What's the best ship that money can buy right now? You know what? It really is the... It's still the shuttle, I think. Wait, shuttles are resistant to nukes? I never knew that. I fucking died of the poison, dude. Let's kill this Red Rex guy. He just joined in. He's spawning buildings already. Otherwise, that game would have ended there. The game would have ended. Maybe that was a house I put down. And he just didn't get all the houses. 1,625. That's like... That is 600. That's 600 RU capacity beyond 1,025. So the Red Rex spawned... He spawned something. Before I killed him. Or before I... When he spawned in a building immediately. It was, I'm guessing, probably an extractor. He spawned near an extractor point. I mean, that's all you can spawn. Extractor, house, colony center. That's it. That's all you get when you start out, are those structures. The game doesn't give you much else. Not when your R capacity is that low. Maybe it was an outpost or a tower. I'm hoping it wasn't. So it was over here. Or no, it was over there. Oh yeah, it's an extractor. So we must be mining around here. So now where is he? I don't know where he is, but I'm gonna go ahead and capture the planet. Oh, there he is. You know, I'm not gonna play around with this. I'm just gonna land, and then I'm gonna get an exosuit. Oh, shit! You can't. Oh my God! You can't just jump. You can't just jump off a plane. You can't just jump off a ship like that. I totally forgot. You can't just do that when you're on a planet that has toxic acid. And you're not going to be able to land safely. I'm so stupid. God dang it, man. I just want to get there fast again. I mean, just bring the brick crawler. We got like 11 exosuits to run through. I'm going to go there again. Maybe we should spawn. Maybe we should go to a planet and actually mine and get... Maybe we should actually, like... I don't think I just need to go... Time is of the essence. I don't want him getting outposts to spawn. Because that's going to be a way bigger nuisance to deal with, I think. Shit. And we can mine on his planet. But the idea is, maybe I should stop to mine 1,000 RUs to get a space station and put it below his planet, or above, whatever. I think below is usually more discreet, rather than above. Because you can't see below your planet. So I should probably put a space station above his planet, so I can have just as much respawn power as he does. I don't have to travel every time. But let's see. And that's why I usually... Some people will just want to build their space stations for RU capacity in a discrete place. I mean, if you're unknown, 100% just do that. Your respawn's the same either way. So, space stations, respawn points don't matter on an unknown team. So put them way above in the sky or below this galaxy, and yeah, just do that. This ship has omni... You know what? This is way better. This ship has omnidirectional firing. Where is he? Did he put down anything yet? Is he still in his defender? I'm gonna conquer the planet. Doesn't seem to be anything that he's put down yet. No buildings put down. Oh my god, how do I get out of this? I just landed. I don't understand how that damp poison damage works. I guess you can only touch it once. And then the second time you touch the ground, it'll kill you. Anyways, just found out the brick hauler is a better battler than the fucking shuttle because it has omnidirectional firing. My god. Get me out of here. Get me out of this. Put me on my home planet. Home planet respawn point settings should be free, man. Oh. I'm actually just stuck here. I don't have enough... I can't mine for RUs. I just have to wait for natural RU generation. Because I can't go anywhere. Oh, you know what? This is the perfect utilization of the skimmer technique. We're going to use the skimmer technique here, and hopefully this doesn't block... Yeah, okay. Let's do it. Let's do it from here. It's safer from here. No, it's not. No, it's not. Okay, we'll do it from here anyways. There. Then we'll drive off. I don't know how to correct... Okay, we have to use the... I forgot, you're supposed to use the... There we go. Then we can try to aim ourselves towards Gotivia. And then just go. Looks like someone else joined my team, so maybe we have an actual match going on. I don't know. And then you're just going to want to go straight. And then slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down. And then just jump off, I guess, right? Just jump off. And then we're going to fall down into the planet. I don't know why was the skimmer not... It wasn't falling. For some reason it wasn't falling. I think you're supposed to fall with the skimmer. If you don't, then you'll just have to navigate the vertical distance manually, and I might... hopefully I got it right. Hopefully I got it right. Okay, perfect, I did. Perfect, we got it right. So I'm gonna go ahead and spawn my exosuit here and get a bunch of RUs. Get a respawn point here, because I keep fucking sucking ass with what I'm doing. So we're just gonna get 1,000 RUs, put a space station under the planet, and then just play it safe. I'm dying to this stupid shit, man. And then you can afford a proper ship too. Where's the big crystals? I want to get to the big crystals here. Where's the big crystals? It's along the riverbank. Yeah, there it is. Big crystals. There we go. Mine these things. And we got enough for a space station. Let's get a decent ship. Let's get a decent amount of RUs for the actual ship spawning too. Let's pretty much max it out, honestly. Maybe get an outpost. But other than that, yeah, max it out for ship spawning. Maybe enough for the shipyard module. That'd be good. Getting a shipyard module. The shipyard has like a bunch of junk ships, though. I would argue. It has destroyer, light cruiser, and heavy cruiser, and support ship. It has those 4 ships. But I don't know. We'll work with it, I guess. I'll probably just use the light cruiser every time. Or there's no way the heavy cruiser can take me on, though, right? So maybe, I don't know. We'll see. Also, those ships are just too expensive. I'd rather just bring like I'd rather bring some other shit, I feel like. Okay, that seems good enough for now. Let's go. Oh yeah, I need an actual ship to get out of here. Let's get the interceptor. I'm on a couple of thingies to recompensate myself for that purchase, and then we're out. Oh, I should have just used our dropship. Why don't I just... You know what? We're gonna make the dropship then. We gotta mine some more. You know what? If I need to mine, I'll do it on his planet. How about that? Time is of the essence. Let's just go now. Don't let him build up. There we go. I think he got disconnected for being AFK. Okay, we got a new guy to pick on now, I guess. I'm kind of done with this then. It's not really a 1v1 anymore. That's the thing I was trying to do, is like, oh, can I make a 1v1? I'm gonna just put a house in my inventory, because my RU capacity is full. But otherwise, let's mess with this guy in Yuglothor. He's got some very dense crystals to yeah, I'll do a ceasefire. Oh, he's gonna say no. Okay. Okay, KO Goer. How do you spell your name? Kagoer? I don't know how to say it. Alright, space station. Let's go. There we go. I'm going to set my spawn to it. And then I'm just gonna, I don't want to do, this is his planet, so I can just, if he wants to escape, he can do that. I wouldn't be worried about that. Oh, he's not even on this planet anymore. Okay. Well, I'm gonna cap. I'm gonna cap your main home planet, bro. And you're gonna lose your spawns. Non-home planets that are captured by you do not have spawns. It's an important thing to note, guys, when you play this game. Let's lose my legs. Whee! I didn't lose my legs. Let's lose them now. Nope, my legs on my thing are still... working. Can I lose my legs, please? Well, I'd like to lose my legs. I want to see what happens. There we go. Now I have invisible legs. And I left! Okay. I guess they don't want to play this. Why do you just... I mean, I guess they're both noobs. I don't know. Let's see how much you can... Well, I guess I can't touch the ground anymore, huh? So this is the most I can... Well, I can lose more parts. I would need to ragdoll. How do you get into ragdoll state? I don't know how do I force ragdoll state? I think you have to try grappling hook when you're next to an item and it'll budge you and it'll pull you into a ragdoll. Yeah, like that. Like that. Just like that. There we go. Now I'm starting to lose more parts. I've lost my arm. I think it also includes my energy sword. Still got this. This can probably be melted away too. Let's try to do that. Melt it away. There we go. Melt, melt, melt. Where is the firing coming from? It says I still have a chain gun. It's probably just located somewhere. The game still thinks it exists, but it... Hello? Okay, now I just don't have it. Okay, I'm trying to swap between weapons. So it's officially gone now. Yeah. Okay, it's officially gone. It was just bugged, I guess. Let's try to melt away more parts. There we go, we're melting more. Ooh, don't want our player character touching. Oh. I'm pretty sure you can literally melt everything but the seat. I've done that before. I forgot what I used to do it, but the entire thing. Oh, it was the little monster enemies. The monster enemies on what is it? The planet even called? But the enemies that munch your parts munched the entire thing, and all that was remaining was the seat. It was very funny. That might actually be a legitimate strategy, just melting all your pieces until you munch your enemy. That would make the planet that holds them a premium. Then you would just be you'd just be a floating person. It'll get rid of a lot of your visibility. You would be very easy, even though you're small, you're still hittable, and your player model would be killable. So you'd probably want that for like you'd probably want to be using that for like an interceptor, a ship that already relies on its speed to evade attacks. And then you'd just be like a model. You'd be a model on a seat, and you would have an invisible. It would be like what would be like SpongeBob. What's that SpongeBob? The invisible. What is it even called? The invisible boatmobile. Yeah. Barnacle Boy and... What are the name? Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. Yeah. What's even the gag of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy? They're like superheroes, but they're like sort of old and jaded. Well, Barnacle Boy is jaded, but I think Mermaid Man's more just like... I don't know if the word's senile. Knicks fans take over city. Nick Shirley is live. Nick Shirley is live. And the stream quality is not that good. Anyways.
Arlington, Texas. He's like that. When it comes to the 4th of July, he's not sure if those were gunshots or fireworks.
Then strangers try my new sour blue talkie meat. Like, does it get you?
I ain't gonna lie, bruh. $80 for some zombie guts and styrofoam is absolutely diabolical. And what do you mean $100 extra for delivery, bro? What you gonna be delivering it in? The Magic School Bus? I'm sorry, but eating this, that's gotta be gay. There's a little bit of zest in here.
Before you boy.
Yes, sir, boy.
Try that sausage right there.
You know it, man.
Ghetto food trends. This is a video. Came out. Anyways, whatever. What are we playing today then? What are we playing? I was gonna play.
This is how to find the secret boss in Prison of Husks. After escaping your cell and finding a sword, the path behind will collapse.
Shitty like Truenslop, PS1 graphics. Why am I getting this recommended? Prison of Husks. Nostalgic Souls-like. Oy vey. Nostalgic PS1 graphics, Souls-likes. Is this the same person who made... No. It's not the same person who made, I was gonna say... I think it was Bloodborne. There's a Bloodborne DS1, or DS1, Bloodborne PS1 demake. So there's that. Anyways, we're not here to watch YouTube. Oh yeah, okay, so let's go back to the original plan of just capturing every planet and changing the solar system. I want to get to the new experience new solar systems. Let me look on the wiki too. Let me see. Wiki. Does the wiki list all the solar systems? Like, wouldn't it be cool to play on anything other than Sol? This looks cool. I've never really done combat on this little marsh planet. This would be cool to do a game on. But this fucking stupid ass... Let's make sure this doesn't rebel, by the way. By using a tower. What's the cheapest anti-rebel structure? Colony Center works, but that's not cheaper than $475. Bunker requires a colony center. Okay, so it's just towers, bunkers, and colony centers, which the bunker needs a colony center to begin with. Those are the three things you can use. Okay, let's go to Sedora, I guess. Kind of foggy here. Oh, I remember this planet. Yeah, this is the foggy planet. This would be a great like planet to fight on too. Because like imagine the enemy's trying to, you know, mess with your planet and they can't see stuff. They'll have to memorize the location of stuff. Oh my god, I almost crashed. Yeah, it seems like a pretty cool thing. This one. We're going to Reltaus now. Reltaus. I could check the moons too, but I mean I've played on the system before. I want to see something entirely new that I haven't scene. I'm not sure. Let's just go through all the systems and see if there's one I don't know. Solar Conquest Wiki. This is the lightning planet? That seems spooky. And there's a lot of lightning, too. Is this the one with zombies on it? I don't believe so. Yo, that is so much lightning. This is actually a dangerous planet. Legitimately dangerous planet. Is this an entrance? Yeah. Need night vision goggles for this place, surely. I think I remember this planet. Yeah, I do. I remember this planet. Alright. Now we're going to Nalora. Yeah, I remember this planet too. This is a... I remember these planets. This one's got a little underwater thingy, or under a little water rock area. Huh? Hello? Must have built some stuff on it. Oh my god, I'll just spawn a new one then. Okay. Torpedo launcher does a lot of damage. The default rocket launcher is also really solid. I don't know why the game gives you it for free, but I guess, you know what, sure. Just so you have some actual firepower and you're not a complete and total weakling when you spawn in. There we go. Are we under it now? Yeah, we're under it. No, 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 no. There we go. There we go. Let's go to Gorgoroth, Elysia, Hongor, then Persephone or whatever. Yeah. Let's go to Hongor, actually. Let's put a tower there. And then I'm gonna do change team. I'm gonna see if the game lets me join those teams. I wanna see if the game lets me rebel. So we've stopped one of the teams from spawning. Which was... I think it was Senzura, because I put a tower on it, right? Was Senzura an actual named team planet, or not? I don't remember. Why did I even put a thing on it, too, if I didn't? Oh, this very cool area, too. It's got a little interior. I like this, and you can put buildings in here. It's very cool. Yeah, very cool. Let's put a tower in here. My god, cooldown bug. I don't think it's too tall, right? You should be able to put one down in here. Yeah, there you go. Okay, there we go. See, now it's a planet that's not pickable now. The name disappeared. Did it disappear when I put down the tower, or was it already disappeared? Let me check my stream. And Yuglothar. Let's see. Checking my stream. No, the planet became unnamed the moment I captured. So it's probably still rebellable. It just doesn't show up in the list because, you know, there's no more spawns for the team. But it probably can rebel. And we're going to put down a tower here. Let's mine a thing or two. Probably only one because all you need is 125. There we go. And then Gorgoroth, Nalora, and Alicia. Coco system. Wanwood system. I've played Wanwood. I remember Happy Home. Maya system. Noloris and Zero Eaglithar, Persephone, and Hungor. Don't crash. Also don't want to fall in the lava. Can I just land, man? Oh my god. No, fuck it. No, don't fuck it. I'll just spawn in a new one. I'll just spawn in a new one, man. A new interceptor. But then I gotta mine some crystals, so. Just for a little bit. Can I? Hello? There we go. I swear Gorgoroth is a named team. Is it not? I guess not. I don't know. Gravity is 1.0. I gotta go to the front of this ship. Let's see if he can join any team. Efabe 2004. So how old is he? A year younger than me. Let's go to Alicia. Let's go to... Oh, they just joined. I put a tower there. How did it rebel? Wait, it still says I have Lugathar captured. Where's their spawn? Oh, they're on Alicia. They're on Alicia. Okay. Let's go to that green planet named Alicia then. We're gonna prepare to kill him. This is the Maya system, is it not? This is the Maya system. Hurry, hurry, hurry. There we go. Nalora? Okay, that's the last one, I think. Right, Nalora? No, did Nalora just rebel, or did I not have that captured? I don't think I had it captured. Okay, we're going to Nalora to kill him. And Persephone's not a named planet. Not like a named team planet. So they must have joined Nalora because... No, I'm pretty sure I captured this. Did I not put a tower here? I might have put a tower on Sanzura because I thought it... Yeah, that was probably a mistake then. Anyways. Prepare for my arrival, worm. That's Conquest, by the way. Because... What's it called? That show's pretty popular, Invincible. Yeah, I guess I forgot to put a tower down here. Yeah, I did, didn't I? Oops. Well, we're doing it now. And now you have no more spawns. Let me put on an exosuit here. Oh, he just crashed. I was ready to kill him, but he just crashed. Let's put down an outpost so I can get notified when they come up here. Where are they? Oh, hello. Huh? That's mine! What? Wait, my own outpost is shooting me? What? Oh, no, there he is. There you go. Did you cap this? This is mine, right? No, how did it rebel a second time? Wait, what? I don't understand what's going on. I've got to repair this. Or just spawn a new one in, if it lets me. There we go. The thing is, they can take the exosuit themselves. You know, if it's a 1 HP exosuit, they don't know how to use it. I'm actually cool with that. So how is this? I don't know what's going on. Let's make my own outpost also. Where is he? Energy sort him down. Can I cap now? I'm gonna cap. There we go. Did he just try to cap? I thought I heard that sound. Now we just gotta kill him off. Where is he? Is he going to capture another planet? He might be. Let's put down a tower so it just doesn't rebel when I, you know, rebel. No rebellions for you. And then I'm just going to go to Persephone and end the galaxy before anything is get out of hand. So I'm going now. Let's actually use a dropship. Let's use a dropship because I want to conserve SRUs. I actually don't have that many left. And that's also my healing thing. Where's Persephone? Where's Persephone? Just cross the moon. It's in between Yuglothar and Hongor, right? Yeah. Am I seeing it yet? There it is. It's got the rings around it. So I have a tower on Yuglothar. They shouldn't be able to join it again. I remember someone spawn camped me on Unknown because all the teams had towers on them. All you did was put one tower on it. So as long as you're putting towers on there and those towers are an official team, they can prevent the spawn. It just can't be an Unknown tower, I think. It can't be an Unknown tower. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it can be an. I know he put towers on every planet, but he had them captured as unknown. I don't understand how he did it, honestly. But I think this is how he's done. Anyways, we're gonna end the galaxy here. And then he just left one planet that was not a named team planet alive. I'm pretty sure. And then he changed teams and he went to unknown and then he captured everything. That's probably how he worked that out. Anyways, let's end that game here. I don't like that they're going to have to vote, though. Here we go. Let's go with that. So that was the Maya system. Soul system, warrior system. I know warrior system. What are all the systems I haven't played yet, I wonder? I've played Alpha Centauri, Warrior, Coco, Wenwood. I think I haven't played Red Thorn, have I? Let's go Red Thorn. I think I have, but I'm going to vote Red Thorn. Please, they're going to... It's 2 people. Watch. It's 2 people, and they're going to vote Soul System. Okay, it was Coco. It's Coco. Okay. But that kind of defeats the point. I wanted them to leave. I should have just camped them. But it's 2 people. I mean, I don't know. Join a team. I'm going to join the opposite, bro. Join a team, and I shall join the opposite. And pretend AFKing. Will the game let him join Kothran? Even though it does let him join. I'm joining... I don't know what the best one is. Havalu's pretty good. I think it's like a water planet. Yeah, I remember Havalu. Alright. Submarine. And we're gonna 1v2 them. We did the 1v1. It was against a noob though. Now we're gonna do the 1v1. First things first, I want to make a tower with a wall inside of it, actually. That's going to be my first thing I make. Genuinely. So we're going to make a tower. And it's going to have a wall inside of it. And then we're going to put it near... We could put it here, honestly. We could probably put it here. I'm actually just going to put it here. We're going to use some movement tech. The movement... Oh, no, you can't. Okay, it doesn't work. It phases through you. I know, for some reason, the exosuit doesn't phase through you, and it'll actually push you, and it's a form of movement tech, which is really quirky. So we're going to put the tower, like, right here, and we're going to put a wall inside of it to protect it. I don't think that... Is that perfect? It's better than nothing. So I'm going to just leave it as is. We don't have the RU to not let that be. I'm just doing this on the way there. I don't know if this is worth it. Probably not. There we go. That was probably not worth it. That was probably not worth it, but whatever. Back to mining. I would like to... It would please me to know if they were mining too and not invading me, but if they do invade me, I'll be prepared with a tower. Start making houses now. Before I go... Before I go down in elevation, I tend to want to mine everything on this current level. So let's do that first. And we're going to also put the houses here because it's defended by the tower. Excuse me, I'm ripping one. Let's see if we can mine up here. It'd be good to know that. Okay, they're going around conquering planets. That's good. I don't think that's a good use of their time, honestly. Personally, I think you should just rest space station. Conquering planets doesn't really do much. It gives you more access to advanced extractor locations, which is nice. But you give away information I don't think you want the enemy to have. But you know, I'll take it. You know, easy peasy for me. How would that be inside terrain? It can't go under here? This arch? Guess I can't. It can't. Oh, am I stuck? Let's continue to go up and mine everything on the highest elevation. because you cannot go up and down elevations very easily. Well, you can go down just by falling, but up is not a direction that's easy to do. That's all the houses we can build on this elevation. Oh, one more. We missed one more. Missed one more freaking tree. Whoopsie daisy. Oh, and I'm out. Okay, I'm done. We're not doing that. Alright. One more house, and then I think I'm done here. Three! There's three. All three of them are on Cawthron, up against me. I'm gonna take on the challenge, though. I'm willing to take on that challenge. Let's go. Let's fucking do it. If they're good players, this is gonna be tough. Like, really tough. Being outnumbered by 1 to 3 is really bad. You know, if they had a 2-person advantage when we have like, you know, 20 people on each team, it's less bad. But they're 3x population mogging us, so it's really bad. And also at this scale, it's bad. I mean, it's obviously just bad to be up against this many people. Now I have Space Station, and now if I die, I lose 1,000 RUs, which is really, really bad. So we want to not die now. And now I'm just gunning for 900 RUs. And I think we're going to make it. 900 RUs. Okay, we got it. Let's get out of here. A little spawn trick there. KO Goer is back. And now, just go somewhere. It doesn't matter. Just go somewhere with meteors. Here's good. Hello? Hello? Why not here? There are meteors here. What the fuck is this shit? Seriously, do I have to... Is it because I'm too low in elevation? But there's meteors here! I probably can't be below the lowest planet. Yeah, something like that if I had to guess. So where am I? There's meteors here. Let me spawn the damn thing. Goodness. Whoa, what did I just do? Refinery, there we go. Excavator on extractor. Excavator. Let's mine this one. Is anyone headed to Havalu? Havalu's kind of like Earth-like, so yeah, I don't know. So this is Coco. I wanted to play something new. I think I've played every planet. I'm trying to look on the wiki for planet names that I haven't seen, but I guess we just have to do it the old-fashioned way through voting. But these guys fucking joined and voted. I should have bullied them off of the game and then ended the game after, and then I would have been able to see what the next solar system is, or so I get the vote all to myself. That's what I'm trying to say. By the way, meteors explode when you kill them. Big reminder. I died to one once by being too close. It's crazy. I didn't know that the explosion actually can kill you in your excavator. That's kind of stupid, honestly. I don't think that should happen, but it does. And I'm just one person, so let's just go home. Or go to our space station, because I don't need more SRUs than this. That's for sure. We can mine one on the way back anyways. As long as we don't crash into it. Alright. Alright, I don't know why I get out as a reflex, but there's nothing to get out at, so let's just go back to our home planet. Why do our home planet? I'm not sure. Why are we going back to our home planet? I forgot. To build? I want to be destroying their stuff. I guess just to give us tech center infrastructure. Yeah. Just get some tech center infrastructure. What happens if I do this? It'll just fail automatically. Okay. We need to make some orbitals, though. So let's do that. When should I start building them? I want to build them when they're out of sight. Let's do them now. Build 2. Hopefully 400. We'll see if this is enough. Just 2. We can just do that. Yeah. I don't think I'll need 3. I didn't get a refinery, so I think this is good enough. We'll see though. If it looks like it's getting near 700 SRUs, I'll stop and then I'll make another one. Anyways, yeah, we have infrastructure in here. We've got a tower built on this corner, so let's start mining SRUs. I mean RUs, regular RUs. Let's buy equipment, bubble shield. Or do you have bubble armor? Oh yeah, we okay. This is because of our auto purchase at the start of the game. I gotta remember that this is how I found out the movement tech, is that I tried to jump and spawn in at the same time to try to spawn on the seat, so I didn't have to, you know, have any funkiness about that. But it didn't work, and then I found out the movement tech as a consequence. Whoa, that's how you ragdoll, guys. Just collide with things when you're grappling hook. Using the grappling hook and you'll go flying. I think this is where I want the outposts to be. It's a good vantage point. I might just put all the outposts here, honestly. Or maybe put them in the water, but then they don't have good sightline, as would be the issue. They wouldn't have a good sightline. I can't invest too much, like too much in the infrastructure, I believe. Not when we have when we're a solo team, where I'm not going to sit here and defend the planet the entire time. I can't. I don't think I can do that. It's not a possibility. If they're smart, they'll split up their 3 people across 3 planets the moment I get my hands onto 3 planets. I can't defend them all at the same time. It's not possible. But we just want to set up a tech center. That's it. Colony center and a tech center. And that's all I want. And I'm going to put it underwater somewhere. Let's find a suitable place. Probably put some extractors down too. Would be a good idea. Do it like right here. Colony center. Does that pop out the water? It kind of does. Tech center. Maybe 3 extractors and that's about it. But even then 3 extractors. Should I even do 3 extractors either is the thing. And we could have gotten a factory discount, but I don't even think we would break even. How much do you have to spend for it to break even again? 1,500 times 4, right? You have to spend 6,000 RUs. We're not spending 6,000 RUs though. Factory, yeah, 25% discount. So you would have to spend 6,000 RUs just to break even on the 1,500 RU that you're spending to get it. And we're not spending that many RUs, so. Are we spending 6,000? No, we're not even close. The math doesn't immediately. I don't think three advanced extractors. That's 1,800. A colony center, 500. That's 2,300, and then 2,300 plus 1,250. It just doesn't add up to 6,000. And I guess I'll set my respawn point to this colony center. Make sure it's the one that's closest to the tech center entrance. What are we mining these extra RUs for? I forgot. Might want to put a space station underneath their planet when we start raiding, so that's one reason to farm these RUs. But other than that, oh, looks like we maxed out on the SRUs. I wasn't paying attention. Whatever. Otherwise, I really should have built that 3rd storage silo then, but whatever. I think we can, I mean, with the link portal, it might be feasible if they're not good players to defend 2 planets at the same time. Kill one fast, kill the other, and if they're not smart enough to put space stations underneath the planets, or if they're just not competent players at all, I could fend off 2, but 3, I don't know, man. I mean, if they're really bad, I might be able to outpace them and kill all 3 before any major damage gets done. That's where I'm winning economically on that, right? But anyways, what are we doing? We're gonna go now. Oh, you know what? I could have paid for the space station here. Would that have been 6,000 RUs? That may have not added up to 6,000 RUs. Anyways, we're not even going to build the extractors. We're not even going to build the extractors. We're just going. Space station. I've got that shit over there, but otherwise I think we're done here. Well, let's mine a little bit more RUs. Then we'll go out. I want to get like, you know, a solid amount before we leave. Just do whatever we have right here. There we go. I think I'm done. Now we go. Also, we forgot to get something. I need to get my super suit. Where's my super suit? I would like a super suit. just gonna invade Kothran, honestly. That seems to have that'll have their native spawns, right? So that's the one I'm going to. In which direction are Maya and Avalos facing? I'm gonna put it on the right, towards this side of the planet, near the. Oh, I want the space station to be obscured. If there are people here and they want to return to Kothran to defend it, I want to put it in an obscured location. I don't want the space station getting found out. So, yeah. Let's build an outpost to prep for the destruction we're about to bring on them. And what else? What else should we prep? Oh, I should have bought my PPC. Oh, I forgot to buy my PPC. That's the point of me setting up the tech center, right? That was sort of the point. I don't know why I made the tech center if I wasn't going to buy what the tech center brought to me. So let's put it like right here. And we're going to set my spawn to it. What's our diplomacy? Neutral? Good to know. He's in a destroyer right now. I want him to leave the planet first. I gotta pee right now, by the way. Oh, hello. He sees me? I think he saw me. He was in a cloak striker. Ready to take you on, boy? It's so funky. I hate fucking hyperspace combat, bro. I hate hyperspace combat. It's so wonky. Got him. I didn't see his kill though, so he might be in the water. There you go, that's destroyed. It's not destroyed? Alright, I was about to say. Oh shit. What was that, a tank destroyer shot? Oh, he's in the destroyer. Destroyer is very easy to kill. It's one of those shitty slow ships. I wish I had the PPC right now. It would boost my damage a lot. The only one that's actually getting damage on me is the defender. So I gotta adjust that guy. He has a finite amount of HP, by the way, so I should be able to deal with him. I'm gonna go into hyperspace here. Oh my god, what's hitting me? What am I getting hit by? Is that the destroyer hitting me? Anyways. I need to defend. When are you gonna start smoking, man? When is the defender gonna start smoking? He's not smoking yet. I need to start spraying in a in a spray pattern, so I land something. I don't want to fire in a predictable pattern, pretty much, right? If I had the PPC mirror, I could get some shot. I can one shot him potentially. If I had a PPC here, man. Oh my god. There we go. We're getting good shots on. There we go. Just needed to zoom in my camera. Alright, he's eliminated. Start going down to their planet. I forgot to bring my fucking PPC, man. Stop using our boost. Did they just crash their ship? Well, I can do an infantry invasion. By going into their power plant. Let's do it. I'm gonna do it. That's a perfect place where they put the... They are noobs. No, that's a factory. That's not a power plant. What the fuck? Oh my god, I'm really positioned terribly. The tower's doing more damage to me than anything. Okay. We're just gonna drop all the way. I'm gonna regenerate our shield. Just go on to one of their other planets, I guess. I brought them all back, so I'm going to Mineral now. Now I have information that they were brought back to Kothran, so we're now gonna eliminate one of their other planets. Oh, they got outposts set up. That's easy to kill, though. Alright, let's kill this place real fast and easy. That's it. Are they destroying our RUs? Because I don't think we had 1600 RUs before as capacity. Yeah, they're destroying some of our stuff, but whatever. I just wanted to play offensively, that's it. I was expecting shit to get destroyed anyways. Just use that as an opportunity to go on their offensive and destroy their stuff instead, right? That's the... It's only within that asymmetry can I take these guys on, because even if they're in the shittiest ships, like 2 destroyers and then only 1 guy's in a defender, I'm still kind of getting beaten. Yeah, my RU capacity is going away. Let's spend it on stuff. Tower? Sure, I mean, I don't know. I don't really have much to this. I mean, you know what? Tank destroyer? There. And that's probably as much as that needs to be. Looking smoky. There we go. This is a 4 extractor planet. Huh. That's where you should put... You should wait until you find a 4 extractor planet to put down your factory then, huh? Then you get more value out of it. Or not factory, refinery. What is it even called? Refinery tower? Yeah, refinery tower is what it's called nowadays. Oh, I just saw the projectile disappear. I know what its distance is now. It's not very far. It's like a 1/4 of a planet's range. Which is not... That's a weird way of measuring it, but that's my reference point. It's not very good. Anyways, let's go ahead and cap. At the same time, we may want to use a repair tool here to get my HP back. Oh, wait. We gotta let go of the... that. There we go. Let go of the exosuit. Looks like my teammate's defending Havalu quite well, which is nice. And now we're coming for Kothran's main thing. Are they all attacking Kothran? I hope so. Because I'm coming for Kothran now. I'm going for the kill shot. Sucks that my space station spawn got destroyed, but they found it out. They saw it. I don't imagine anyone's gonna be here. There is, I saw him. I need night vision goggles, by the way. Oh shit, my shield went instantly. Let's get night vision goggles. Can't see that well. And this dropship doesn't seem right for the job. I'm gonna go ahead and land, and I'm gonna get on inside of a tank destroyer. Was the plan. I wasn't chased. I don't think I was chased as I escaped and they saw the tower shooting. So either he's too stupid to have not have seen. Oh no, he's there. He's there. He's in an interceptor. There's two of them there, in fact. Let's get the outpost. Alright, let's be a little bit more discreet. Let's just land discreetly first. Drop this. Getting the exosuit. And then I should be able to just spawn exosuits from there. There we go. More outposts. Destroy that. More outposts. I gotta make sure. Where are they? They're not firing at me. I think they know where I am. Oh, they're investigating. They're investigating. I need to go kill them now. Okay, they're distracted. They're distracting. There we go. I'm gonna drain them of the resources by killing them over and over again. That's the plan. Really wish I had the PPC, man. This is really scuffed. And I'm in the water, too, having to fire out of the water. All I have to do with is these towers. I have to destroy these towers. Gotta get behind their back and destroy them just like that. And I'm also farming RUs while doing this. This is what gives me RUs when they die. I'm gonna bait the thing into attacking that, and then I'm gonna destroy this tower this way. Oh no, this is not smart. This is not smart. I have to get out of this. Put down a bubble shield. And then spawn another exosuit. Fucking cooldown bug, I just heard it. Ah, the missile tower got me. Why did I try to pop out the bubble shield that way? That was stupid of me. Anyways, what's going on in Havalu? Not being attacked, I presume. He's got the business handled. Look, the wall tower did its job. Oh, hello. Yellow. I have my PPC with me this time. Nice, dead. Only one guy's attacking. Okay, one of them left. Good, one of them left already. I'm heading back. And this time I'm gonna spawn. I think the light Corvette's like mogs them. I'm gonna light Corvette PPC mogs them. Let's do it. In fact, maybe I should use the heavy Corvette, but I don't have the money for that. We should have gone heavy Corvette. I thought the heavy Corvette used to suck, but I think it still sucks. But I think I should try it more. I think it's actually legitimate. It's legitimate. It's legitimate for sure. I thought it used to be. I think it's still quite shit, but I started using it a little bit, and I have more respect for it. And I think, I used to think it was way shittier when I didn't use the PPC with it. But now that I know that the PPC will give it some coverage when fighting interceptors against good players, I think that starts to make me appreciate the heavier ships more. And yeah, I definitely like, give me 360 degree shooting, and I'm good with any ship. So heavy Corvette I like. And once I know that PPC coverage existed, I started to appreciate bigger ships more, way more. Let's get our shield regenerated. Oh, he sees me. What's up? There you go, you're dead. Oh, ouch, ouch. And why is my main character taking damage? What the fuck? Passed? Well, I'm not gonna let it stay. I need to have regenerate my hull, man. I need to just get out of here. I need to regenerate my hull. There we go. See, there we go. Now I'm back. The shield regeneration is really quick. I like it. I like it a lot. I need to destroy this tower first. Where's my hyper? Where's my hyper? There it is. I don't see a ship, so I'm heading back up. I'm presuming he's wanting to attack Havalu. Oh, he's near me. He's near me somewhere. I just can't hear him. Maybe he's not. Oh, he's using a tank. He's a noob. Generate my shield, and I'm coming back up. Just gotta make sure I'm not getting attacked from any ships as I come up. Alright. There we go. Easy peasy. Now it's just free reign. Yeah, bomb them. Bomb the hell out of them. Eliminate the source of their money. Get the advanced extractors killed. What's that? Is that a main central bank? Actually, I should steal the money if they've deposited anything in there. I've got to try this, dude. I've got to try this. This is a main central bank, right? Oh, hello. Please don't hurt me. I'm just going to go inside this bank and steal money. Just going to steal this money right here. Please don't be attacking this building. I want to steal the money. What's the minigame I'm playing? How do you play this minigame? Oh, I see. I'm like sorting the... Okay, there we go. I'm sorting the numbers into their respective things. Wait, that's crazy. No! I'm hacking bank. I don't understand. Dude. I'll guard outside. Hello. Oh! Just lost that. I'm not getting inside a bomber though. Let's get inside the Hovey Corvette. That's a good reason to spawn that now. Yo, stop. Looking for any humans. Yeah, look how slow the turning on this thing is. Imagine trying to fire missiles at someone. Because it can only fire missiles in the direction it's facing. Hello? Did I get hit? Here, I'm gonna get into the game. I'm gonna start hacking. He just doesn't seem competent at it. If he doesn't know how to, if the noob doesn't know how to open doors, I'm just gonna close the doors on that to make sure he doesn't get in. Bro! No! Why'd you do that? Fucking retard. Wait, why does the game let him spawn? We didn't capture the planet yet, and I 100% know that, because he doesn't get... So the game lets you put outposts on planets you haven't captured? That's just the rule of the game? I didn't know that. Here, get out of the ship so I can steal it from you, motherfucker. I'm gonna go pee, though. I gotta go... I said I had to pee earlier, though, so let's do that. I'm just gonna stay stuck to his ship, I guess, with the grappling hook. You guys can watch. You know what? I'd really love to go use the restroom. Or no, what was I gonna say? I'd really love. No, I got mixed up. Is he trying to kill me in the lava? He actually is. But he's failing. He's trying to kill me in the lava. It's not possible. I'm attached to the top of his ship, so he can't really get me off. He'll probably burn before I do. What I want to do is I want to, if I was attached to the bottom of the ship, it might be easier to dunk me in. I'm gonna steal your ship. I'm gonna steal your ship now, bro. Let me get in the driver's seat. There we go. Let me get unstuck, though. And I'm just gonna stuck you. How about that? Did he stuck the ship? Yeah, I think he did. This guy's too smart. How do you know how to stuck me like this? I'm gonna steal the next ship you spawn though. Am I hooked onto him now? Let's see. I am. I'm gonna stay like this. I'm gonna go poop. But we're gonna destroy these guys. We're back. Hold on, let me mute Mike. You guys don't need to hear me poopy. Alright, I'm back. What happened? I was still stuck to him. Oh, he left the game. He left the game in this spot. He captured the ancient outpost. So I didn't know hacking, you had to do a minigame for it. What the fuck? Anyways, we're out of here. What are we doing? We're out of here. Damn. We really played for 2 hours? I've been streaming for 2 hours. That did... what a waste. What a waste. We did like nothing with that time. I was seriously playing... Huh. Huh. Okay, so... I want to play an actual game. Let's play, Dark Souls 2. Continue, Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin, I think. Or... I wanted to play some FTL. Let's do that. Let's get on some FTL here. Was it? I still don't know if I put it. Let me see which drive it is on. Which drive has the fully, like, which one has the right save data? Is what I'm trying to say. Are we? No, we're supposed to use the mod loader, aren't we? In fact. Modman, yes. So we're supposed to use that. Not actually open the FTL. And then I'm just going to enable hyperspace and that's it. Patch. And run the game. Yeah. FTL hyperspace. Yep, there we go. Looks like I was in the middle of a run. Hold on. It looks like I was in the middle of a run. Because I just pressed continue. Not really, I guess. Wasn't really on a run because we didn't even start. What do I have zero scrap then? Well, all runs start with zero scrap, right? Yeah, I'm stupid, yeah. Okay. Start a new game. Let's see, I should have all the ships except for... It's just the crystal ship, huh? Just the crystal ship. I swear... Oh, okay, it was Slug C. I remember we didn't have Slug C yet. And then we... Hold on, are these... Okay. So I think I've... Yeah, I don't remember which save file it is. Anyways, this is... We're gonna get a win one hard with every ship. Have we done that with every... I don't think we've done that with every ship. We haven't even done it with the Kestrel yet. We need to do that. Let's see, Kestrel A and B. So A and B easy. Yeah, I remember it was just Slug C that we didn't own yet. What's so good about this ship? Well, it's got hacking and mind control. It's got that. Other than that, it's not. Doesn't seem to be an exceptional ship. It only has a chain laser. Increases and cooldown each time it fires. After 3 volleys, it only takes 7 seconds to charge. The initial charge time is 16 for 2 shots, which is pretty bad. and then the cooldown reduces by 3, and it goes all the way down to 7. Yeah, 16 minus 9, 7. Not that good. This is good. It's got a teleporter. I also think this is okay. This is okay. And you can see here the regular charge time for a weapon is like, you know, look at this dual shot laser. 2 shot, 10 seconds. It's like the standard weapon. Yeah, this sucks. I mean, the charge one sucks. You're paying an extra 6 seconds, and then even just to break even. In order to just break even, you're already... It's so bad. You need like 2 volleys to break even. The way that needs to be balanced, in my opinion, is the first shot needs to be weaker cooldown. Sure. Because, yeah. Then I think the second volley should break even. So go all the way down to 10 seconds. And then after that, make it a positive. By how much? I don't know. Make it 2 seconds faster, maybe. 2 seconds faster. So all the way down to 8. And then so I'm thinking 12, 10, 8. Reduce the volley time by 2 seconds each time. 12, 10, 8. Don't make it 16. 16 sucks. Anyways. I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, we're playing FTL. Let's do that. And so okay, so I think that's what we were trying to do last run. We were trying to use the Rock Cruiser C. I should have. Did you guys? Let me just rewatch my stream. This is why I stream, so I can see this stuff. Alright, so you guys can hear the fan in the background. I mean, of course, my mic is very sensitive. You hear the fan in the background. I mean, of course, my mic is very sensitive. You hear the fan in the background. I mean, of course, my... Let's do an echo thing. Let's do an echo thing. Let's do an echo thing. Okay, let's let's stop that. Let me see how that sounds on my end. Or I guess I just heard that. What am I trying to say? I don't know. Anyways, yeah, if you've done that before by holding up 2 phones next to each other, that's the sound it makes. So I was gonna see. I'm rewinding the stream. So I loaded up the Rock Cruiser C. Did I rename? I did. I named it Ruwen. Ruwen. So I named that Crystal Crew member Ruwen for the sake of cheating the quest. And we were gonna unlock that final ship, the Crystal Cruiser. Does it even have a type A, B, C? I don't. Does the Crystal Cruiser? I don't think. I think there's just one type. Maybe I'm wrong. Well, no, there's two types. Cause look, the hangar's. It'll say the hangar's empty. So there's an A and B version of the Crystal Cruiser. All right, let's go ahead and let's get it then. Hard mode, advanced edition enabled, of course. See, randomize it. Let's go. So how does this quest work? I might want to re-roll the starting area until I get the right quest. What was it gonna say? Oh yeah. Let's pull up the FTL stuff. FTL, I think I confused that with the DD1 tabs. DD1 tabs. Okay, FTL. Crystal Cruiser. Quest. Okay, the wiki for the Crystal Cruiser just pops up. Let's see the sea ship achievement / ancestry, and it's linked page for unlocking. Okay. The alternative unlock is beat the flagship with layout A and B of every ship, excluding the Lanius cruiser. So you can just get it that way? I mean, I still want the ancestry achievement anyways. To find the secret sector with the rock cruiser. To get to the secret sector, the player must first encounter the dense asteroid field distress call event and acquire the damaged stasis pod. Then arrived at Zoltan research facility. And where can you find those? In Zoltan sectors? Oh no. Okay. Well, also Engi and Zoltan controlled sectors. Okay, so I need to be in a Zoltan or an Engi place. I wonder if the likelihood is greater. At 1 beacon per Zoltan sector, or at 1 or 2 beacons per Engi sector. So Engi is better. Okay, Zoltan research facility. Yeah, I know this event. It happens many times. Which will give a blue event option asking the Zoltan if they can fix it. Once the pod is fixed, a crystal named Ruin will revitalize and join the ship's crew. So you basically get to skip 2 event encounters. This can happen in Engi, Pirate, or Rock, the dense asteroid field distress call. Yeah, I know that. So basically you get to skip 2 quest encounters, which is huge. And then basically all you need to do is just go to a rock homeworld. Once the pod is fixed, the crystal named Ruin will revitalize and join the ship's crew. If the Ruin is kept alive and the ancient device is encountered in the rock homeworlds, another blue event option will be shown where they can reactivate the device, thereby teleporting the ship into the secret sector. And then I think you have to actually beat the game, or with that, or else you don't get it, which suck, and which makes me think I should maybe try to play this on easy mode. But I don't know. Alternatively, the Rock Cruiser C already has a Crystal Crew member, which allows skipping the first 2 events. Yes. Occurs at a normal beacon. It will be marked as quest if you have the Crystal Crew from the stasis pod, or if you just rename Ruin, right? So go just basically find a rock homeworlds. Go to the hidden Crystal Worlds marker. Occurs at a quest beacon. Yes. And then you unlock the ship, or what? Do you have to actually win that? I don't think you have to actually win the run, do you? I know the Ancient Device event also. I think I know that one too. Rock Homeworld. This sector can only occur once per game and only occurs at Sector 5 or higher. Damn. So you can't like re-roll the first I guess technically the second sector, to try to get this Rock Homeworlds. So you just have to play the game and Rock C and try to find it, I guess, through that way. We will do legitimate attempts at trying to win with Rock B. So we'll do that. No, this is Rock C. This is Rock C. We will try legitimate attempts to win the game with Rock C. And if we happen to see Rock Homeworlds, we'll veer into it. But otherwise, I'm just going to try to win the run. Sector 5 or higher. Ancient Device Event. Yeah, I've seen this. I've seen this event. I've seen all the events before. Let's see, fight a rock ship, break it apart for scrap, leave it alone, nothing happens, and then Crystal Crew will reactivate it. So do you need this guy to be renamed Ruin? Did I rename him already? Let's make this my full screen, by the way. I'm gonna full screen this application. Alright, then we're just gonna play the game. Let's start playing FTL. Let's go. Crushed between two rocks. Try to dislodge. You 50-50 taking damage. 2 damage to a random system. 2 hull damage, which might be 3 damage potentially, because the system being destroyed does more extra damage, right? And you receive low scrap, or you receive medium scraps with resources. Destroy and loot the ship. They're just pirates, and you get the medium scrap with resources, or you get a fight. Beam weapons. Carefully cut out the ship. Beam drone. Have your drone cut out the ship, and you'll get guaranteed rewards with that. Anti-bio beam and fire beam are excluded. Anti-ship fire drone is excluded, even though those are like beam things. Bugged. If no drone part bugged, no drone part is lost if the rewards include drone parts. But you still don't need at least 1 drone part to choose this blue option. Huh? Oh, I guess it is a bug. I guess. I thought it meant no option was lost because you'll just recover the drum part. But I don't know. Maybe that is included in the calculation. Anyways, free loot. I would have taken a fight also. That would have been nice. I'm keen to take a fight. And yeah, this is why I like Hyperspace mod. It just adds links between beacons, so you know if you can jump to it or not, that sort of thing. FTL Aftermath. You've jumped into the aftermath of what seems to have been a brutal exchange. The intro text for this event varies and could be any of the following. Okay. It actually seems to be a simple nebula. Okay, so that's the same event. Improve sensors, use your sensors to scan the wreckage, blah blah blah. Basically, let's see what happens if I investigate. Ignore the wreckage and nothing happens. Let's see. Fight a Zoltan ship. Fight a Rebel ship. Fight a Mantis ship. Receive medium resources. Nothing happens. And nothing happens. Okay. Yep. Nothing happened. Usually when I go to beacons, I like to go to the beacons that present the most options. So this presents the most options. We'll go here. I keep forgetting. I need to move around my crewmates, but I guess it's not that. It's whatever. Alright, a Zoltan pirate. Let's fight him. Who do I want? How do I want this to go down? I want someone in shield. I want someone in poddings, that's for sure. And I want someone in attack. The attack room. So that's all good. The question is, who should be in the attack room and who should be, like, who goes in where? In which department? And I think I'll just leave it as is, I suppose. Does it matter which one? This is the faster crewmate, so I think I want him. Oh shit! I just hit my heel on my table. Oh my god. I think the fastest moving one should go in the pilot room because then they can move faster to do if they ever need to come out of the pilot room to do something. Whereas it's more likely that the slower ones aren't going to be moving out of the weapons room because that's the most important room, I think, by far. If not the shield, the shields are important, but you need to have a weapon operating at all times. I think that's even more important than shields, arguably in some scenarios. Most scenarios, I would say even. But for this first combat, we can just let him sit here. Actually, no, I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna have him move here, and this guy move here. Oh, did it just depower? Wait, what? Damn it. By the way, this is a replicator. Oh, let's fight this. Fire this now. This is a replicator, so it uses I'm gonna shoot 3 missiles, but I'm only gonna pay 1. So boom, 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 and we just missed a lot. Actually, we missed a lot. Do I want the crystal bomb going out, or do I want the swarm to go out first? What weapon goes out first is determined by what's on the leftmost, by the way. If you didn't know that. Okay, you need to help repair this. Ouch. We're taking a lot of damage for this fight, man. Let's fire at their weapons. Yo, what are these misses? How much evasion do you have? We're gonna start suffocating, so I need to get him out of engines. Repairing oxygen. Or how about you just go here? I hear a fire on the ship. So probably need to go repair doors. Are we? I don't know what's going on right now. Let's take these weapons offline, bro. There we go. We got it damaged a little bit. Hopefully that'll desync the laser and I don't know. Anyways. Okay. It must whatever. Okay, let's get you back here. I don't know what's going on. Where's the fire? There it is. There we go. Have I not been powering the crystal? I'm just gonna restart. We're learning. So Was it a good idea to put... We got to experience it there at least firsthand. Is it a good idea to therefore put... Hold on, and actually I'm gonna... Let's do this. Can I do this? Oh, I can. Perfect. Okay, perfect. What I was gonna say is it worth it to keep the Crystal crew member in the piloting? Because you saw there that that when these got destroyed, they were there to repair it. But if I need this guy running around, he should go in engines, because actually I think that's better, because engines is the room that has the least priority when it gets broken. If you lose engines, you lose like 5% evasion, whatever. You lose the pilot, you lose all evasion, which you could say, which would otherwise have been only 10. So you could say you lose 10% evasion. You lose 10% evasion over losing 5%. Is that even true? Yeah, you lose 5. No, that's not even true. I mean, I guess it depends on how you want to see it. It is 10% effectively, because you would have had 10% anyways if this other person left. So the difference is a matter of losing 10% evasion. But technically you're losing all 15 if you have to bring someone out, right? So in scenario C, where you're keeping someone... What am I trying to say here? In scenario C, where you would have had 15 accuracy, or not accuracy, evasion otherwise, I guess you could say you lose 15. Am I saying that right? I don't know. But you guys get what I'm trying to say, I think. Anyways, let's go. Store. I don't want to go to a store. That's a bit of a waste of a jump. So this is an interesting question. By going to the store, I get to look at 3 extra nodes, but the node itself is not worth visiting. So the question then becomes, should I visit the node? Like how much is information is nodes being nearby to give you information worth it? My go-to reaction is not much, so I should just go here. So I'm gonna do that. I think I should aid the civilian ship. Pirate ship attacking civilian event. And then the intro text can vary. Aid is no surrender offers, no escape attempts. Wait, so you can't even power up the FTL engine and then leave? And after destroying the enemy ship, I wonder how that works. The ship breaks apart. You receive medium scrap with resources. Can't attack the civilian ship. And then high resources if you kill the enemy crew. Obviously, that's just how crew killing works. Stay out of it, nothing happens. Okay. I like to read the events so I know what I'm getting in beforehand. Maybe that's cheating, I don't care. Alright. Let's power these up. They have a laser and a laser beam. It's a single laser, just to confirm. I unpaused a little bit to see that. Oh, actually, I forgot to power the engine a little bit. Okay, so we're actually losing 15 evasion if we have to make the person come out of piloting. So yeah, Crystal crew member should be on engines. What was I gonna say here? Oh yeah, I was thinking about what if I could farm. I was thinking about potentially farming this, or skill training on this, because what you can do is you can train skills. You can train skills. So. It's a little bit risky because I don't have 2 shields. If I had an extra, because if their attacks align, the laser beam can get through, and so the idea is you're gonna want to just sink that. It's just risky business. I don't want to have to manage that. The point of training is for me to turn on my cheat engine and to speed up the game mega fast to where I don't have to worry about that. Not having to worry about like sinking weapons that sink, right? So, the most I'm willing to push it is if I have an ionizing weapon and I fire the ionizing weapon constantly at something to disable it, their weapons from attacking. And even that carries a little bit of risk because what you could do is you can miss your ion weapon because they have evasion, right? You can miss your ion weapon, and then they get a gap, a window to shoot you in, and you take some damage over time. But anyways, let's just fight. So I should wait until I get a second swarm missile to time the shots, right? That's how that should work. Look, and that first shot they did wasn't even synced. Oh, actually it was. And my shield's damaged. That's bad. Okay, second swarm missile is in. I just wanted to wait for this. I could have fired that first swarm missile to avoid this damage at all, but I'm a noob, so I'm a noob. We could have attempted to fire that first swarm missile at their weapons to avoid this whole damage, but I suck. I don't know what else to say. What's this even do? Crystal HI? Crystal High? This also has shield piercing, which is cool. Is it a missile weapon also? I don't know if it is. Let's see. Nope, it's not a missile. Not a. What was I gonna say? It's not a. What weapon? It's not a shield using or a weapon that consumes shield. Well, if we learned anything at all, it should be that we need to fire this first missile. So let's do that. And not risk shit happening. And yeah, we still took damage. So good thing I had it right here, or otherwise if my weapons went down, this would have been the one to pay the cost, and I would miss the shot. In fact, though, this weapon should be destroyed earlier. I'm stupid, because why did I target the shields? This has shield piercing. Why did I target the shields with my swarm? This weapon system could have been offline way earlier. But my crystal shit missed. Are we just going to restart every time we make a mistake? I don't want to have to do this, but I'm going to do it because I don't like making a mistake. So we're restarting. I think if this charges up, it consumes a missile, right? No, it only consumes it upon firing. I swear most weapons that are missile, the moment you power them on, the weapon gets consumed. Or maybe I'm thinking about drones. Maybe I'm thinking about drones. You have 15 missiles right there. So I think this risk is worth taking usually. Yeah. At worst, you get to fight an auto scout, which is, those are pretty easy to kill, although it did have a missile. I think I'm always looking for the max rewards anyways. And look at that, we got a map scan, that's great. Now we know how to route the area. How are we routing this? Possible ship detected. So I'm just gonna route to every jump that'll give me a encounter I do. I think that's the best thing to do. So let's do that. Okay, we're fighting. Oh, I don't know why this is happening, but I've got an ionized engines. All right, I mean whatever. All right, and so this is the perfect ship to farm skills against. So I'm gonna put on Cheat Engine. I'm always looking for this Pirate Rigger. It's a very easy ship to farm against. I think the game devs, if they had to come back and touch this game again, which they're not gonna, but if they do, I think that there shouldn't be any ships in Sector 1 that allows you to farm against them. Past that point, whatever. People can skill farm as much as they want, but I don't think there should be a fucking ship that does 1 damage worth of shield damage. Like, every ship in the game, other than the stealth cruiser, is able to handle that. So at the very least, I think every enemy every possible enemy that can spawn shouldn't have 1 shield worth of damage. You know what? If you want to get 3 shield in the first sector, do it. Get 3 shield, get 3 bubbles of shielding, and then now you can farm. But I don't think it should be instantly achievable on Sector 1 with a starting ship. Skill training, that is. So I think every enemy should be at least be able to do 2 damage. But we can skill train against this guy. I think the intention is that he's supposed to have a drone that can deal damage, but he probably just rolled a ship that... and unfortunately, we can't train weapons because we don't have a weapon that won't pierce his shield, so we can't actually train weapons here. All we're going to train is evasion. But also, since he has his own shield, he's going to be able to train... I'm going to be able to train weapons with most weapons. Although I can't do it with this particular ship because, you know, we always pierce shields and we don't have any non-shield piercing weapons. So there's that too. You can max out your attack, your weapon training, which is arguably the most important one. Although it does get maxed pretty quickly because the skill levels when you do the thing. But it makes you train a skill that's typically very hard to do. You can't feasibly train evasion. You know, if damage happens to you, you're not wanting to take it. You're not going to want to take damage. So it's really, like, skill training is mostly for evasion and shield training. Which, yeah, we're going to max out. So let's load up Cheat Engine here. Let's get the speed cheat going. We got that on 20x. Is that the highest it can be, by the way? Or can we enable speed hack higher than this? I don't notice a difference in speed when I go from 20x speed to 50x. So I think this is it. Hello? Can I dodge just once? There we go. Wait, what? Why am I not manning? Why is the Crystal crew member not manning? Huh? So we are building up evasion. It's just this guy is not manning. Why? Wait, what? Why is the engine's not mannable? That's so weird. Wait, what? Does that have something to do with how I got ionized? Temporarily disabled by enemy or location. Okay. We're just gonna touch the shield then. Shield and piloting are the only things that can be manned right now, I guess. You can't man the cameras though, can you? That'd be funny if you could. Let's see what's in their ship. They got 2 mantises and a human. And then a repair drone. So they're probably capped out on I think the intention behind this battle is they're meant to be like a drone sort of enemy, but they can roll drones that don't deal damage. And that leaves you with just a ship that can't damage you, which is just very funny. We're gonna level up every skill on every person. That's usually why I like to abuse the hell out of this skill training. Who will win first, the evasion or the shielding? Looks like it's gonna be shielding. I know, evasion won, actually. Alright. I will attempt an oxygen kill. By the way, I'm gonna attempt an oxygen kill. We'll see how that goes. Since we have all the time in the world to play around with this shit. Lagarde. Lockdown. Okay, how about you train, you train. And the game doesn't let me man the engines for some, I guess it's because it's been ionized or disabled by the event or whatever. Oh wait, what am I doing? Oh, wait, hold on, wait, what? I'm stupid. Oh yeah, I was stupid. I was doing it wrong. Okay. I had them assigned to the wrong rooms. I'm like an idiot. Shield recharge is typically not a very relevant skill until like pretty much the last boss. Like really the last boss, honestly. Maybe some few sectors leading, like the couple of sectors leading up to that, but until you have like 3 shield, maybe even at 2 shield arguably, but usually you're not getting pelted enough by enough projectiles to where the shield recharge matters, right? Usually you take a volley and then there's long amount, like very clearly long moments between. Anyways, we maxed out. Let's go ahead and do this. Everyone's maxed out on shield now, so it's just Tatch that has to get their pouting, and that's done. Manning the oxygen's not a thing, manning that room's not a thing. You can man this room and you can man this room, though. I think what I should do more is start out the crystal guy and this is what, okay, I remember this is what I was doing before. Start the crystal crew member in this room. That way if we get boarded, we have someone to lock things up. And then otherwise just go to cameras and then go to just, I don't know, get a view of the plant, the thing if they're boarding. If they're not boarding, then it's probably not as relevant. And then we run over to engines. That's what I should do at the start of every combat as a pro gamer. Why is this guy named Notch, by the way, after the Minecraft creator? You know, I should be making. I need to make more flavor water packets. What am I doing? Sitting here watching this. I'm gonna make some icy. That's like a. I don't know what their company does. Basically, icy makes. I wonder if I should freeze this and turn it into a slushie. They make slushies. You know when you put water in the fridge and you bring it out at a certain time and it turns into a slushie? I think I should do that. But if I did that with this flavor packet, that would be great. Alright, let me fill this up with water now. And this shit blue as hell, by the way. Yeah, that shit's blue as hell. The flavoring packet on there. Alright, we're done here, so we can move on now. Let's turn off the speed cheat. There we go. Let's try starving them of oxygen, yeah. Well, I need to add a cheat engine hotkey to... I don't know why I didn't do this. To return the game speed back to 1. So let's see, hotkeys. Yeah, we need to make this number 1.000. That's the / right? The / numeric key. And there we go. We got this speed, we got this speed, and then we got normal speed. Okay. So let's go after their oxygen. Let's see. I'm gonna depower this. Oh shit, so when Swarm depowered, I lost 1 missile to start, and then the other 2 also was lost when it went to 0 power. But the two of the charges stayed. That's good to know. Okay, let's pop their oxygen. Let's go at this. Nice. Don't auto fire that. Damn, that repairs way too quickly. They're just gonna... Okay, hold on. So maybe I should get rid of the drone room first. I didn't think about that. Now they're down 2 HP, and that could have cost me the crew kill here. Also, if I remember, don't they just AFK inside the heal room if they can't repair oxygen? No, I think they'll try to repair it until they die. Dude, what are these miss chances? Accuracy is not an actual stat of a weapon, right? Accuracy is not an actual stat. Oh my god. Now we knock out oxygen. And then if either one gets repaired, we have to take them out. There we go. So this is probably going to get repaired. Okay, now we got to destroy it. I'm going to wait until it's fully repaired, and then I'm going to... Okay, I got to go now. Nope. Ugh. It's never happening. Yeah, so I just got to kill them normally. Did I lose a missile for doing that? For having a powered swarm weapon, by the way, inside of combat? I don't think I lost a missile, did I? Let's try this again. I mean, no, they're dead, so that's that. Oh yeah, I want to start you out in shield room, actually. Oh, whoops, why did we do that? That was not smart. Hello? Still taking damage. You get healed on a jump. At least, there's that. You get healed on a jump. I get an 8 HP per jump. Not a lot, but it's better than nothing. Alright. I wish the game... not the game. I wish Hyperspace would tell me... I think Multiverse does this, at least. Tells me how many jumps I have left until the rebels get here. Doesn't tell me that. I wish it did. Is there a mod? I think I have a mod that does that, but I just... Let me open up Modman here. Modman. Mod Manager. Let's see. Extended Pursuit Indicator X24 with numbers. Okay. Let's close the game real quick. Save and quit. Okay, so I gotta enable that. Okay. I do have this. I do have that. So let's patch that in. Okay. I have a mod. I have that as a mod already. Nice. I have 9 jumps. Now I know. 1, 2. I think I should have gone on this jump, actually. It was probably a mistake not to do this jump. 1. Anyways, 9 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I should have done this jump. This was on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that would have been 9. And then I only have... I have 3 nodes that I don't touch. That I touch that are not triangles, though. But let's see. For the path I already did. Let's see how that works. A sun. I can fight into a sun. That's not a big deal. So we probably shouldn't ignore this. So what about 1, 2... Also, we would have had an extra jump, actually, because I'm not counting the jump that I'm doing here. So this is actually... We had 10 jumps. Starting from this jump. We had 10 jumps. Okay. So... Are there any nodes that sit on the line? The Rebel flagship line? I wonder if there are. That kind of sits on it, but it's very clearly that if you'll encounter the Rebel flagship if you touch that on your 10th jump. This is on a line. Is it kind of? Yeah, I think it is. So I'm not sure if this will get taken over on the second jump. Let's see. My best guess is that it's on this third. It's on the 3rd sector. All right, so we'll fight in the sun. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm gonna miss out on these 2 distresses though. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, then this is 10 though. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, that's wrong. That I did get it right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. Okay, let's do that then. We could. Maybe this is a good idea. We could delay the triangle. Instead of fighting 2 back-to-back encounters immediately, I can do this. Have this be a free zone. Go here. And then once I do that, I can take a detour to fight this, and it'll still be the same thing, pretty much. Let's do that. Let's fight. Okay, it's an automated ship. There's nothing to see inside of it, so I'm just gonna run over to the engines. How much is it for a second level shield? It's 50 scrap, right? I believe, or is it 100? For a second shields, I'm pretty sure it's 125 for each shield upgrade. Or I think it's like 15, and then 35 for the next two shield upgrades. We'll see. And so I think I should immediately take out this weapons if I don't want to get fire beamed. I mean, it's a fire beam. Fire beam doesn't do any actual damage of its own, does it? It just creates fires. So I'm actually Bing chilling. I'm not even gonna. Let's see. I mean, I'll take this on the chin. We'll see. Oh, he missed anyways. All right, let's go for his. I guess we could go for the drone. Well, no. If I don't care about his weapons and I don't care about his shields, we're not gonna get touch this, or this. We're gonna hit the pouting. The pouting because I'm pretty sure the auto scouts have. How many weapons? I'm pretty sure if you get your scouting maxed out, or not scouting, but your camera room maxed out, whatever that's called, sensors room maxed out, you can see the level of upgrades the enemy has. And I'm pretty sure if you were to detect that, the piloting is maxed out on these auto scouts, or it has automation. I mean, it obviously already has automation, being a auto scout. All right, this is not an auto scout. This is an auto assault, actually. But yeah, the auto ships have. So if you take down the engines, it's still going to maintain a percentage of its evasion. I mean, when you're targeting evasion, you should always just go for piloting instead of engines, anyways. I'm not sure which scenarios where you would want to go for the engines room rather than the piloting. Probably, maybe actually there is a reason. Maybe is if the piloting room is two rooms wide, and the engine room is 4 rooms wide. That makes it so that flak weapons have a better time hitting those engines rather than aiming at the piloting. But that's just one reason, I guess. But for us, we can just go straight for piloting. Oh, whoa! That was a rare drone kill. We landed a drone kill with our weapon. Wow. Showing off new techniques every time. Oh, is the game not being captured? Oh my god. The game wasn't being captured the whole time. I have to... Okay. Did I close the game? I did. I closed the game and I opened a new window. And now I have to reassign the window capture to the new window. Oh my god. Is cheat engine working anymore then? Do I have to reassign that? I do. I have to reassign that for the speed cheat. Whoops. I totally forgot after I closed the game to do all this. I wasn't checking my stream. You know what? I'm gonna... There we go. Now I'll be able to tell when my stream is not being captured because I reduced the size of the window. Okay, let's go now. Let's go. Okay, it's back online. Whatever though, we're going for piloting now. Yeah, all it does is cause fire. It doesn't do any system damage, doesn't do any hull damage at all. It's very easy to deal with these things. Fire beams. They're just not a problem at all. Well, I was about to say, did he ion his own combat drone? I don't think he did. Let's get rid of his drone room now, though. That is quite annoying. Oh, did I take damage? I did. He actually did damage to me. He did damage by means of... Actually, we're just going to deoxygenate that. He did the way he did... Okay, by the way, I could have deoxygenated this room, but I'm a fool. Could have done that easily. In fact, let's just do that now. We're just fools, man. Actually, delay this. I need you to get out of the room first. There we go. And you two just handle this. Okay. The fire drone actually did like 2 damage to us. because we are bad at the game. Now you two will repair. Now we're all oxygened up because of the oxygen spread to everywhere. Yeah, I think when you, I'm not sure how oxygen transfer works. Does every room attempt to equalize its oxygen at every second? I'm not sure, because look, this room's a little bit brighter than this corner over here. Also, oxygen is steadily decreasing across the ship. That's another thing. I don't know how oxygen equalization works in this game. Who should get the repair point? I think the Crystal. So make sure he gets the repair point at the end by making him the one sitting in that room. I don't think repair points get shared, do they? I feel like they should. I feel like repair points should get shared, but they just don't. So yeah, you go back to piloting. You go back to engines. Oh yeah, let's finish off this enemy ship. There we go. Alright, so we took 2 hull damage because we were a noob. Let's speed up the game so we can get that oxygen back up. And the normal speed back again. Let's actually move you into here, and then we get 2 shields. Oh, so it costs, yeah, it does cost 50. It costs 20 and 30. I was wrong about the 15 and 35 cost. It's 20 and 30, and that gets you your second shield barrier. Let's do that. I think it's worth it. Unless there's a, if I know there's a shop that's going to be nearby, I prefer not to do that. I prefer to delay the shield upgrade because of that FOMO. But since we know we won't be at a shop for a while, because information is very powerful in this game, you can go ahead and get, I can go ahead and get the 2 shields. And there we go. We'll depower our oxygen and our engines in order to get the 2 shields. I'm not even going to look up this event, but I know I want to look for the rebel ship because I want the fight. Oh, I kind of fucked up our pathing. Except it didn't, because we knew to... Yes, perfect. That's actually perfect. We accounted for this on accident. By me not trying to maximize the path immediately, I spared myself the extra jump as wiggle room by what I did, and so now I can go leave. I'll lose out on an event, which sucks, but I'll still be able to. Yeah, okay, yeah, perfect. Oh shit, we need to power our 2 shields. Let's actually leave the engines depowered, because you only need to activate the engines when you actually get hit. Alright, we have our first swarm shot. We can use it now, but I'm not sure what's going to get depowered. His laser or his bomb. I want that bomb to get depowered if possible. So we can shoot immediately if we want that. Or we could wait, time the swarm. Let's do it now. Okay, so the bomb doesn't get disabled, so I don't think that was a very fruitful shot, but we'll see. Wait, huh? I think I disabled it before it could shoot. I saw it go off though. Did it miss? I don't know what happened. Make sure his bomb doesn't go off there. And now we're gonna go after maybe his oxygen. Let's see. Nah. Oh man, we could have gotten some crew kills here. Maybe we can. Well, we have to shoot here one more time. Hold on, hold on. I only have to fire... I don't want to deal too much damage. Oh, he's two-shot anyway. No, actually, no, this matters. I'm going to shoot one swarm missile at him. Hopefully that's his last 15 HP. I'm going to kill him. We're going to deal one less system hull damage, and that'll give me 2 shots to work with. Yeah, perfect. And now, I'm going to shoot their oxygen with 1 missile. Let's do that. Let's do that. Perfect, perfect. Perfect, perfect. They're coming to turn off the oxygen now. I mean, what am I saying? This guy's coming to stop piloting. Perfect, so this is guaranteed to hit. Boom. Oxygen. What the? They have a 2-level oxygen? I should have just fired the crystal then. I was hoping it was just 1 level in oxygen and I wouldn't need an extra shot. Now I have to use another swarm shot to do this. Let's do it again then. Okay, perfect. Their oxygen's going out. Please let this kill. Please let this kill. I'm going for a crew kill here. Come on, come on. Yeah, repair them weapons. I'm gonna let them fire their bombs as much as they want. I really just want them to deoxygenate and die now, though. Fire your weapons all you want. I'll take them on. Let's stay in here. I want to see what happens, though. You know, I don't need that right now. How has one of them died? Oh no, they're not dead. One of them isn't dead. They just what am I trying to say? They're just impounding. I didn't see them. Another bomb. Dang it. Whatever. I can tank that. All that matters is the bomb that's hitting me. And I can't crew kill. Goodbye. I just took extra hull damage for nothing. I got too hopeful there. I'm not resetting for that though, so let's play the game. Very fast repairman. Alright, let's go. We should have got an extra point of energy because, you know, we're kind of having to juggle around energy a little bit here. But honestly, it's not. It's fine. It's fine. All I would be purchasing is an extra point in engines, pretty much for me. Hey, another ship we can farm. Ain't that cool? This time I'm only going to shoot a 1 swarm missile at the oxygen. I think I don't know. I don't think we could have gotten a crew kill on that last pirate rigger. Because I had the drone room and shit. But we're going to be careful. We're going to be more... We're going to run through our missiles if it means... I think it's fine. I'm going to try to run through my missiles if it means getting a crew kill. I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it. Can we train weapons on this? We can. Technically we can. They have a... We can train weapons on this. This is very nice for us, actually. We can train weapons on this. Isn't that perfect? Because they have a... Zoltan Shielder. So can I put this on auto fire or something? Probably not. He heals too fast. This is how we train. It's a little bit more manual because I have to time the shots, but it's fine. So who are we training weapons on? The first guy, Lagarde. What are you at? Almost max. It's good to know. Okay, you're maxed now. I'm gonna bring you over. Farm you now. Whoops, we destroyed it. I was surprised. I thought that would happen earlier. Destroying the drone on accident. With how many times we've been shooting. I wonder if the enemy can run out of drone parts. Can enemies run out of drone parts or missiles? I don't know. Oh my god, did I just miss 3 times in a row there? I think I did. Yep, we destroyed the drone again. I don't think there's a way to intentionally destroy a drone because your shot comes from all angles, right? We can test that. Like, shot from the bottom there. Shot from the yeah. It's random, the impact points, as you can observe. Sometimes it's all the way on the right, sometimes it's on the left. You know, it's all over the place. What was that noise I heard? What was that noise that happened? By the way, let's depower this so we don't fire it on accident. Well, so I wanted to test something. Let me test something actually here. I can fire at it even when it has only one Zoltan shield point, right? It won't damage the hull. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. At least, even if it has... Even if it has one Zoltan shield point, you can, you won't damage the hull, right? So as long as it has at least one, you can fire. That means it can technically absorb a million damage shot, right? Should the Zoltan shield be reworked? Probably not. I mean, for the benefit of Zoltan ships that you actually use this drone, it'll be for their benefit, right? I was gonna say maybe you should be able to allow it to pierce through Zoltan shield, and then actually damage the shield itself with the overflow damage. Because it seems to just be layered on top of the... It seems to just be layered on top of the actual shield, the Zoltan shield, so... Why shouldn't those impacts be counted as the same? I don't know. Anyways. Where are we leveling? The second rock crew, right? I just want to. I'm trying to be safe here and not making sure I don't damage the hull. So I only will attack if I have. If they have 3 shield. Maybe I should do it every 2. Oh, whoops. Ah! So they can run out of drum parts. That's a thing that can happen. Well, whoops. Because I don't think I should have leveled this guy then. I should have leveled... I was expecting to get the max rewards, so I should have been leveling Tack, honestly. He was the most likely candidate when it came to weapons piloting if this guy were to drop out of weapons piloting, but... enemies have a finite amount of drum parts. And presumably also missiles that they have a finite amount. Well, that sucks. Can't farm them anymore. Now it is time to kill them with the swarm now. Though. Did I enable... Wait, what just happened? Why don't I see the charge times across on top of the weapon anymore? Did I think I might have misclicked or mistouched like a keyboard hotkey. Toggle extra info is right alt. Oh, I probably pressed that then. There we go, right alt. And that just shows the game version, I guess, and charge time. I want to see my charge time. Okay, whoops. I meant to only charge 1 shot. So let's get that towards... Oh, no. Well, we gotta get rid of the shield. First of all. There we go. Power up the swarm. Hit the oxygen with that. And hit the weapons. What the fuck? Because of the random spread. Can you please just hit the... No. Okay, finally hit the oxygen room. And the oxygen room is a tour. By tour, I mean it's a 2... The system is 2 HP points big, which sucks. Alright, so we have to use this crystal weapon now. For subsequent hits, we do have to use the swarm, though. So that's what I'm going to do. The moment they repair 1 point on it, I have to hit it up. Like that. No surrender. I want to go for the crew kill. And it's not even consistent. And is this does any of this have fire chance, man? Crew damage, shield piercing, fire chance 10, breach and stun. Only this has fire chance. Just gonna have to kill in the old regular way then, I guess. Our oxygen has way too many. Yeah, points of HP. That sucks. We didn't farm that correctly. I mean, Lagarde's a good weapon guy though. That's the main thing. That's the main thing. Oh yeah, we need to power. We need to actually power the Tingy. The engines to jump, FTL jump. Yeah, sure. I think you can have people invade your ship and attack it, but that's very easy to deal with. And there's not a ship firing at you at the same time. Oh shit, wait, what? We have 1, 2, 3, 4 jumps left. Damn. The jump's gonna be in here, though. Damn. So that got rid of, like, oh man, that sucks. By the rebel fleet doubling for that 1 jump, we got rid of 2 encounters because now we can't even go to this one. Oh, that sucks. So we have to go to this one. That's really sucky. Yeah, the rebel fleet doubling pretty much got rid of 2 nodes for us. That sucks. Let's fight them. They're delivering cargo, but they're called Rebel Fighter. I mean, I guess. Anyways, it's a two-shotter, but they're charging. So we could have farmed this. We could have farmed this. Actually, there's nothing to farm. I forgot once again. We're already maxed out. We need to get a weapon that doesn't pierce shield if we want to farm weapons. Otherwise, we're already farmed all the way up. Alrighty, so we have to kill them fast. We cannot even attempt the oxygen crew kill because their FTL is charging. Maybe we can. I'm gonna start off by shooting Paladin. How about we start with that? I'm gonna start by shooting Paladin to stop the charge, and then we'll see what happens after that. We'll see if the we can take out the oxygen. There we go. Enemy FTL delayed. And then I'm going to go for oxygen. And we'll see. The jump might be imminent now. You know what? I'm gonna do the engines next. Maybe that's better. A better room to hit. No, it's not. I might have to fire Swarm now because they might actually jump away. By the way, the oxygen room does that have 2 levels in it? Anyway, we have to shoot this pilot. There's no hope. Jump imminent. Okay, there's no hope. Let's just shoot that thing again and then we're out of here. Let's go for the engines. We can also go for the engines. There we go. Yeah. Whatever. I want my crew kill. I want a crew kill. Alright. Here. Alright, sure. We'll fight you. What do you have? An ionizer and a tingy. A little laser beam. Oh, the fight's actually started. I meant to pause. Well, let's try to dodge this first ion. Oh shit, we need to be in, we should have been in engines by then. Oh, whatever, that's gonna hit. Let's see how many people are in the ship. We can target oxygen. We can go for a crew kill here. Let's do it. Oh no, we can't. Oh, that's a double shooter. What? Wait, that's so deceptive. I thought it was a single shot. Maybe the fact that the barrel is not covered up means it's a double shot. All right, well, we took hull damage for that, unfortunately. I'm gonna get to the dodge room though, because we don't need to repair those cameras. We have to go for the weapons. I'm not letting it get another shot on me. Damn it, I missed. Let's just do this, man. There we go. And we hit the engine instead. What's with all this missing, man? Not enough power. Oh, the shield doesn't have enough power. Okay, perfect. At least block that because of the timing. Okay, now their lasers, their double laser is out, which is a good thing. I really want to get back in the cameras and see what's going on now. Does it matter that we do this? I'm gonna do it anyway. Let's just try to dodge it. Maybe it'll get dodged. Nope. But okay, so we should max out our power if it hits the shields, because then we can't. But when it's ionized, that means also that. By the way, did he just get out here to repair engines? Is there a system that has higher priority than oxygen repair? Maybe I should abuse that for crew killing. I need to see inside. Okay. There are rooms that have higher. He's not even repairing oxygen. He's just manning engines. Wait, what is going on? Are they retarded? Their AI is actually retarded. Then. Okay. I mean, I'll take it. This is charging again. You know, I gotta take out those weapons then. I'm actually very curious. I'm gonna get back into the camera room to study this. They're retarded. They're not repairing oxygen. Hold on, let me depower this. If he repairs that weapon, I need to knock it out with a swarm instead of a crystal, because I don't want to deal too much damage. In fact, I can do it now. We have to do it now. Let's do it now. Or do we wait for oxygen to get repaired? Because then maybe they wise it up when they start suffocating that they need to go to oxygen. They don't. So I'm gonna just have to knock this out with a shot here. Because I'm pretty sure the laser's gonna get repaired. Yep, right there. Okay, I guess I wasn't able to knock it out because of the random spread. But we have the crew kill here. We just gotta hold out now. Just gotta hold out. There we go. Nice. I want crew to get the repair. That's funny. Alright, let's jump. Jump up, and get down. Everybody jump, jump, jump. What's that song from? I forgot what it's called. Bloodhouse Gang or something. House of Pain, jump around. What did I say? Bloodhouse Gang? I don't know why I said that. House of Pain, jump around. Old heads listen to that song. Alright, let's go. Crystal, Heavy Crystal Mark 1. You should probably never sell this weapon. It's a good weapon. It's got shield piercing, which is very unique. Is it? How unique is that? For a weapon that doesn't consume missiles? Yeah, this is probably not worth selling ever. You should keep that on your ship for the rest of time. This is worth selling though, for sure. 15% chance to negate incoming hull damage. How much hull damage do you have to negate over time for this to be worth it? For you to just break even rather than just selling it for 40 scrap. How much does hull cost? Hull repair, it gets more expensive later on, but it costs 2 scrap right now. Using that as the baseline, you need to take 20 points of damage. You need to take 20 points of damage, except it happens at a 15% chance. So you need to take, take that amount times Let me do the math on that. Let me do the math on that. So you need to take that. You need to take 20 points of damage times 6 and 2/3. We'll just say 666. 6.66. So you need to take 133 points of damage. You need to take 133 points of damage in order to roughly equate to 20 points of negated damage. Of course, like I said, hull repairs get more expensive later on, but just using 2 scrap as the baseline. That's so bad. So you basically, and by the way, that's to break even. So, I mean, I should just sell this now. I mean, if I have something I can spend on to buy, if I want to do that right now, which I do. I want to buy this crew teleporter. That would give me access to crew kills. And I have a pretty good boarding crew with TAC already. And then I still want more scrap left over to purchase these repairs. Actually, is there anything else in the shop other than the crew teleporter that I want to buy? Is that even true? What else would I buy here? That's like quite important. 40. I'd have 41 scrap after crew teleporter if I sell. I would like to purchase the Mantis. I think that's a better pairing with Rock Crew, but I'm not sad that I have a Rockman to board with. Because it's still a greater. It's better than a human at combat, right? It has 150 HP. That gives it the edge in combat. So this has 50% more damage, and this has 50% more HP. They're roughly equivalents in combat. Obviously, the Mantis is preferable because you do things faster. Do you destroy systems faster? What does this 1.5x damage mean? Does that mean you do better system damage? I'm not sure. But anyways, they also have better movement speed than Rockman, obviously. So there's also some effectiveness there in that you get to move faster. Pair speed's bad. Although you could argue if they're moving up faster than Rockman by like 70%, then they're moving to the repair faster. So if they need to walk across the ship to repair something, you could say a Mantis has. I'm not sure if I'm going to say equivalent, but their weakness of have repair speed is less if they have to walk across an entire room to repair something. They're obviously not immune to fires though, so there's that. They're not immune to fires. Do any of the rock ships have fire beams on them, by the way? I know one of them has boarding by default, or maybe I'm confusing things. But if it does have boarding, it'd be cool to get a fire beam on that ship too, because then you can light fires on the ship, be immune to them, and then raid the ship in the fire with your crew, rock crewmen, and just fuck them up. The Rockmen of Rachos 4 are rarely seen and are known for their fortitude. The Mantis disregard for individual lives led to their evolution as a vicious warrior race. Alright. What are we buying here? I'm gonna buy, I think I want to buy the hull repair because it's cheap now, so you should just full repair. Just for that, maybe I should sell the rock plating. Or I can attempt to save the rock plating and juice out extra damage block value. If that's all I'm buying, I'm gonna save it till the next shop then. Backup battery is 35. I do need to purchase some energy in the future. This costs 45. The backup battery costs 35. So already, if I want to just get 2 energy temporarily, backup battery is better. The thing is, it's temporary. So the only time you should really use the only time you'll ever need power temporarily though is when you're using cloaking. Otherwise you need to maintain you probably need to maintain your energy points at most of the time anyways. I guess it'll give you some bonus dodge at the start of battle temporarily, which is nice if you upgrade the engines. Otherwise, backup battery is not. I mean, it's always worth it to have. Just gotta remember, you're only getting it temporarily. Also, getting an extra 2 power, once again, still temporary. That cost 50. This, once you get down once you get down to this energy, then it starts being 50 scrap starts being better than 60 scrap, right? Or you could say 55 scrap if you're at the threshold, having to purchase this and then this. Anyways, yeah, backup batteries, it's a fine thing to purchase. I'm not gonna purchase it now, I think, though. I don't think so. Anyways, I want the crew teleporter. Give me the ability to crew kill. And I'll sell the rock plating later. So let's send in our rock crew member. Who should be the pilot now, though? This is why we train skill, because now we need to know who needs to be the pilot that stays behind. I think the guy that has the best weapons training stays behind. I'd rather, if I had to man one system on the ship, it would just be the attack, the weapons. I need to bring the crystal crew member because he has lockdown, so we need to just bring him. All right, let's go. And we're gonna go to the exit, and we're out of here. Is that worth it? On paper. I'm just gonna decline though. I want to save my fuel. So is Rock Homeworlds? And if I need to know. Is Rock Homeworlds an offensive or friendly node? It's red. It's a red node. Google Image is not helping me out here at all. Google is such a shitty search engine. It's stopped being the best. It stopped being the best. So we're on sector 1, right? Technically, and this is sector 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So turn 5 is 1, 2, 3. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So no matter which way we go, we'll have an opportunity to see 2 Rock Homeworlds nodes. As long as we're going from here to here, here to here, we're going to only be able to see 2 nodes that may be Rock Homeworlds. So which node are we going to now is the thing. Abandoned sectors. Ugh. Abandoned sectors have Lanius, and their ships are usually... I think they start out with no oxygen in them at all, right? Anyways, that's harder. It's harder to board. It's harder to board the Lanius because I'm gonna suffocate in them, and they'll have the advantage in the fights. So I don't want to go there. I think I'm just gonna go into the Zoltan controlled one. What I don't like to go in are nebulas. That's for sure. They just drain your energy. Like I like when nodes have events in them. It doesn't matter what event it is. But when a sector has less events or just less encounters in general at all, and most events are just nothing happening, that's just a waste of my fuel. When it comes to FTL, it's just like Darkest Dungeon. You want to stay in the level as long as possible. You want to wait until the very last moment to jump if you have the fuel to pay for it, and you usually do. Purchasing fuel is the cost of fuel versus the reward of spending that fuel to get encounters to show up that is a net positive trade. So you want to just always have fuel on you and jump around very frequently and wait, and you wanna farm each sector as much as possible. You don't A noob, I think, might rush to the X sector exit immediately because they're like, oh, I just gotta go to the exit. That's the goal. I gotta beat the game. No, stall inside the sector as long as you possibly can. And I think the Nebula, despite on top of the fact that it's not fuel efficient, also you're fighting into the Rebel fleet. Of course, Rebel fleet is also halved in the Nebula, but at the end of the day, you're paying the cost of just wasting fuel away, and that costs money. So ultimately, don't go in the Nebulas. That's all there is to say. I'm probably gonna go here. I have to go here, and then I'm probably gonna go lean more towards. I like red sectors more. I like taking fights, and I think the game does present more nodes in general in hostile sectors. Anyways, hostile sectors. I think they're meant to be intended to be high risk, high reward areas. So I prefer to go to red sectors if possible. I just can't go into here because I don't want to find Delanius. But it's probably going to be here, here, hopefully here. But either way, we're going to go here or here, and then here, 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 here. So Zoltan control, let's go. Another store. Well, I don't want to go there. Let's go here. This looks at 2 new nodes just like this one. The issue being that they're nebulas, and I don't want to go into nebulas, so I'm going to go into here. I get more rewards if I don't take the bribe. So we're going to go ahead and attack them. And then we're going to TP. Oh, this is where backup battery would matter. Also. Maybe I should have bought the backup battery. I don't know. Anyways, we're going to go TP. We're going to destroy... I think we're going to destroy the weapons first of all. I don't want to take hull damage, so that's going to be the first thing on the menu. And then I'm going to use the lockdown ability. We have to do it immediately. We can't wait until someone comes up to the door and is about to enter to extend the duration because I can't see. It sucks that I don't have a camera room. Maybe I should buy a camera room. That would give me extra seconds to press lockdown. Anyways, I have to press this immediately. Someone could be, I don't know, like someone could be in the engines room. Oh, you can actually see the doors open and close, so maybe I can use that as a cue. The moment this door opens or this door opens. But someone could be in the engine room, so I don't know. I don't know. Oh shit, our weapons aren't even powered. We should power both. What are we doing? We should probably power both. They have a laser drone. Okay, we can drop our shield to 1 and max out our dodge on the engines. Shit, we should have had our swarm weapon ready. I could have fired on their weapons once with my first swarm missile. Ah, that was a big mistake. And also, we should have went immediately to weapons. We're making mistakes here already. Is that gonna hit weapons? Oh, we gotta repair that now. What are we firing? We're gonna fire... Well, we need to fire on the cloner because... Yeah, I mean, we just need to. Or else they'll clone. It actually sucks having no vision when you're a boarding party. I should have sold the rock plating, I guess, man. Alright, we're gonna have no dodge. That's guaranteed to hit. Please don't let it be the weapons. Oh shit, we still need 1 level of shield. Why did I take it off entirely? I'm stupid. Oh, no, 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 no. We gotta beam them back, because, otherwise, my crystal crew dies, doesn't he? I'm gonna wait until the last second to do it. Okay, we gotta go now. Please don't die. Okay, thank God. Get you both on weapons here. You... Wait, who's gonna go repair? Oh. Well, you should repair it. Then you... Oh, whoops. What's happening? Oh, those are my... Oh, whoops. I have cheat engine hotkeys still. Whoops. Let's change those. Let's just clear those. Clear. 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 And clear. Oh, whoops. Did we... Okay, we still got one more hotkey. No, we don't. We don't. Alright. Imagine if that missile hit my crystal crew member. He would have died there. Get rid of those weapons. And a miss. Actually, does the weapons need to even be repaired? It has an extra cushion of not getting attacked. Maybe I should just put someone on dodge so that next missile doesn't hurt. Let's do that, maybe. You know what? We shouldn't have... This is actually a bad idea. Imagine if this room got targeted. If he dies... then he can't revive him on his own self. I should have sent the person with full HP to this room. That way, if... So the repair is guaranteed to go through. That way you can't two-hit combo me. Like, efficiently combo me. Anyways, we got to target. Another clone's back up. I gotta hit weapons, though. I'm getting pounded. Here. I guess I should power the system, then. Yo, this is so annoying without having cameras. I can't see what's going on. I don't know what they're doing. Okay, weapons are offline. Let me go repair cameras. I want to go see what's going on in there. So he doesn't need to be pouting anymore. You gotta stay on the ship now. I mean... No, because I can still use your lockdown. I can still use your lockdown. So let's... I guess I'm still going to TP you over. This guy's going to be the next to get TP'd, though, for sure. Wait, there's fire on our ship? I can hear it. Oh, he's dead. Just walked into the room with fire. Well, we gotta repair the door. We gotta repair the sensors. I can't. Well, sensors doesn't let me see inside my own ship either, which is annoying. You know, having no sensors is so fucking annoying, actually. I need that information, man. Okay, you know what? The fire actually perfectly helped me there. In fact, I think I would have gone to kill him. I should, if nothing else, I should have gone to vent and kill my own guy, so that he will have full HP by the next time he engages in combat, right? So, anyways, should we? Yeah, let's put out this fire. He's immune to it anyway. All right, ready to TP back in. How about you go take out this fire, and you go ahead and board. We need to start boarding. And now they're all revived. Oh my god, I have to hit the weapons again. No, a generous offer. No. We're gonna go here. We're gonna go board again with Lagarde. Why is he only halfly? Does the clone not give them full HP on clonage? I didn't even know that. I don't think that's true. Oh, it's just because he took fire damage. Oh, he's not immune to fire. Crew member are not immune to fire, I guess. Okay, we gotta destroy this fucking cloning room. Power up the swarm, because I might end up needing it, man. Come on, no! We didn't get it. That guy's about to blow up. I gotta leave the room when he dies. There we go. Oh, now we can finally see inside the ship. Perfect, okay. Okay, now he's dead. Now they're dead. There we go. That was probably not worth it, but whatever. Oh! It actually was worth it. The board kill got me an extra event. I don't know what's better. Getting extra jumpage to delay the rebel fleet. And how much are we delaying them by? I don't know. But basically, we get a delay. Well, which more? Rewards now or speculative rebel fleet delaying? Which we only get to... Technically, we only get to reap the rewards of, like, 9 jumps later, if you think about it. Let's do this one. I want to see how much the delay is. Oh, 1 jump? Okay, that was not worth it. I thought it would be, like, at least, like, 3 jumps worth of delay or something. 1 jump delay sucks, actually. That doesn't do anything for me. Can one rock crew put out 3 fire tiles? Let's see. This guy's not a... And we just took system damage again. Should have repaired that then, I guess. Okay, let's TP them back. Actually, why don't we make him repair? It should have been the guy who I'm going to leave on the ship now. And who is that? Who is that? This guy, I think. This guy. He has the most skills. Okay. I need those sensors, man. I need those sensors upgraded. It's actually so bad. Okay. What we should do before we jump off with the FTL jump is, let's give you here, because you have, well, no. I think the thing we should do before we jump is we should have the guy walk to cameras as he's going. I think that's what we should do, actually. So when we jump, and where to, by the way? I mean, we have 59 scrap technically. Maybe we should visit a store, because we're gonna sell rock plating, and we can get to see what's in there in the store. I would like to visit one more beacon before I do that, though. So we could go here and then go to the store. These aren't connected, unfortunately. So I can only go here, here. I go like here, here, here. Yeah, okay. I'm going back then. I'm gonna go back. Let's see what we get. Intruders on board. Okay, bro. Can I see where they are? Nope, they disabled my sensors. So what's getting attacked? Oh, okay, engines. They'll reveal themselves by targeting a weapon, a systems room anyway, so. Good thing that's a two hole area. Otherwise I would have taken a hull damage there, and that would have sucked. But this is going to be easy peasy. Actually, it's not going to be easy peasy, because we're going to take damage. And we have a limited amount of HP. Because when it comes to cloning, you don't. I guess you don't really lose. What you lose is skill. You can technically kill someone through suffocation anytime you want, unless they're Lanius. Actually, how do you forcefully respawn a Lanius? I guess you just don't, which sucks. But yeah, if you want to make sure you have full HP combatants by the time you go to the next sector, just suffocate them. With Lanius, it doesn't let you do that freely though. So how would you kill them? How would you intentionally kill a Lanius on your crew? Fire, but I don't think... Well, if they're sitting... Let me think. If they're sitting in a room, they deoxygenate it over time. That's the thing about Lanius. I guess you can't forcefully kill a Lanius. Okay. Alright, we're fighting. Can I target my own ship? No, you can only do that with bombs, I think. Just make sure the clone room's powered. Oh wait, why aren't we just... What are we doing? Get you to the doors. Yeah, why don't we just do this? Okay, now they're in shields. I'm gonna lose out on the... I'm gonna scout this, though. I'm gonna lose out on the EXP otherwise. You know, I'm just gonna kill you anyways. You're too low. Oh yeah, I can't see them because my fucking sensors are gone. Okay, I got the skill there, but I'm gonna lose it immediately by dying. So I should have just let them suffocate. I don't know what I'm doing. Ouch. Is anyone left? Nope. You know what? You need to suffocate too. I need you at full HP because you're actually a border. Oh, oxygen's getting low. Let's deal with that. So yeah, ancient ancestors of the Rockmen. They're not actually immune to fire. They get reduced suffocation damage though, which is a cool thing. I don't think rock members get that. Movement speed is less reduced, but they get a less HP increase, and then their lockdown power is very powerful. Obviously, I use it for boarding. Okay, so I want Lagarde. Lagarde is from Fear and Hunger. You're the repairman now. Okay, we got some hull damage. We should repair that probably at some point. The thing is, you can get hull repair events, so it's good to sometimes not repair to full because you can get full repair. You can get some hull repairs in random events, so you want to be open to that value. And you usually don't go from 30 hull down to... It's 30 hull, right? You each have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then repeat that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You usually have... Yeah, usually don't get 30 HP to zeroed in one battle, so... You don't need to have 30 HP topped out. I would say have at least 20 HP. Repair up to that amount, but don't... No reason to full repair, I think. Alright, let's go to the store. So I wanted to show you guys a trick. I'm probably going to show it to you now. If you queue up this command and then you jump, your character will be walking in between the animation, and then you can I guess that's how I should lock the door. But actually, I want to see the camera. I want to see the camera before I... Well, you know what? Then you know what? You should just sit in here then. Hold on. You go back there. You go back there. You go back there. You sit in the camera room so I can see it before I board. In fact, why don't you... Yeah, why don't we do it like this? You queue up a command to the door. You queue up a command to the... I guess you just sit here. There's no queuing to be done. Okay, you stay there. Oh, what's happening? Oh, you're third. You're second. Okay. Just do it like this, and then queue up a command to the door as I jump, like that. And then you sit in the camera room so you can see. Okay, anyways. Store. I don't know. Let's look at the shop. See if there's anything worth paying for. Okay, this is garbage. You should never buy it. Does that include your own crew? Hacking stun. These are all garbage. We're just gonna get some repairs going, and then I think we're out. We might want to buy an extra crewmate, though. Honestly, I think I want to buy an extra crewmate. I think it's good to have at least like 2 crewmates back on the ship. One to man the evasion and piloting to at least have some amount of evasion, not 0. And then one to man the weapons. And that's kind of it. I mean, extra, you can have extra, and that's nice to have, but you really need someone to man the weapons. It's a pretty big bonus to get. And also, you just need to, if you've played on a one-person ship, it's pretty bad, because what you'll have to do as you'll have to sit in the piloting room to actually FTL jump, and then you have to queue up the command to walk to the attack room. And then if the attack room's not near that pilot room, you're not going to be immediately charging the weapons. Yeah. So you lose out on some of the manning value of that first volley. And the first volley is typically the most important one for the battle. Question is, am I buying him? I think I am. I think I should. It's very dangerous to have one person left on the ship. We could wait until we get a crew member through events, but I don't think I want to wait. I think I want a crew member now. So I'm going to buy one, and I think it's going to be the engineer. Engineer is pretty good. Like, it is the best crew member to have if you're just sitting on the ship doing regular duty stuff. Yep. So we're buying that, or we could opt to buy a human who would save me 5 scrap, but I'm willing to pay 5 scrap to have doubled repair speed. Yep, gimme a gimme. And then we're just gonna repair. We'll do like 1 repair. And then, should we buy fuel? Not yet. Not yet, I think. You know what? Just spend the rest of our scrap. Sure. Alright, Engie is here. He'll help me look at the, you know what, we'll do it like this. He'll help me look at the... I'll keep the door locked, and then you'll help me look at the... Oh, you should look at the scanners first. Let's just go. This reveals 2 new nodes that I haven't seen. This reveals 3 nodes that I haven't seen, so I'm jumping to this one instead. Alright, you're fighting a Zoltan. I forgot to queue up the movement, by the way. Whoops, whatever. It's not that huge of a deal. So 2 Zoltan, they don't have a healing bay. Nor a clone bay, whatever. So these should be pretty easy to take out. Oh yeah, they have Zoltan shields. Alright, go man the shields then. Man the shields. You should man the engines, I suppose. Or you should, actually. Then you... I don't know, I guess you just stay in the camera room. I don't know what it is there is for you to do. Oh, just be prepared. Be prepared. Wise Xing. He seems Asian. Just be prepared. Oh, they got actual invaders. Just be prepared to repair, I guess, stuff. Actually, no. I'm gonna have you sit in the door room, and I'm actually gonna deoxygenate this. So the moment they walk in, they're gonna start taking damage. And then these guys, don't want to send them in there to fight still. Maybe. There's no reason to fight in a deoxygenated room. I guess I'll just be awaiting them trying to break out. So I'm going to send them 2 here. Or no. Oh wait, I can't board. I was going to say I should be boarding them instead. Oh, why did I forget that? No, I didn't forget that. They just have a... Okay, so just be outside waiting for them. Oh, no. You can go in. There you go. Just be... Oh, they're going to actually go to this room. Okay. Oh shit, was I supposed to have more than 1 shield this whole time? No, I think 1 shield's good enough. They have a bomb. Okay. Okay. Now we can shoot this. Just shoot anywhere. How much does that have? 1, 2, 3. They have 5 blips of HP, so that's why I've been charging up the swarm. Right, now we can fight them. How do I see them on my own ship? I swear the sensors don't allow you to see inside your own ship. Maybe I'm. No, they do. That's if you lack any sensor room at all. Enables view of all rooms and info for enemy ship. Wait, do you lose? Do you lose that information? There's no way. If you have 0 sensors, the game doesn't do that to you. It doesn't completely give you make you lose the ability to see these labels, right? This always looks the same no matter what level of sensors you have. I know because Slug. I don't think Slug even has any sensor module at all. You have to buy the module in a shop. Anyways. Okay, they exploded. It hurt when they do that. Where's that bomb going? Did it miss? Oh shit, I need to put on engines. Oh, we're about to fire a swarm. Maybe we can get to the teleporter. Which is why we probably should have conserved our HP rather than fighting those guys. I don't know why we tussled with those guys. That was a stupid idea. Okay, they died now. Get ready to board. Oh, there's just too much shit going on. Our weapons got ionized? By what? Oh, it's an ion bomb. Okay, that's the bomb that landed. I don't even know what type of bomb it was. Okay. Anyways, we're boarding now. We can board the weapons room. We should probably board the weapons room. That's probably the best thing to board right now. And then we're going to lock it down. Wait, that's not the weapons. What did we just do? Whoops. Okay, now we only take on one person at a time. We have fight advantage. Alright, let's oxygenate all our rooms. You should be manning the weapons now. Yeah, you should be manning the weapons now. I think that's best. Well, you know what? It's better if... I should have had the NG be the piloter. Because I think it's better to have a maxed out weapon... Or not maxed out, he's at level 2 only. Because he dies and he loses skill. But actually, I think you should pilot weapons. So NG can go ahead and... Well, I'm going to have NG man it for now. And then the moment he gets there, I'm going back to piloting. We once again don't need these 2 shields. Let's take it out of there. This game's way too complex, man. And then the moment a guy enters this room, I have to swap around. It's just too much. Okay, NG, you can go now. Pilot. Oh, the ion bomb missed. Good. That wouldn't have happened if we didn't have the NG sitting in piloting room. We can now start powering the weapon. Okay, we don't have to swap their positions, but if you had walked into this tile, we would have had to swap the positions of our crew members. And there we go. I'm going to end up killing these guys anyway. I don't want them to be this low HP. You search it and find a prisoner who offers to join your crew. This is the benefit of crew killing. See how powerful it is? I can't even read the text because the shit got blocked. Anyways, yeah. We got a crew member. Teleport these guys back. I'm going to kill them with oxygen. I'm going to show you guys the thing that happens when you... That's the noise that plays when the crew members die and they don't have you get an opportunity to it plays a very loud noise like and then you get an opportunity to revive them. So there you go. Just for my safety, I should probably add an extra hole. It's always good to have padding on pretty much all the systems, but that definitely needs some padding, because if that goes down while your crew members die, there goes your crew members. Oh, warning, O2 low, whoops. Let's just speed this up. What are we waiting for? Okay. Alright, we're getting crew members. See, so maybe this is, look. So, because I bought the NG guy, I now lost out on the value of this slug, which his name is, we'll call him Yon. Or if you're not, we'll call him John depends on how you want to say it. Anyways, what was I gonna say? I was gonna say, oh yeah, I was just on it. Okay, so I didn't get the value of the slug because I had bought the NG crew member, or at least I got decreased value. I mean, yeah, I'm always. There's nothing wrong with having more crew members. That's never really too much of a downside. I think. Let's see. I have like 2 teleporters. Oh, actually, and I love this slug, because it makes it so I don't have to man sensors to see when other people are in rooms or whatever. Immune to mind control is also a cool thing. Otherwise, it's kind of just a human. And if you have sensors that are better than level 1, then the slug doesn't really provide that much value. But anyways, yeah, I'm losing out on value now. I mean, I mean, I have someone who can pop the shields, but that's like what, 5% more evasion. That's whatever. I have an extra person around, a work hand around that can repair stuff if it goes down, speeds up the repair. But otherwise, the extra crew members don't really provide a significant amount of value past just being extra work hands that can repair stuff, which is, it's a valuable thing. But the whole idea with padding rooms in the first place is to make sure you give yourself enough. And first of all, you shouldn't even be taking damage in the first place, so these are all just redundancies. Anyways, we kind of lost out on the value of this. We immediately get demonstrated to us that maybe we shouldn't have bought the engineer, because we got the extra crewmate from doing, and you tend to get extra crewmates from doing boarding kills anyway. So yeah, engineer maybe not the best purchase of all time. Anyways, we're gonna keep this guy on weapons. We're gonna have Yon. What should I do with Yon? I'm just gonna put him on doors. These are gonna be teleports. Man piloting, man weapons, man shield. And if no one boards us at the start, then we just move them over to engines, and that's gonna give us 5% more evasion. So let's go ahead and go. Let's see, where are we going? We've got 7 more jumps until the Rebel fleet catches up to us. But I think I want to still just jump to nodes that provide the most information right now. And right now, this discovers 3 new nodes. This discovers 3 new nodes also. Although technically we're going to go to the exit guaranteed anyway, so that shouldn't be of too much value. Same thing here, I would say. Let's go towards the bottom here. I think that's just the better play. And yeah, let me demonstrate to you the distance you can travel by queuing up a move command while you're inside FTL jump. So Yon was in this room, right? Now all of a sudden he's in this room here, right? That's unusual, right? Boarding an auto scout. How valuable is that? Well, we just lost the opportunity. Well, it cloaked me. Could the game let us teleport? Would it have let us teleported? Anyways, I don't know. It cloaked immediately, so you can't teleport to cloaked. Enemies, there's nothing to target, so. What has it got? A double shot heavy laser, that's easy to deal with. We'll just do that. Get some of the NG and Slugman's training. So I'm gonna move them into there and maybe put up those engines also. I don't think we'll need the swarm missile launcher at all, because we can actually train. We can train. Hold up, I just realized we can train against this. Let's just do that then. We should just train. just to make sure, I'm going to take this first volley. And even if they're not synced, it doesn't matter. Even if they're desynced, that doesn't matter. Alright, so let's do that. Easy peasy, we're training. Oh yeah, we should be training shields. We should be... We'll get their shields maxed out again. Not that it matters a whole lot. Oh, by the way, we never trained engines, but the reasoning for that, I believe, was because it was disabled in an event or something. Yeah. Okay, evasion, maxed out. Let's get you and you here. Your shield maxed already then? Okay, you go here. I shouldn't be pausing, by the way. There's no reason to pause. Oh, you're already maxed on piloting. I'm stupid. Okay, you go here then. Okay, you're maxed out in piloting, or no, who are you maxed? Yeah, you're maxed out. You're maxed. Who's not maxed out in piloting yet? You? Okay, I guess you go here. And then you go here, or you're already maxed out on that. You can go to piloting then. You're already maxed out. Okay, you now. Go here. Oh yeah, shields. Who's not on shields? Okay, let's get you to shields. Okay, is everyone maxed out in piloting now? Oh, no, not yet. Okay, I think everyone's... Okay, you go here. Oh, why am I pausing? No reason to pause. Okay, he's maxed out on everything. He's getting to get engines. You're maxed out on shields already. So you can go back to shields now. Can't train weapons, unfortunately. Everyone maxed out on shields. He's not. Let's get him to shields then. Everyone's maxed out on shields. So we basically just need to train Weishing's engines. Yep, that's it. There we go, maxed out. Now, we just end the battle. Who do I want to get the weapons training? Whoever was firing the weapons before, which was Lagarde, right? Lagarde, you get to do it. Okay, back to normal speed. Alright, perfect. We got everyone maxed on piloting, which is cool. In fact, why was I... You need to be in the engines room. You need to be closer to the weapons, so I'm going to put you in engines. Yon is going to be the pilot. And then yeah, these two are the borders. Let's demonstrate the jump once again. This guy's all the way in engines. I'm gonna send him the doors. Let's see how far he can move. All right, we've got 6 movements left. So we can go 1, 2, 3, 4, or no, we can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can go like that. I want to continue to discover new nodes though. And we've seen these already, these 3. Let's just go here. I'm not gonna try to like you. I'm gonna try to continue just moving forward. So we're gonna do that. So the engineer should have moved, right? He did. He moved from here, or was he sitting in here? He moved 1, 2. He moved diagonally. He moved some distance pretty much, and it looks like they have teleporters. So we do need to have someone sit in the engine room. All right. I wonder if they can use the teleporter if I lock it out. That's a funny thing to. Also, I can try again. Once again, train on the ship. They don't have. First of all, they don't have a med bay or clone bay. And then yeah, it's just a heavy laser and an actual a heavy beam rather, and then a mini laser, or is that just a regular laser? I don't know if it's a mini. Yeah, basically it doesn't have any way to pierce our shield once again, so we can train on this ship. No Voltan shield, so we can't train the weapons. We already trained earlier, so nothing to train on. So we're just gonna prevent their TP by going into here, I guess, and destroying the teleporter or whatever. And I'm pretty sure the lockdown will be meaning. If they go into the room, they're still going to attempt to TP out. They don't actually engage in combat. They don't wait until people leave. They'll just TP if I don't lock down here. So I'm actually going to destroy the teleporter before they can even attempt to TP. I'm pretty sure that's true. Anyways, let's just sit in the door room because we have already skill farmed. We actually don't need to sit in the engines to farm any shots that come our way. Isn't that nice? By the way, we should have had our weapons charging up. This is a mistake. I guess the piloting doesn't mean anything then. I guess we should just send this guy to weapons in case somehow any damage gets through. No, you know, I'm just going to leave him in here. Doesn't really matter. What should we shoot down? I wonder. I think we should shoot into this room and then make them leave as soon as they actually, let's shoot into this room and then we just executed that poorly. It's usually easier when you have Mantis and you can run faster than them, and then they'll chase you, and you make sure that'll make it so that your crew doesn't get hit the moment you're trying to. Like if I'm trying to do crew damage to the enemy but not to my teammates, you line it up much easier if you're faster than them. And if you're slower than them, then I don't know, I guess it's hard to do. Should we delete their O2? That's probably what we should have shot, honestly. I'm gonna have to do a swap. So pro tip, if you want to do a character swap, you just take them out of the room and then you make them re-enter like that. As so. And then I have to swap again. I know he died. Whatever. Oh, whoops. You know what? I'll let the Rockman get a kill then. I think he's doing extra damage to the oxygen just based on him being a Mantis. We should send multiple people in here. Why are we only sending one? That's stupid of me. Alright, let me gun here. And then I'll send one person out. And send one person in. Let's actually split the HP damage evenly. Oh, he went back to his ship. I need to pull you out. Or else you'll die, right? I mean, you were gonna die anyways. I was gonna kill you anyways, because you're my dedicated boarder. Why did I pull out? Why did I pull that out? I don't know. I should just let him die. That was stupid of me. Now he's gonna repair. I mean, weapons doesn't. He might just suffocate, and then I'll lose out on the HP. That's all. You usually don't care about EXP if you have Clone Bay plus Teleporter, because your skill reduces over time anyways. Also, Clone Bay is safer anyway, so it's not like I would ever want to have a healing bay with a Teleporter. I think Clone Bay is much safer. It's worth it. Anyways, we're gonna kill him because I need to get him duped. His HP is too low, and he's my boarder, so I'm gonna just kill him. Waiting for the teleporter to cool down so I can bring TAC back on. Everyone back to their dedicated stations, I guess. You know what? I'm gonna lose the kill. I'm just gonna go here. Oh, he's not suffocating yet, huh? I thought he was suffocating. I guess I could have just brought someone into the freaking sensors room so I could. Anyways, it doesn't make a huge deal. Whatever. We would have just ended up saving HP, which is not. It doesn't matter. Anyways, I mean, if he was suffocating, I should have sent a rock crew in to save HP. But anyways, it doesn't. It's whatever. We got healing jump. We're chilling. We're being chilling. Let's get max oxygen and then let's jump. Alright, let's just keep going round and round. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's engage. I probably should have looked at their weapons before I clicked that, but I don't know if... Yeah, I can see their weapons past the message box. I'm pretty sure. Is that true? I think you're allowed to see their weapons, sort of. Anyways, it's nothing. We can take this on easy peasy. We should just man the weapons in case that's a triple shot somehow. Actually, I do believe it is. So I'm going to send everyone to weapons to make sure weapons don't go down. Send all 4 of them there. Leave Yon in the pouting. Maybe have someone that's good at engines in the engine room. I think this is fine. Now you stay in pouting. Oh no, okay. You go here and you go here. Okay, that's fine. There we go. And slowly, you bum 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 bum. It was all. You guys know that from Monster? Yeah, that is a triple shot, I'm pretty sure. No, it's a double shot, huh? Alright, do we even... I mean, they have a bomb, so yeah, I'm gonna use the swarm. Hello? Did it not fire? Okay, where's that bomb? I don't know. Anyways, we're shooting the weapons here. It's in shields, and it's an ion bomb. Alright. Nothing we can do there. No! Come on, get that laser down at least. Yes! Oh no, but he took the bombs. He's too smart. He took the bomb down instead of the double laser, so that double laser is gonna hit. Pew pew. Where is it going? Piloting and weapons? Okay, good thing I had people here ready to repair that immediately. Very fast weapon repair. Nice. You can go over here and help Yon. My god. When I saw that it was an ion bomb, you know what I should have done? I should have pulled out one power and put in engines. So if the double shot ever hit, I would have increased invasion. So I kind of messed that up, but whatever. I'm not that pro, I guess. Oh, we can board now. What are we doing? We should board now. That was the plan anyways. I want you to get the repair credit. Send you back to weapons because that needs repairs again. And then begin to board. And we're gonna go into weapons. Lockdown. Looks like that's about to fire. I want to try to dodge it. Actually, we should just shield regen it. Damn! And that's where having shield recharge would have mattered. Dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Should fire a weapon now. What should we fire it at? The dodge. I don't like it. Shit getting dodged. So we're gonna destroy piloting. I don't care who gets repair credit, honestly. Let's just let those get repaired. Okay, now the match should be in our hands. Let's shoot oxygen, because we have reduced suffocation from this person. So it's a net positive to get rid of their oxygen, technically. Technically, we should kite around if we know their oxygen's going to come at some point. They get little chip, because we're slower than them though, they get little chip shots off, so you can't run them around the rosy. Not really. That does let me shoot at this weapons though freely. And this doesn't cause fire, so I know this will be a safe shot to perform. And also lets us get an extra skill point out of attack by doing that, I just realized. Alright. There's no purpose in swapping their positions, they're gonna die anyways. I just have to be prepared for that. Oh, we can send more, I totally forgot. We have a teleporter. We can send more crew members in. We should do that. Just let them die, it's okay. It's gonna happen anyway. But don't leave him hanging. Oh, whoops. The last pirate life sign blinks out and the Zoltan... Oh, we were fighting a pirate that took over a Zoltan ship, rather. Here's the bridge. Egalitarianism is a cornerstone of successful cohabitation. Please enjoy the fruits of your labor. What's egalitarianism? Doesn't that just mean a society that equally allows women to do stuff or something? Oh. I'm always thinking about it in terms of I want to say misogyny. Well, technically that is. If you're not, let me see. What does misogyny mean? Hatred or contempt. And it says or. It says or, not and. So hatred of, contempt for, or prejudice against women or girls. If you're not letting women do certain things in society, I guess you could say it's a prejudice. What does it mean to be prejudiced? Guys, what does it mean to be prejudiced? What if you have a reason for it? Prejudice is a preconceived judgment, opinion, or attitude directed towards an individual or group. What does preconceived mean? Pre what? Pre what? I guess it would depend on the context you use it in. So you can't just use prejudice. You would have to say prejudice before a certain point, which is followed up by, it is usually formed without adequate evidence, reason, or actual experience, and is frequently rooted in stereotypes, fear, and inflexible generalizations. Yeah, so that would be the sort of meaning behind that. Anyways, egalitarianism, it just means everyone's equal. So why did he say egalitarianism is it because we helped him? And then therefore he thinks he's dead anyways. Automated reloader. Isn't that amazing? That you get pre-charged weapons, right? No, I was about to say that's weapon pre-igniter. Automated reloader, then I just remembered before I even looked. It just reduces cooldown, which is good. That's a good upgrade. I'm not gonna kill him off to restore his HP. I don't want to lose his weapons skill. How much skill do you lose upon a death, anyways? I guess we're just about to find out. So he's got 12 in all of these, and I'm gonna kill him off. So to restore his HP. Oh wait! Don't use. Pro tip: if you want to TP multiple people back, it doesn't let you do this when you're TPing people in, but you can TP people out that way. Yeah, it doesn't let us TP back. I was going to demonstrate how you can't TP 3 people onto the enemy ship if you stack them, but you can TP back multiple people if they're sitting inside the same room, which is a pretty cool tech. That is weird because you wouldn't think it works that way if you can only TP 2 people in. Anyways, there's a 4-person teleporter, by the way. That's the Mantis ship, but that's the only one in the game that I know has a 4-tile wide teleporter, which is pretty OP. That is the most OP ship in the game, I believe, because it has a 4-wide teleporter. You just need to buy more crewmates. So we're about to kill this guy. So he had 12 skill and all those skills before. He's gonna revive. There might be a reason to upgrade this also just for the reduced clone speed, right? The cooldown reaction on the clone speed, so that'd probably be worth it. I know some ships, if you get breached in that position, you want to leave the hole there so you have an extra. Anyways, let's just like pro stretch it. I was gonna talk about something. I was gonna go on a tangent about something. Let's just play the game. I think I might end this. I'm gonna end the stream here. Actually, this is the perfect time to end. But yeah, we'll continue. Let's end it here though. So he had 12. He lost 3. So you lose 3 skill each time you die. It's a significant amount. So I don't think I want to kill this guy just to reset his HP. I'll let it get restored over time with FTL jumps. I'm not gonna kill him to reset the skill. We're gonna keep him in weapons. You go to the teleporter. You go to the engines, and you go to the piloting. Or actually, I think I should put him indoors to start, and then yeah, just put him indoors to start. If we get boarded, excuse me, we usually don't get shot that fast off the bat, anyways. So. Oh, look, a store. That's nice. So how many jumps we have left? We have 4 jumps. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we're out. Yeah, it's perfect. It works out perfectly for us. I guess the Rebel Fleet delay actually helped us. We wouldn't have been able to do this without the Rebel Fleet delay we did earlier in the sector. I think we did it in the sector, right? We got the Rebel Fleet delayed. That was not possible without this. 1, 2, 3, 4. We would have been on Rebel Fleet jump 5, and then we wouldn't have been able to go to the store. We would have probably had to go like this. 1, 2, 3. No, we can't even go to the here on the 3rd jump. So we would have to go 1, 2, 3. I don't know. 1, 2, 3. We would have had to do that. Now we can go 1, 2, 3, 4 rather than 1, 2, 3 because of the Rebel Fleet delay. Yeah, so it actually ended up paying off, and actually in a very significant way. So it looks like the speculative value of the Rebel Fleet delay ended up mattering, as opposed to just buying or just getting the scrap reward immediately. Also, before we end stream, is there any other part of the ship that needs upgrades? I'm just about to go into a store, so I would like to wait. Usually the only upgrades that even are relevant, other than saving up for a store, is just getting 2 more blips, upgrade blips in the shield to get a 3rd shield barrier, and then the power associated with it. That's really it. Otherwise, I'm not sure if really upgrading any system is really majorly important. I guess I could buy more evasion if I wanted. I mean, 15 is pretty cheap for an extra 5% evasion, but that's something you do with spare scrap on hard mode, because every point of scrap matters. Now that we have the slug, we don't need sensors. Otherwise, I would have upgraded that a while ago, I believe. That's pretty important to have sensors. Upgrading adds autopilot that allows some evasion even without a pilot. Does that include when the piloting system is destroyed? Do you get autopiloting when the piloting system is destroyed? I presume not, so I don't know how useful this is. Doesn't seem very useful then. I mean, what you're purchasing with this 20% scrap purchase is the ability to pull the pilot away when you need repairs. So you're buying repair speed technically at the cost of... Or rather, I mean, technically, you should pull out a pilot if you need the repair anyway. You're going to just pay 100% evasion cost of that. So what you're actually paying for is conditional 50% evasion in the scenario, maintaining 50% conditional evasion rather than losing 100% in the scenario that you need to pull someone away from the piloting system to go do perform repairs. Is that worth 20 scrap? Yeah, probably at high enough scrap levels, I would say. Maybe I should be more privy to that, to doing a piloting repair or upgrade, not repair. And also padding. You pilot the you pad the piloting system so that when it takes a hit, your evasion doesn't immediately drop to 0. It'll only drop. Well, actually, it'll drop to nothing, or it'll drop by nothing, because it'll have padding, right? So rather than losing all your evasion on a shot, you can keep your evasion. And I mean, I usually upgrade piloting anyways, just to pad it anyways. So the autopilot is sort of a bonus on top of that. Some upgrades, like I said, some upgrades are just worth it for the padding you get, for it not to go immediately out when it takes a point of damage. And usually one padding is enough. You don't need to be super like, and that's why the game allows you to upgrade shields like this, because it allows you to pad shields. In fact, maybe I should pad it now. I don't think so, but because that would presume that the shields have already been breached. So like, why do I need padding? I don't care for padding. This would basically just be missile defense insurance. If missile hits it for one hull damage or one system damage, and then you want to maintain that 2 shields so they don't combo you. Is that worth 40 scrap though? I don't know. Maybe. I'm trying to save it for the shop coming up. I'm trying to get that new shit. I'm trying to get new stuff that'll matter a whole lot more. In fact, would we want to sell this? Is this worth 20 scrap to sell? Maybe not. I mean, I like that 10% cooldown reduction. Look. This used to be 12. Wait, it's 13 seconds as a base. So I guess the 10%. Yeah, it's dropping that by 1.3. Charge time is 13 seconds. It dropped by. No, it only dropped by 1.2. Wait, what is this? It says 10%. Where's my 1.3? What a scam. 10% cooldown between each weapon shots is improved by 10%. That's just a 10% cooldown, right? 13 should go down to 11.7. Instead, I'm at 11.8. Am I reading that right? What a scam. It is not 10% cooldown reduction. Otherwise, this would read as 11.7. Anyways, that 10% on top of the manning gives 20% faster charge. So that should be 30% in total. Let me do the math on that. What should that be? 13 times 0.6, right? Because we've reduced it by 40% in total. We're not at 7.8. So it's actually multiplicative. These values are multiplicative. It's actually 11.8 times 0.7. And that gets us 8.26. Wait, how am I? I'm getting scammed. I should be at the very least 8.26. Not 9.5 is what I'm trying to say. At lowest, it should be 7. So what is happening? Why am I only getting 9.5% on a cooldown of 9.5? I'm actually getting scammed here. 20%. Oh, no, I'm stupid. I thought this read as 30%. It's 20%. Okay, so I'm stupid. Okay, so 11 point... Okay, let's do the math again. 13 times 0.7. 9.1. So I'm getting scammed. Well, this is just because it's multiplicative, probably. So 11.8, which should really be 0.7, but 11.8 times 0.8 is 9.5. Or 9.44. So it actually chose to round up this time. I don't know how the rounding is working. But what if we do 11.7, which is what it should be, because 10% of 13 is, I mean, it's very easy to do the math. It's just you move the decimal over, 1.3. Okay, 11.7 times 0.8 is 9.36. So it should really be at 9.36, but the game has put it. It's a sources of cooldown reduction seem to stack multiplicatively. So the automated reloader, yeah. Anyways, that sucks. Maybe we should sell it then if it's multiplicative, a multiplicative 10%. But I don't know. Cooldown, weapon cooldown is so juicy. I'll take any weapon cooldown I can get my hands on, honestly. Oh, we can see it by backpacking it actually. Can we backpack it, please? Hello? Is it because the game's paused? Why can't I backpack it? Put it in cargo. Oh, only weapons can go in cargo. You can't put augmentations in cargo. I'm stupid. I think the multiverse mod gives you augmentation storage slots. Or maybe that's not true. Maybe that's not true. If I shift click this, will this still get deleted? Are you allowed to discard augmentations? I think when you get an augmentation in an event, the game will just ask you have to replace one of your augments, and then you can delete the one that you want to replace then and there. So I think that's how you get rid of augmentations if you're maxed out in augmentations. Anyways, 1, 2, 3, 4. Or no, we could go to the store immediately. Actually, let's just go to the store immediately. We can go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, because this also connects to the exit. So we should just go to the store immediately. Skip this node because it doesn't give that much new information. You know what? Okay, let's delay ending the stream then. We're gonna go to the store. Okay. Second page of store. Why is that popping up? Is it because we're on sector 2? Does the sector 1 store not have a second page? Anyways, this is the second page for augmentation. I don't think any augmentation in the game is worth buying ever. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't think any augmentation in the game is ever worth buying. That may be untrue though. That may be untrue. That can definitely be untrue, right? Like, would long-range scanners be worth buying? Huh, that's actually a very interesting question. I wonder if that's worth buying for 30 scrap. It's pretty good on the stealth ship. You pretty much keep that the entire game. There's no reason to sell that ever, I think. Getting information about how to perform beacon jumps is worth it, especially if there's like a sun or an ionizing event or some shit. Like, you don't want to step onto those. You don't want to step onto an asteroid field fight. That's just bad. You don't want to step on that, and that's given to the stealth ship for that reason, so you don't just get fucked up by RNG going into an asteroid field as a stealth ship. That's really bad. So I mean, I'll think about it. I mean, I'm just gonna what I think. I mean by think, I'm gonna look it up on Reddit because there's probably people who already answered what augmentations are worth buying. Purchase comes with free defense drone Mark 1. Yeah, defense control usually comes with a free drone. Yeah, that's a good drone. The defense drone is a good drone. It's even better than the Mark II. The defense drone Mark II is usually, I think it's arguably weaker than the second because you only need, it's more power to power drone Mark II, the defense drone Mark II, but it doesn't actually do that much more. It just has the ability to destroy when the enemy sends their drones at you. You can destroy them on top of being able to destroy missiles. But missiles alone is already worth it, and it's one power. And yeah, drone control is. I'd much sooner buy a drone control than buy a power and shield for padding, right? That's why that shield padding is not worth it. We only have 2 more slots, and I intend to put cloaking and hacking in here. So I don't think I'm going to buy drone control. That's not going to be worth it. I would have to have some existing drones from an event for that to be, for me to make that worth it to me, or whatever. For that to be made worth to me. I don't know how you say it exactly. The grammar there. Mind control's strong too. Mind control's strong too, but we bought boarding already. We only have 2 slots left. We only have 2 slots of systems left. So I think I'm just gonna buy, yeah, cloaking and hacking. That's what I'm gonna save up for that. I don't think I'm gonna want to buy mind control. It's a solid system, but if I have to give up cloaking or hacking for it, I'm just gonna pick hacking over mind control. Cloaking is too OP. I'm never giving that up. It's pretty much always super duper useful for the Rebel flagship. It lets you dodge that huge burst of projectiles, and you power that up with cloaking. You power up cloaking with 1 energy blip in it to dodge it, and that's what you do. And you always buy it for the Rebel flagship. Always buy cloaking. Always buy cloaking. I don't think there's any scenario where I'm not buying cloaking on the in a run. So yeah. So we're buying none of these. And we're buying none of these. And we're also buying maybe this. And then we're also going to pay for hull repair. Some amount of hull repair. We'll see. Maybe just 3 points again, like last time. Because we got knocked down. You got to remember, we this is the amount we were at last store, right? And I think we bought 3 blips of hull repair. Looks like we took 3 damage since then. And the whole damage we took was impreventable. I think I just made a mistake on top of that, so we're just playing well. All right, so let me Google this. They're obviously very nice to have, but I rarely buy them, and I'll happily sell them for something that makes my ship stronger. Really? Mike Hopley. Actually, I feel the same way about long-range scanners. If I can sell the scanners to like get a very important, crucial shot bot purchase, I will actually sell long-range scanners. In that instance. To watch this video. This guy is explaining why... Okay, let's just watch this video.
Hello everybody, it's Bell. The purpose of this video is to discuss how one budgets a run in FTL. This is difficult to conceptualize because most theory is just based upon experience.
Oh, Mike Hopley, comment on this video. One other thing about players deciding to keep long-range scanners instead of buying shields. I suspect some of it is down to loss aversion. People really hate losing things they already possess. That's why loss aversion is used so much as... Okay, whatever.
You'll see what works and you kind of do that again and you just try not to repeat what doesn't. So
This guy, Mike Hopley, commented in a second time. You make videos too, right, Mike Hopley? Let's see your channel. You do. Oh, I remember this guy. I'm subscribed to him, actually. Alright. First thing, a very high win rate. The most important thing is to be consistent at the early game. So that means being quick to get what you need to survive Sector 1, usually 2 shields. And then making sure you get what you need for Sectors 3 to 5. Usually a weapon upgrade and some systems. Yeah, that's I know this already. Making back money over the whole game isn't really relevant because you really want to have scrap at early stores more than at the flagship. Yes, this is true. I still like scanners because they help me avoid some nasty hazard beacons and prepare for them if that's possible. And here's that they should help. So avoid some They should help avoid some low rolls in terms of advantage rewards per sector. However, I haven't tested that. If I improve my low rolls by 1 reward, then they should pay those very quickly. That said, if I was 15 scrap short of a good weapon or a system that would always have, I would always at least consider selling them. Usually selling them would be the right play, and even more in early game. Win fights is more important than being able to find. Being able to win fights is more important than being able to find them. Yes, that is true. Do I have... Okay, so the question with this ship is, do I have any issues with damage? No. If I need an extra blip of damage, I can always wait on the swarm to charge an extra damage. This ship has shield piercing. It has incredibly powerful weapons. I never find myself in a hurdle over trying to go past shields. Also, I don't need to go past shields necessarily all the way and be very powerful with them. That's it's not a very big consideration. What I have is crew teleporting, so I should be utilizing that most of the time, more of the time. So we got out of sector 1 with double shields. You know, there we go. Now we're just looking to get some important systems, like if my ship were lacking any systems, I would need to purchase that. Some ships, like the Stealth, lack a shield. You need to fucking buy that. It's very fast. So I don't have anything that's immediately something I need to buy. I don't need hacking immediately. I don't need cloaking immediately. Those are the two things I'm gonna get in the late game. Usually for me, that's my strategy. That's my way I go. I'm probably gonna get the backup battery. I mean, that's the only thing that can go in the slot, right? There's no other subsystem that can go into the slot. Otherwise, probably just padding the oxygen, and oxygen is not even, sure, padding the oxygen, but I have like really good crew members that can go, and I have enough crew members that can go around repairing. I'm not very tight on that thing. Also, you shouldn't prioritize oxygen. You shouldn't prioritize any room padding at all. You need to really care about getting just good shops and making sure you're open to buying good stuff from shops. That's it, really. Other than being open to buying stuff from shops, like I think most of the time I don't even really start spending my points on my own ship until I get everything I need from shops. Other than the shield, right? Other than trying to always keep up with enemy damage through the shield. Shield and weapons, by far the most important upgrades. You want to make sure you're always having enough. Between energy shields and weapons, everything else, you shouldn't touch it, really. You should save up for shops. But once you have everything you need from the shops, and you've got the weapons and shields and energy to acceptable points, then you can start touching all this other stuff, right? You can start touching all the other stuff. Yeah. That's how I think. Let's watch this video. You know, I'm actually...
For this presentation, I'm tasked to codify why I spend scrap the way I do. So I had to kind of go back...
Purchasing scrap is probably the one of, if not the most important, sort of broad, general, overarching, whatever, skill to have in this game. This is how you play FTL1.
Runs and give the skeletal structure of how I've come to like make the actual decisions that I do, other than feel like they're the right ones. It's not a particularly convincing argument. And here's what I've come up with in my case against value. Now, most players have a, I would say, myopic approach to value. To many, value is just something that generates more money than it costs to acquire. Long-range scanners, scrap recovery arm.
The thing is, long-range scanners... Long-range scanners purchase. Should I do it? I am past Sector 1. I do not have any issue with weapons. Usually by now, I would be spending money on weapons, and I should be saving up money for weapons. I don't have issues with offensive power. I'm not trying to upgrade offensive power right now. My offensive power is good for a pretty damn long time, if not forever. With in the case of boarding, which is why boarding is so OP. Yeah.
buying blue options, like level 2 teleporter piloting, or even diving, which is this idea that you're going to buy something now that you wanted later in the hopes to generate more scrap. So you're diving early. And
I would just call that. Is that the word you use? Diving. My term is speculative value, speculative purchase.
and trying.
It's kind of what you do in you do that actually in Slay the Spire. For example, what is it called? On Slay the Spire 1, there's this item, or not item. There's this card called Dark Embrace. Every time you exhaust a card, you get card draw, and people take that speculatively with no exhaust in their deck, and it gets value. You should probably a lot of the time do a speculative Dark Embrace card draft, but anyways,
to increase your survivability by
I call it just the speculative purchase or speculative decision.
buying, say, like engines and reactor, which again, they were things you want, and you get a little bit more scrap, so you have more value. And it's easy to see how these purchases or decisions can create more money for
LRS blue options. More ship fights. Avoid hazards. However, LRS provides no defense or offensive assistance in fights, and not all hazards can be avoided. Furthermore, prioritizing storage should be a bigger factor in sector routing than chasing scrap. There is no warning for drones. Prioritizing storage should be a bigger factor in sector routing than chasing scrap. How exactly are you routing in a way that gives you the option to perform that trade-off? I don't understand. What do you mean? Like if you see a store, you're going to want to route in a way to where you're taking the most nodes before you visit the store to utilize the most scrap? Is that what he's talking about? Is that what he means by store routing? Rather than chasing scrap. Okay, so I think that's what he means, which basically would diminish the value of long-range scanners. Because the moment you find the store, you're going to just want to bounce around the nearby nodes anyways to try to build up as much scrap as possible before going to the store. I don't understand. I think that's what he means. Because otherwise, if you're routing in a way to attempt to discover a store, in the same way that you're attempting to discover a fight, they're the same. You click on the nodes that provide you the most new node vision, right? You're doing that anyways, in an attempt to usually look for a distress call from me personally. Anyways, let's watch this video. It's 46 minutes long. I'm gonna need to speed this up.
Here, but as I said, it's a pretty narrow view of value. It's why, having this very narrow view of value, higher level players don't buy crew or scrap recovery arm. Not because of budgetary reasons per se, and we'll get more. This very narrow view of value, higher level players don't buy crew or scrap recovery arm. Not
Higher level players don't buy crew members? Well, I just bought an NG one. Some ships do need some amount of crew to be operable. Some ships just require you buy crew. NGB is obviously a big one. Yeah. Usually you shouldn't buy crew. Buying crew is a bad idea. If you have enough crew to have a satisfactory amount of crew members, it's not much value. You shouldn't be buying things that make it easier to repair your ship because you shouldn't be taking damage in the first place. You should do things that provide preventative value towards not taking damage. And just like Darkest Dungeon, it's usually entails having a approach that moves faster than the enemy and hits them hard. That sort of thing. Anyways, let's continue.
No.
Yeah, I don't buy fucking scrap recovery arm though. I don't do that. That's fucking retarded. But long range scanners I think might be worth it, dude. All I'm paying is 15. I'm paying 15 scrap for it. 15 because you can sell you pay 30 and then you sell it for 15 later if you need to sell it. Which I would be willing to do, because long range scanner, all it needs to do is scout out is just make you move in one direction rather than another one time. And I think it already breaks even. It breaks even if it's utilized even just once, I believe, this long range scanner. Boom. The moment you utilize it once, you're getting paid off. After that, it's bonuses. Why do people not want to buy long range scanners? It's 30 scrap. Come on. Let's watch this. I mean, obviously, if I already own the long range scanner on the stealth ship, I will sell it. If 15 scrap is the price I have to pay, or the long range scanners being lost is the price I have to pay to get 15 scrap to get an important weapon. Not weapon, but honestly, it's gonna be a shield purchase on the shield. You want to get that. You want to get that shield upgrade at ASAP. So I would honestly, yeah, I would sell a long range scanner if it means, okay, I'm about to go into this next sector. I'm about to fight harder and harder enemies. Honestly, you should just upgrade it immediately. Maybe I should sell long range scanners consistently just to get that next shield level immediately. Anyways,
reasons per se, we'll get more into that later, but because they find it unlikely to get a good return on their investment. However, there is far more at stake than simply expecting a net scrap gain, and I think a really good example to showcase this is long-range scanners versus shields. All of the stealth ships start with long-range scanners, but they lack a shield system. So let's go ahead and assess their... all of the stealth ships start with long-range scanners, but they lack a shield system. So let's go ahead and assess their
okay, so if he's talking about the stealth ship, then yeah, sell it, because you already own it. But I'm about to purchase it in a shop that's not in the stealth. So I guess this is just an example he's using. They're not actually talking about long range scanners. They're talking about long range scanners on the stealth ships.
Values, and then
which is a different argument.
Decisions that they do
scenario
in terms of those two items. So long range scanners do net a lot of blue options. Players will have more options at beacons and can generally secure better rewards with blue options. You're also much more likely to find fights with long range scanners because they'll show you where the fights are in a sector, whatever beacons are in range, and you would expect to get more scrap from a fight than an empty beacon on average. And long range scanners allow you to avoid hazards. Hazards are very dangerous, particularly in early sectors, and particularly when you don't have a shield system. Now, on the downside, long range scanners really don't provide any offensive or defensive assistance in fights. They don't change those outcomes. It can't avoid all hazards, because sometimes sectors just force you to go through them. And furthermore, prioritizing stores should be a bigger factor in sector routing than chasing scrap. And again, that's another more later thing. Also, they don't actually provide a warning for, say, like drones, which are one of the biggest threats early to all those stealth ships. On the other hand, we have shields. Shields provide defense. There's a defense against all non-missile weapons, defense against all the drones, and provide a way to prevent system and hull damage from occurring. Shields also kind of enable us to get crew kills. It's far easier to kill crew on an enemy ship when you don't have concerns that your ship is going to be damaged. A lot of crew kills kind of require that your weapons aren't interrupted, such as, like...
Okay, this argument's stupid. Yeah, if I'm playing stealth, and I'm 15 scrap away from buying the shield system in the shop, and I know I'm gonna have to risk going through many nodes until I see another shop node. Okay, it's not just something you can buy in this menu here. In this, let me show you. In this, like, immediately buy in this systems menu. Then yeah, sell the long range scanners to get that shield purchase on the spot. I mean, I'm not retarded, but out of spite, I'm gonna just buy this long range scanners. I think it's definitely worth it. Boom.
Like, ioning down their oxygen. So it's really important that your tips, such as, a lot of crew kills kind of roll crew on an enemy ship when you don't hull damage from occurring. Shields also kind of enable us to get crew kills. It's far easier to kill.
Yeah, shields are extremely important. They now enable you to shield train, or to train skills. They enable you to get crew kills, because if you can infinitely stall a fight, then you can, ionize oxygen, go for crew kills. Shields are a very important system.
Kill crew on an enemy ship when you don't have concerns that your ship is going to be damaged. A lot of crew kills kind of require that your weapons aren't interrupted, such as, like ioning down their oxygen. So it's really important that you're safe when trying to go for crew kills. And hazards just are a lot safer. Shields effectively reduce how much fires can be started by a solar flare. They
Wait, they do? I didn't know that.
Lower the shields effectively reduce how much fires can be started by a solar flare.
Really? I did not know that.
Lower the fear against asteroids. Reduce how much fires can be started by a solar flare. They drastically lower the fear against asteroids, and even provide you with a way to manipulate the RNG involved with a pulsar. Now,
how? Wait, what? How?
Shields, to get a little bit more in depth, create this positive loop in battles, right? Players' weapons are more protected, so players' weapons are constantly functioning as they should be, and they're not going online. Thus, you're damaging enemy weapons and enemy systems, and that's increasing safety on your ship. It also makes it far easier to stop ships from running. I know this is a frustration for myself when I'm trying to stop ships from running away and they hit me in the weapons, and as I'm doing repairs that our FTL is simply charging. Shields make this far less of a concern. And as I said earlier, like, while we avoid hazards which could potentially have scrap in them with the long-range scanners, we simply take those fights and we get that money because we have shield systems and it makes them safe. So why is it then when you're in an early store with a cell ship and the player is 15 or less scrap, and you're in an early store with a cell ship and the player is 15 or less scrap, let's go ahead and put an than that, away from affording shields, do players reject shields? And I've asked them, why? Why did you make that decision? Why did you choose to not buy shields by merely selling long-range scanners? And they simply respond, value. It's not part of the plan. I'm going to get more money. Now, I did just break down why shields are clearly superior than long-range scanners. And most people in a 1v1 comparison would agree that shields are better. So then why do so many players reject the better option? And it is because, as I said, their value assessments are lacking. Now, you may counter that argument by saying the above scenario is very specific, which is true, or that it is a calculated risk. You'll say, sure, shields are safer, but long-range scanners aren't dangerous, and I get away with it, or like you don't see the risk. I actually doubt they're making a calculated risk assessment. Again, we'll address that momentarily. But the two goals I am trying to attempt to make with the first argument here is that please sell long-range scanners to buy shields, and secondly, people's value assessments just aren't nearly as good as they believe them to be. So let's talk about that calculated risk. It isn't. It's a guess risk, much like how I started this video talking about how I know what I feel is right, and then coming up with the arguments to support these actual things versus saying it feels. Players' value assessments are kind of the same. They just feel like it's right. I sincerely doubt that any player, not named Mike Hopley, went through and did 100 runs making the trade-off of selling long-range scanners for shields, and then did 100 runs, not named Mike Hopley, went through. They just feel like it's right. I sincerely doubt that any player, not named Mike Hopley, went through and did 100
Mike Hopley is the person.
runs making the trade-off of selling long-range scanners for shields, and then did 100 runs without it, and came away with the conclusion that long-range scanners was best. Right? Not that that was the conclusion, but that they did the testing. I didn't do that testing. That long-range scanners was making the trade-off of selling long-range scanners for shields, and then did 100 runs without it, and came away with the conclusion that long-range scanners was best.
And you did this on stealth? I mean, on stealth, yeah, you do it. Anyways, I bought long-range scanners. It's 100% worth it in my scenario. $15 scrap to see. Yeah, it's
Not
so
that that was the
worth
conclusion,
it.
but that they did the testing. I didn't do that testing. The other thing is people also assume that long-range scanners help them to win the run, that they would have lost otherwise. That's kind of the key, right? You have to assume that you would have lost that run without long-range scanners, or that value that they provided you wasn't really a value. Also, players never blame long-range scanners for costing them a run when buying it was actually directly responsible for the loss. I have seen many people weak in their offense, or weapons generally, and they have two stores ahead of them. And what they do is they get to that first store, they find long-range scanners, and they snap by it. And then they find they have priced themselves out of visiting the second store, so they just skip it. I don't have money, I'm not going to go to that store. And when they die, they just kind of shrug and state, well, you know, I just never really found a good weapon.
Yeah, I'm not really going to suffer from that issue. Not with this setup I have, so. I'm purchasing long-range scanners now. It's a win more option, and I am winning well. So I have the freedom to buy it, so I'm going to do that purchase.
While it was possible for that store to be devoid of weapons, it's clearly much more likely to have improved your ship's offense over buying long-range scanners, which, as we already discussed, doesn't actually improve your offense or defensive capabilities. The issue here at its core is opportunity cost. Now, opportunity cost is...
So how have I spent my scrap so far? How have I spent it? My first purchase ever, I'm pretty sure, was the... Was it the teleporter or was it the 2 shields? Anyways, the total cost has been... We can rewatch the stream for that. Because there's no replay system in FTL. That's why I like streaming, honestly, so I can rewatch my runs. I'm pretty sure teleporter, that's one of them, 90 scrap. Shields, that was 50 scrap, so we spent 140 there. I haven't even touched power yet. And I've spent money on a crew member. I think it was 50. So 190 scrap is the sum of what I've spent on this run. Oh, and I just bought long range scanners. 190 plus 30. 220 scrap is what I've spent. The sum of what I've spent on this run so far. And those have all been very big, hefty purchases that are worth it. That are very, very worth it.
element that the spending money on...
Oh, let me just show you guys this video I'm watching. Let me just do that. Let me just pull it out and... Wait, what's happening? Wait, what is going on? Let me just fucking... Let me make this its own tab. What is doing?
It's clearly much more likely.
Open tab, a new window. There we go. I was about to say. I don't know what was going on. Okay. Open tab, a new window. Okay, let's close that. I got some shit open I need to close. Cheat engine, let's close that. FTL, let's close that. And let's open a browser cap. Let's watch this video and then we end stream. But I'm done with playing FTL now. We're putting this guy at 2x speed because he speaks too slowly.
To improve your ship offensive or line long range standards, which as we already discussed, doesn't actually improve your offensive or defensive capabilities. The issue here at its core is opportunity cost. Now, opportunity cost is pop, or they find long range standards and they snap by it, and then they find they price themselves out.
Okay, opportunity cost. That's I know that. I'm not a retard. Most people are, honestly.
Visiting the second store,
So this video is worth value, but I'm just watching it for myself always.
so they just skip it. I don't have money, I'm not going to go to that store. And when they die, they just kind of shrug and say, well, you know, I just never really found a good weapon. While it was possible for that store to be devoid of weapons, it's clearly much more likely to have improved your ship's offensive or buying long-range standards, which, as we already discussed, doesn't actually improve your offensive or defensive capabilities. The issue here at its core is opportunity cost. Now, opportunity cost is just the acknowledgement that spending money on something negates the possibility of spending that money on anything else. You spend 30 scrap on long-range scanner, it's gone, you can't buy anything else with it. So when buying long-range scanners or upgrading, say, your sensors or your medbay for blue options, you have now restricted your ability to buy weapons and systems at a store. It may not feel like you're doing that, but as the chart will show you, it's actually pretty drastic how little it takes to price yourself out of a wide range of options. So let's go ahead and kind of take a look at these. As I said, divided into our scrap ranges. So 35 scrap buys us an ion blast center, or potentially a backup battery. 50 scrap increases our range all the way up to generally 80. 80 is the number everyone kind of holds on to because that's your hacking reverse laser 2 and buys potentially a backup battery. 50 scrap increases our range all the way up to generally 80. 80 is the number everyone kind of holds on to because that's your hacking reverse laser 2 and buys pretty much.
Hold on, I gotta slow
So
him
let's
down a
go ahead
little
and
bit.
take a look at these. As I said, divided into our scrap ranges. So 35 scrap buys us an ion blast center, or potentially a backup battery. 50 scrap increases our range all the way up to generally 80. 80 is the number everyone kind of holds on to because that's your hacking reverse laser 2 and buys pretty much any weapon that you would want to have. So as we mentioned, long-range scanners or those kind of things are like, 25, 30 scrap. Even at like the 80 threshold here, we see that a 30 scrap off of your 80 drops you down to 50. And that's if you're at 80. If you're even a scrap less than 80, you've essentially locked yourselves into ion blast, stunner, backup battery, and a small bomb. That's it. That's the only thing you can get from the store. Now,
I was
really
thinking,
wanna-
you know, when it comes to scrap cost, I don't have the shop purchases memorized, like the big important ones. I probably should, because routing in a way where you spending scrap in a way where you conserve scrap at these thresholds, it is important. You can't just and it makes you decide between should I save up for a store or should I upgrade on systems upgrades now. I mean, if you need them now, you can upgrade them now, but when it comes to those sort of speculative holding on to scrap purchases rather than just spending money on your ship, once your ship has all the shop purchases it needs, I mean, you can pretty safely just start upgrading your system only, luxury purchases like energy and engines, that sort of thing. But anyways, let's continue.
to showcase how this could be a problem in a run-by-run basis, but I thought it would be bad to like hit up another player and be like, hey, I, Crow Revel, am doing this video saying why your playing style in FTL is completely, utterly wrong, and I'm going to be trashing it throughout the duration of this video, and would like to use some clips because you do this a lot.
You could have just asked people to do that voluntarily through a public post. I guess he doesn't want to be mean, whatever.
I decided not to go that route, and instead merely looked at how I used to play about 5 years ago, and this is a video I actually already did. I did a review of the above URL and of a run on my alternate channel where I talked about the decision-making problems that I had, but we're going to just take a look more in depth at the starting sector and the scrap decisions that were made. So we see, here we are, early on we're just the normal Kestrel A, and we have this opportunity to go ahead and get a free NG. Well, NGs have a lot of value, tons of blue options, they have double repair speed, it's really fantastic. Now let's skip the part that I should have already got a shield buffer for this particular ship. By accepting the NG here, and I did, I've limited my ability to upgrade my shields automatically, which means some of those really nasty fights, Zoltan shields, combat drones, hazard events, are going to be that much spookier. But I go ahead and grab the NG here. What this also does, though, however, is that it is a massive reduction in potential scrap for the sector because this is a high scrap reward. Slaver ships are, across the board, a high scrap reward, which means in Sector 1 we are going to get either somewhere in the range of 19 to 23 scrap for this. Alright? So let's remember that. Let's see, a little bit on. We go to 34 and 30, or nearabouts.
Wait, so he's saying he shouldn't have taken this NG crew member and should have just killed the ship? No way.
High scrap reward, which means in Sector 1 we are going to get either 9 somewhere reward, Slayer ships. It is a massive reduction in potential scrap for the sector because this is a high scrap reward. Slayer ships are across the board a high scrap reward, which means in Sector 1 we are going to get either somewhere in the range of 19 to 23 scrap for this. Alright, so let's remember that. Let's see, a little bit on. We go to 34 and 30, or nearabouts. And we have finally upgraded our shields too. Pretty standard for the ship, and we'll get into a little bit more detail for upgrading packing. And we're now down to 11 scrap. Again, we have 11 scrap and that trusty NG versus another 19 to 23 scrap.
Yeah, but you would have lost out on the opportunity cost of having an NG in your crew helping you in the fights that you took place in between. What the fuck is he on about?
On there, so we should actually.
He's talking about this as if the NG is a long range scanner. No, it's an actual. It's something that actively does aid you in combat.
Be at 30 to 34 scrap currently. A little bit later in the run, we'll check the timestamps here. And as we're playing through, I have decided to go ahead and buy reactor heater. This is kind of an okay move if you're not as good with your microwing and you're not as comfortable with moving power between your weapons and.
Yeah, that was not a good energy purchase. You should just move energy between engines and oxygen.
Engines using micropause. But here, we just spent another 20 scrap that I really didn't need to spend, okay?
Okay, that's just because you're bad.
So we tack that on
But the NG, you should take the NG trade. That is worth it, I think.
the end, which means that our 36 scrap here is actually more like 75 to 79 scrap. And then we find ourselves in the upcoming Nebula sector, and we didn't really get any money at those last couple jumps, and now we are here, right? And we have our 36 scrap, and the question is, what if this, or this beacon here, were stores? Well, we go back to our handy little chart here, we see that we don't have much of a range of being able to buy anything at that store. In fact, we really don't even have an opportunity to like hit a couple jumps and then come back. I mean, maybe we can get a lot more money before we actually double back to the store, but effectively we stuck ourselves. So what we've done here is, in fact, we sacrificed our early scaling to have bigger scaling at the end. And this is particularly wrong because early sectors are the most dangerous sectors in FTL. I decided to provide you with a list of my 895 documented runs of FTL and my 106 losses during those runs, and we should see very clearly that the most dangerous sectors were Sectors 1 and Sectors 4. About 60% of my losses have occurred in those two sectors, and less than 15% of my losses have occurred after Sector 5. Now this is going pretty far back in my FTL career, and gives me an overall win rate of about 88%. Now over my last 440 runs, I have a 94% win rate, and then it jumps up to about 97 for the last 260. But still, Sector 1 and Sector 4, particularly Sector 4, are still arguably the most dangerous sectors that are in FTL. And we'll get into why that is, and why, like I said, trying to use the early sectors to generate more money is dangerous and not a good way to succeed in FTL. We can skip about why that is. So why are these sectors the most dangerous, and how this sort of dictates play and how we should spend our scrap. So Sector 1, which is where we'll start, you are the least prepared. Your ship normally has some sort of glaring weakness that has to be addressed. It's a weakness that can be easily exposed. Enemy ships with like Zoltan Shield, Rebel Riggers, or Rebel Disruptors, which for some unknown reason both of these ships can exist in hazards, or even the shield hacking event, are exceptionally dangerous things that can occur. And even certain...
Well, good thing the ship I have doesn't have a glaring weakness. It's actually OP.
Power weapon setups, flat 1s, burst 2s with small bombs or missiles, or just our friendly Artemis, even potentially double heavy laser 1s can be really, really dangerous and deal absurd amounts of damage to a player before they have a chance of stabilizing. Now, fortunately, where a player gets the most value or the most security to continue out the run is actually investing in their own ship. So we see here, kind of divvied up the ships and how I generally upgrade them. There's 22 ships where I upgrade the shields first. There are 4 ships, Stealth A and C, Zoltan A, Zoltan C, where I spend 25 scrap upgrading their weapon systems. Actually, it's 35 scrap with Zoltan A. The Manta ship, I upgrade engines to try and get out of fights earlier because they're an ability to fix things. And then we have the Stealth B here, which you generally wish to upgrade cloaking so you can pre-cloak the fights. Now,
Engines first upgrade. Because you usually FTL jump out of them. I've never FTL jumped... I've never FTL jumped out of a fight as a... I've never done that, actually. I honestly just restart the run if that happens. If it's on Sector 1, Honestly, I think most people don't value dying in Sector 1 because I think what they do is they think, if I die, I'm just going to reset the run. So I think most people in Sector 1, they get into a habit of just... They don't play for win rate, pretty much. I don't think people play FTL for win rate, dude. That's why they make, you could say, poor decisions. Or they don't optimize well for being in scenarios where they're, like, behind. They don't go for win rate, yeah.
The Manta ship, I upgrade engines to try and get out of fights earlier because they're an ability to fix things. And then we have the Stealth B here, which...
That's a weird decision. Maybe I'll think about that.
The Manta ship, I upgrade engines to try and get out of fights
Mantis, that looks like Mantis B. Why are you running away as Mantis B?
earlier because they're an ability to fix things. And then we have the Stealth B here, which you generally want
That's not That's got to be not Mantis B, right?
to upgrade cloaking so you can pre-cloak the fights. Now, this pathing isn't universal. Some players do prefer to actually get weapon buffers for the Federation A and the Slug C, so their weapons continue to fire.
Oh. Okay, so and then I was struggling a little bit to understand the weapons upgrade as the first thing. I was like, wait, you're not slotting in any new weapons? Oh, weapon buffering. Yeah, that's obviously very important.
Some other discrepancies of players, I think like Hollow and Mike both kind of delay upgrading shields on the Rock A so that they can better afford Teleporter by selling Hull Missile and Rock Plating. Some players don't do upgrades with the Zoltan ships to start with. I also think, if I recall, that Hollow's guide talks about upgrading Teleporter in some of the boarding ships to deal with auto ships, so you can like bring your crew back safely. In some of the boarding ships start with. I also think, if I recall, that Hollow's guide talks about upgrading Teleporter in some of the boarding ships.
Yeah, I do that. Sometimes you need if you have a med bay rather than a clone bay, you do need to upgrade. You do in fact need to upgrade Teleporter, so you're on that cooldown threshold to where they can come back before they suffocate out. Yeah, I've done that before. So like, I don't think he's telling me. I know FTO well. I don't need to watch this video to hear about the shit he's talking about. I think the long range scanner's purchase I just did was 100% worth it. It's 15 scrap that I'm spending just so I can get value, and I'm not. My run's not gonna die, dude. My run's not gonna die. I have a really good thing going right now. So.
To deal with auto ships, so you can like bring your crew back safely. But anyways, this is sort of like the general guide, and just shows where you can spend your early money on your own ship, and you sort of stabilize for that first sector. But after that,
I think once I start seeing, does Sector 4, when you start seeing enemy ships have 2 blips of shield? Because at that point, I do think I need to change things, because the crystal launcher or crystal thing I have, it only pierces one pierces enemy shield by 1. So Sector 4, he says, when things start to get hard for him. That's when enemies start getting 2 bubbles of shield, right? That's got to be why his runs end on Sector 4, if not Sector 1.
where are kind of the best places to put your money? Like I said, so these upgrades will sort of stabilize your run for the first 2 sectors. The first 2 sectors are generally the same in terms of enemy ship difficulties. And that's why, these are the upgrades players get and adhere to because of that very reason. You won't see too many discrepancies on there, but like I said, some of them still do exist. Now, in hard mode, Sector 2 ships are about, as I said, same difficulty as Sector 1 ships. Sector 3 ships are far more likely to have 2 shields and upwards of 5 power and weapons, so they offer a pretty decent challenge in terms of how much more they've scaled. And then once we get to Sector 4, we are looking at 3 shielded ships. Now, most starting weapon ships...
Oh shit! 3 shields on Sector 4. Okay.
We are looking at 3 shielded ships. How much more they've scaled. And then once we get to Sector 4, we are looking at 3 shielded ships. Now, most starting weapon ships, your non-boarding ships, they can deal pretty consistently 2 damage through a single shield bubble. Of course, there are exceptions. And then 2 shielded ships can present a sort of solid challenge for most starting loadouts. Go ahead and change that one as well. And then 3 shielded ships are almost impossible to crack with most starting weapons outside of ships with hacking, teleporter, or some type of missile weapon. So it would make sense for players to prioritize dealing with these likely obstacles. Thus, a player must consider what it will take to have an effective offense against the in-game scaling, and then how much scrap is required so that I can scale my offense in this way. Now, here I have some estimates, using the best numbers available that I could, on scrap on a sector by sector breakdown of those first 4 sectors. I believe Twinge was the first person who did a lot of score recording for the first sector and determined that the average was about 120 to 130. And then sector 2 would have more variance because it's just a wider range of sectors, but would kind of sit in about the same average range. Outside of that, we have no slug sectors. They don't show up until sector 4. Meklos did an extensive testing on sector 4 where they did about 200 runs through every sector 4. However, in that guide, they indicated that they had sort of died every sector, so that enabled them to have like an extra jump. It's also very likely that they skipped stores. I was having a conversation with Mike Hopley about trying to figure out what these numbers and these averages.
I don't care, man. I already know in my mind that long range scanners is worth it. I'm paying 15 scrap right now, and I'm gonna get a lot of value from that. And I can get the value whenever I can get the value later easily. I do intend, if it doesn't do anything. Does it do anything if you're in the last sector and you're fighting the rebel flagship? Does it actually do anything? Long range scanners? I think it actually continues to provide value in that last sector. Although it may not matter as much because you might want to just zip line to the. You may just want to zip line to the little refueling stations, anyways, and so you want to path that way to give yourself as much time to get to them. So I guess if you see a shop in the sector leading up to that last one, you should just sell it for 15 scrap there. Long range scanners is so valuable. I mean, if you're just buying it from the shop, if you're selling it on the starting stealth ship and you need to buy shields, yes, do it. Be right back. I gotta pee, by the way. Alright, I'm back.
Were, and it seemed that Meklos' numbers were a little bit high. And Mike took the original data and then downscaled it based on a range of outcomes. So for example, medium rewards in Sector 1 and 2 are about 12 to 19 scrap, but they are 21 to 35 in Sector 4. And so we kind of tend to numbers down, but then people also are going to go to more scrap-friendly sectors, like less likely to go to Uncharted. So, and then for like Sector 3 down, but then people also are going to go to more scrap-friendly sectors, like less likely to go to Uncharted. So, and then for like Sector 3, just kind of split the difference between the Sector 2 and Sector 4. To just give us a less likely to go to Uncharted. So, and then for like Sector 3, just kind of split the difference between the Sector 2 and Sector 4 to just give us a range, like I said, of what we are going to expect as scrap gains within a sector. Now, there's a couple important things we should take away from this. First, selling sturdy items is not considered. Like I said, the scrap average that I have provided is just what you're going to get as rewards and like free stuff. Okay, so varying ships have augments or weapons that you can, drones that you can sell off and, you know, have a quick infusion of scrap early on. Second, it kind of is going to showcase that players really don't have a lot of scrap to keep up with game scaling. Again, we're going to get in depth with that more so. And third, these are averages. It's really important to understand that these are averages, and estimated ones at that. I have personally seen and played where I got 250 scrap in Sector 1. Also, I've gotten as little as 49 scrap in Sector 1. In fact, 2 runs ago with an NG80, I got 46 scrap in a human for my Sector 1 efforts. I also had a really good sub-35 scrap Sector 2 in an abandoned Sector 1. Fun times. So again, these are averages. And as for upgrading players after players have stabilized with that self-investment, I think it is really wise to just hoard all the scrap for upcoming stores. I said we'd get back to that eventually. Stores provide the player with
Yeah, I do that quite often. I just, hoard for stores.
the most. So again, these are averages.
Here, back.
And as for upgrading players after players have stabilized with that self-investment, I think it is really wise to just hoard all of the scrap for upcoming stores. I said we would get back to that eventually. Stores provide the player with the most consistent opportunities of finding weapons and are the only way for a player to gain systems, right? Now, as I previously shown, it doesn't take much value chasing to prices out of stores, and the average doesn't give us a lot of wiggle room for capricious spending. So even if you have a strong early sector, later sectors could quickly taper off, and regardless of our value investments, thus putting players in really dire situations. So let's go ahead and look at some of these scaling options. So Kestrel, which we already kind of looked at, we can potentially sell the Artemis. I prefer to hold on to it, but sometimes desperate times call for desperate measures. We're looking to get our shields upgraded and then float about 80 scrap to buy a weapon. Well, that's 130 scrap, boom. That's the average that we said was available in Sector 1. Next sector, we want to get hacking. You can alternate those too. So, if you go to a store and there isn't a weapon and there is hacking, go ahead, buy hacking and just...
What happened? What did he say?
Provide the player with the most consistent opportunities of finding weapons and are the only way for a player to gain systems, right? Now, as I previously shown, it doesn't take much value chasing to prices out of stores, and the average doesn't give us a lot of wiggle room for capricious spending. So even if you have a strong early sector, later sectors could quickly taper off, and regardless of our value investments, thus putting players in really dire situations. So let's go ahead and look at some of these scaling options. So Kestrel, which we already kind of looked at, we can potentially sell the Artemis. I prefer to hold on to it, but sometimes desperate times call for desperate measures. We're looking to get our shields upgraded and then float about 80 scrap to buy a weapon. Well, that's 130 scrap, boom. That's the average that we said was available in Sector 1. Next sector, we want to get hacking. You can alternate those too. So, if you go to a store and there isn't a weapon and there is hacking, go ahead, buy hacking and just puts a premium on trying to get a weapon. You might have to do a weapons upgrade. I don't know, I put 25 because it's going to be 35 scrap to get a weapons upgrade. I guess that's for all more ships that only start with level 2 in weapons. And then, like 20 scrap in reactor might be required. So right there, that is 125 to 135 scrap. Again, average should be about 130. Sector 3, we still might be needing to look for a weapon, so we'll put another 50 to 80 scrap for that. 35 scrap if we want to upgrade hacking, which is generally a good idea. 35 scrap again if we have to do yet another upgrade for some of the weaker weapon systems, or the weapons just require more power. Sometimes you have to scale up to a 3-power weapon or a 5-power weapon system. That 4 to 5 jump is 50 scrap. And another 25 to 50 scrap for reactor, which puts us in about a 145 to 200 range in Sector 3, which again kind of puts us at that average cap that we've already mentioned. Stealth A, you can sell titanium casing and long-range scanners. Seriously, you can sell them. We want 25 scrap to go ahead and upgrade our weapons to create a buffer point, so our weapons are constantly firing, the weapons are really efficient on that ship. And then we're going to want to go ahead and buy shields. So that's 150 scrap. Again, we have titanium casing, so that number's lower, but that number is actually still more than the scrap average of Sector 1. Sector 2, we're going to go ahead and find...
I don't care about all this exact shit. He's trying to provide evidence to a point, which is fine. I don't really care about the evidence being provided. I can find that for myself. Just provide me your key points and all. That's all I need to go off of. Hawaiian Punch Magic Mix. Genie Wishes. What flavor is this? What the fuck? Tropical flavor with a magical twist. Take your new favorite Hawaiian Punch flavor with you wherever you go. An easy on-the-go stick. Hawaiian Punch Genie Wishes brings the full wave of every flavor in every sip. It's an actual flavor? Genie Wishes. Holy shit, it's an actual flavor. I thought it would just be an assorted pack. But it's an actual flavor. Genie Wishes. What the fuck is this? I gotta try this. Okay. I was looking through my little bag. Oh, I've tasted this before. Why do they call it Genie Wishes? I'm tasting it right now. As I'm biting into the packet and opening it. I taste a little bit of the powder. Hold on. Be right back. I gotta fill this bottle up. I think what you should do when you're filling a powder mix up is just fill the bottle with some water. I think maybe the less the better, but you don't want it to... You obviously want enough to where all the powder gets absorbed. It doesn't stay undiluted. So I would say a safe amount is probably just half. Fill it up by half. By the way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh yeah, okay, 8 drink mix packets. I swear to y'all, I've opened up a 6. It's supposed to be 6 packets, but I got 7 instead. I mean, I'm not complaining, but very nice. But this wasn't advertised. Yeah, I've tasted this flavor before. What do they call it? Genie Wishes. It's just call it tropical flavor. Why are they trying to be like fancy with it? Genie Wishes. This is just like it's like pineapple sort of flavor. I don't know. Let me try sipping. It's lukewarm, but I'm going to try one more sip of this so I can actually taste it when it's diluted into the water and not just the powder. But I've tasted this flavor before. Yeah, I don't know what that flavor is. I guess it's pineapple. I mean, it's yellow. They dyed it yellow. The water is dyed yellow, so. They probably want you to kind of just, I mean, it's not explicitly pineapple. It's let me look that up then. Pineapple, passion fruit, orange, guava, and apple. All right. Pineapple is like the sort of main flavor, though. Pineapple, orange, lime, and raspberry. Pineapple is like the main sort of taste, though, but there's more coming through, obviously. But yeah, anyways.
Find weapons, upgrade weapons, and even potentially find hacking. So, you know, we could be looking at somewhere between 160 and 195 scrap for our Sector 2, which is well above the average that we're going to be getting in Sector 2. And then Sector 3, we're going to want to go ahead and upgrade shields. I really, across every single ship, I want 2 shields going into the 3rd sector. If we haven't found a weapon, or no, I get
I'm going to try something crazy. I'm going to try something crazy. I got the soup here. Campbell's soup. What if I mixed it with with chow mein noodles? Chow mein noodles by Nissan. Sorry, I went off on a tangent. I was doing stuff. I'm not gonna say exactly, but I was just looking up stuff on the internet.
Right, got the wrong thing. We can get 35.
Where were we?
Getting into sector 2.
Anyways, I'm gonna cook up noodles right now. I'm gonna try adding this chicken soup to the noodles. Let's see how crazy that is. close and see how it tastes with the chicken broth in it. It's not a broth, it's soup. Broth, soup, I don't know. Same thing. Dum 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 sour. Dum 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 sour. Oh man, I miss Too Mad. You know, Too Mad as 100%. He would have loved to see 6-7 and Tung 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 Sahur. He would have loved those names. But he's not around anymore because he died. He overdosed while playing Overwatch. What the fuck?
And then Sector 3, we're going to want to go ahead and upgrade shields. Really, across every single ship, I want 2 shields going into the 3rd sector. If we haven't found a weapon, or no, we want to get 3 weapons on the
Honestly, maybe you should upgrade shields on the 1st sector.
ship. Sorry, looking at the wrong thing. We can get 35 scrap for the upgrade in hacking, because 2 shielded ships, we need that level 2 hacking to guarantee that those shields are coming down. Also, we might want reactor times 2, which is going to probably be about 45 scrap, and we get to 130 scrap. So we see we have a little bit of wiggle room in terms of average. But we were really hard up on scrap early on. And things we haven't considered is repairs. We haven't considered
I think system upgrades are pretty easy because there does seem to be a tie to discrete power jumps that the enemy obtains when you go to a different sector, right? From the first node you jump to the last, enemies in the sector, they tend to be at the same power level throughout the entire time. The game doesn't incorporate the amount of nodes you jumped, as far as I know, into the calculation of how powerful the enemies you encounter are. Right? It probably shouldn't. That would be stupid. Why have sectors if power is based on node jumps then? Entirely based on node jumps. I guess you could incorporate some amount of node scaling. But it doesn't make sense to do that if the game doesn't give you a no amount of nodes jump tracker. Because then that information wouldn't be available to the player, and therefore that would just be bad game design upon that basis. But, yeah. Continue.
fuel, if those things are required to be taken.
Point is, you usually do system upgrades going into the next sector. Otherwise, you save up. That's usually the gameplay loop. Play around stores, as in most of your scrap should be saved up for stores. And you should route to meet as many nodes as you can do before you actually enter the store, so you can have as much scrap going into it. And then once you get to the end of the sector, towards the end of the sector, you start thinking, okay, I've got some leftover scrap. I'm closing out on the amount of scrap I can get until I start facing more powerful enemies. Let me use that excess scrap and spend it on any important systems, right? Boom, next sector, you repeat the loop. That's sort of the scrap spending loop. Shops first, systems later.
As well. So those are additional costs that are going to be chipping away at our overall.
Or you can mix it up. The point is, that's sort of, you plan things around that power jump that you expect to get the moment. Yeah, you guys know what I'm talking about.
Gains.
You know where the power increase lies.
Boarding ships are a little bit
So you plan around that.
different because they don't really, generally speaking, have to push for weapons really hard. So Mantis A is our first boarding ship. Here we're going to spend 50 scrap upgrading our shields, and then kind of we're looking for hacking or something that deals with exalted shields a little bit better than our small bomb and base.
That's why hacking is also so OP. It sort of bypasses the whole system of I have to spend money on weapons and stores I have to upgrade those weapon systems to accommodate the new weapons, and then I have to spend energy. Boarding is so OP. Not only is it stronger than killing the enemy, and I don't think it should be, that's kind of too OP. And it gives you like gives you big rewards for just doing a crew kill. They're OP. Crew kills are OP. You also get the benefit of not having to depend on stores as much, presuming you have a reasonable, a decent amount of crew members beforehand. But if you don't, you know what, you just buy them at the shop. They have a very cheap cost. They're pretty cheap. They're like 55, 60 scrap at most. That's in sort of that range, and it's very easy to buy. It doesn't get to the level of way more expensive than that, And there you go. Just have some crew members, send them on board, and they do the job. I mean, the only other instance in which and that's it. That's like the power. The power is there. It only really reaches a halt when you are facing off against when you're facing off against what is it? When you're facing off against the rebel flagship, boarding gets significantly weaker there. It's not going to be your entire kill shot strategy. What else? What else? I was gonna say some more stuff. Oh yeah, teleporting is OP. What about is so OP is, yeah, you just don't have to have that same amount of scrap investment, and it earns you more scrap on top of that. And what else? What else is good about the teleporter? At most, you need to invest in like the teleporter getting to level 2 if you need to teleport them back for auto ships. Yeah. It's just, there's a lot of risk involved if you have a healing bay, which is why it's even worth it. It's justified to buy a cloning bay. That's how powerful teleporter is, that you're willing to buy a clone bay just to make sure you have. Yeah, and usually you should never make that you should never replace a system. If the healing bay suffices, which it can a lot of the time. I mean, it has to if you're gonna buy it on a ship that has only healing bay. A lot of the time, I do consider getting the cloning bay just to have that insurance that, okay, these crew members are not gonna die over the healing bay. If you're a good enough player, you probably just don't do it. You just learn to manage. You could spend that same money into the teleporter maybe, or spend it into the teleporter to get a lower cooldown, so you can take them out faster, out of a situation faster. But genuinely, like it's a purchase you can make. That's how powerful the teleporter is. But yeah, other than the cloning bay and the healing bay, the teleporter, it just does the job, and it's so powerful. It's so low maintenance, and it's much more powerful. It's a 2 thing on that, and then if you're upgrading, like get level 2 for auto piloting, or Lanius. Lanius is another one maybe. Fighting into Lanius, you might want to have level 3 teleporter at that point, and then maybe clone bay if you want faster cloning times. You should honestly just upgrade the healing bay to level 2 anyways if you have a healing bay. In a lot of situations, so if you have a healing bay, it's not as relevant, because by the time you're cooled out, your teleporter's done cooling down, the level 1 healing bay should have healed you up well. Maybe not so much if you're a rock crew member, arguably, but whatever. And that's it. That's all the cost associated with the teleporter. Whereas with weapons, once again, including the cost of actually buying the weapon, which can cost you upwards of more than a teleporter, which is 90 scrap. In total, all the weapons you need to get the job done. You have to pay, once again, weapon system cost, energy cost. Yeah, that's too much money. Excuse me. And also, you're using a system that can be taken down. So if they shoot the weapons, that can all go down. If you can teleport instantly, unless it's Zoltan Shield, but if you're facing off, excuse me, I farted. If you're facing off against, it's a teleport. Honestly, the teleporter would be more balanced if it had a cooldown to start. If you had to rev up the teleporter at the start, it would be more balanced for sure, and it should be that way. But you can teleport. You can use the teleporter instantly. Oh, it'd also make it more. I guess the enemies would also have to obey those rules. I guess, but which would make those encounters easier. But I mean, whatever. The teleporter would be much less OP if it did that. But no, you can teleport people over to the ship instantly, and they can destroy the system thereafter, and it's not really gonna matter unless you have a healing bay, of course, which is why cloning bay can be quite important. And even then, level 2 teleporter would still handle that most of the time by providing a layer of insulation, or I don't know if the word's insulation, but provide you a protective system point to prevent it from the teleporter from totally going out. Get my noodles from the microwave, and let us now utilize this thing I was talking about. Not utilize, but I'm gonna put this chicken soup into my noodles. I'm gonna drain these noodles, so let's mix them around first to get them all situated. Mix these noodles around to get them all situated. Let me scrape off any water droplets on the lid. It's a small thing, but I just do it because there's also bits of... What's this green veggie stuff? I want to scrape that off to get that into the noodles also. Toom, 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 sahur. Toom, 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 sahur. What's that from, by the way? I just heard that. What else? There's also another Tung 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 song I know. Tung 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 Sahur, Tung 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 Sahur, Ding 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 Dong, Ma Ding 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 Dong, Dee Dee La Dee La, Okadero Okadala, Baladina Baladina Balad, Tung 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 Sahur, Ta 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 Sahur, Ding 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 Dong, Ma Ding 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 Dong. I like that one. What else is there? There's another one. What does it go by? How does it go like? What's another? Creepy trappy booba lone rule lole tung 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 sahur ta 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 sahur. Alright, let's continue this video.
So again, that's about 100 scrap, boom, average.
Did that just absorb all the water? I think I absorbed all the water with these noodles. Yep, I did. By mixing it around. I mean, I added the water to the fill line. I feel like I should maybe add a little more than that. I feel like it's absorbed too much water. Probably because I let it sit in the fucking microwave for a couple minutes or so. That's probably why. Anyways, I'm gonna dip this, spill some of this chicken soup into these noodles. Yum, yum, yum. There we go, boy. Chicken noodle soup mixed with these Nissan chow mein noodles, boy. This is like that. What's that video I was watching? Ghetto viral trends or something. Ghetto viral meals or snacks, food. Ghetto viral food. I don't remember the exact video. Should we watch that instead rather than... No, I want to watch this video.
If we are looking for Zoltan Shield Remover, we're looking for a weapon, so that's your 50 to 80 scrap.
Okay, I think you've provided your point. You gotta move on.
Already. And then 40 scrap it up. And another thing that's really important to consider here is, in terms of spending money, is we do not know when we're going to come across the store. Now, in the run that I showed, I actually never found the store. I wasn't scouting the sector very well. The store might have just been early, and I didn't have enough money for it. It might have been that weird time that Nebulas don't actually spawn a store. But it's not like the store is going to go, oh, do you have 80 scrap? I'm going to show up now. As I say, you could get jammed early. It's possible that a store shows up really late in the sector. A lot of sectors are only 1.5 stores. Nebulas, Mantis sectors, Pirate sectors, Rebel sectors, Mantis sectors. All those sectors might only have one store, even the ones with multiple stores.
Yeah, if the store is late, you might as well just spend your scrap that you have excess of on the system. That's why I was saying do it the other way around, you know.
stores could potentially, because of sector generation, be out of reach. So it makes more sense to hold on to our money so that we can pounce on that opportunity when stores present themselves. Okay, so let's kind of just look again at the value player game versus the budgeting game plan. All right, so a value player they'll take crew, they'll chase some blue options in the hopes of a big payoff in return on their investment, and this is adding RNG to the run because sometimes it doesn't. There was actually one time I upgraded sensors for 15 scrap in Sector 1, never got a payoff for it, ever, never got a single blue option for it, and in Sector 5, I was a little bit jammed on a store in terms of buying fuel and repairs. I ended up winning the run, but honestly I was thinking like, man, I just had a 15 scrap, I could get 4 more fuel and just like 1 little bit more repair and feel like I'm in a much safer position. This also, spending that money that aggressively early on, really lessens the number of stores we're going to go to because we simply just don't have the resources to make enough store purchases. So by not visiting enough stores, we further increase RNG. It makes it less likely that we're able to find the systems that we want to have, or less likely to come across the weapons that we want. Now, as I said, these investments, our ship is going to start lagging behind in improvements. And as our ships are lagging behind, this does increase a wider range of dangerous ships that the player can face. So you're more likely to just die outright, or merely take far more damage, and you may have to run from fights, or they have to run from fights. You may not be able to get crew kills as efficiently, and all of these things are going to kind of add up where they're chipping away at this value, ideal, and where instead you're just taking more damage, you're missing out on so many more scrap opportunities. It's inherently not worth it. But again, it's more RNG. Also, one thing I see a lot of players do is they have to start farming up for stores. So in those sectors that do have like 2 stores, player gets the store early and they're like, okay, well now I have to farm up and generate some more money so that I can actually go to the store. So they sit in one area, farm it up, they come back to that store, and it's garbage. Store sucks sometimes. The best way to get around that is to visit as many stores as possible, but now you've kind of limited your ability to kind of see the sector, right? Because you stayed in one area, so your scouting, the exploration of the map just isn't where it should be. And again, that's just actually more RNG. So as we see, players chasing value because I guess my mindset back then was that stores either weren't as a reliable source of ship improvements, or maybe just that stores were simply supposed to have the things that we want when we want them and when we have the money to buy them. And we see this play as normal and optimal. Again, a lot of players play this way. On the flip side, we look at how budget player goes, right? So budget player tries to stabilize their ship, again, value does as well, but then they hold on to their scrap as much as possible. We have now increased the value of stores, and now we can go ahead and hunt stores more effectively because we have money. And here's the thing, our ships are just as strong as the value players, right? Because that energy isn't going to help the fight, the long-range scanners isn't going to really help the fight. The upgrade in piloting, so you have, 20% on your 15% dodge, that isn't really going to help out in most fights. So essentially their ship qualities are the same, but the budget player is trying to hit every store they can along the way to drastically improve their ships. Because players have scrap in hand, we must move farm for scrap so we can have a much better surveying of the map within a sector, and we're able to visit more store, and thus quickly improve our ships. And now that we have stronger ships, because we bought systems or we bought weapons in stores, the range of dangerous ships is a whole lot smaller. Fights are safer, and potentially are more profitable, just because we're not taking damage, so we need less repairs. We need to buy far less consumables. And again, better opportunities to get crew kills if you have hacking already, versus maybe hacking in Sector 6 or 7. I know it's on my notes here, but I went back through about 30 or so of my runs from my 68 win streak, casual drop, and I think I got hacking by Sector 4 or earlier in 75% of those runs.
Okay, hacking is good. I already knew that already. You want to buy that. You also want to buy cloaking. Hacking earlier, because hacking is better, and cloaking is mostly just, both are good. I'll take any of them I can get. But if I had the decision between both of them, I don't know, I guess it would depend on the context. That'd be quite a context-sensitive question, maybe, or answer. Let's rewind back. I was having trouble with this piece of... I cut off a piece of meat from this. I wanted to add it into my... Add it into my... What do you call this? My noodles. I'm just biting into it. I'm tearing out chunks. Probably should have diced it with my knife earlier, but whatever.
Area, farm it up, they come back to that store.
So we got chow mein Nissan noodles. Nissan chow mein noodles. Poured some chicken noodle soup into it, pretty much. Or, yeah. Some of that soup juice, mostly, rather than the little potato chunks or meat chunks. And then I'm adding this meat to it. What even is this meat? I don't know what the fucking... It's ham. It's pork meat. So.
And it's garbage.
We'll just say it's pork cutlets to be fancy.
As many stores as possible, but now you've kind of...
I'm missing what he's saying. Let's go back to the start.
versus the budgeting game plan. All right, so a value player they'll take crew, they'll chase some blue options in hopes of a big payoff in return on their investment, and this is adding RNG to the run because sometimes it doesn't. There was actually one time I upgraded sensors for 15 scrap in Sector 1, never got a payoff for it, ever, never got a single blue option for it, and in Sector 5, I was a little bit jammed out of store in terms of buying fuel and repairs. I ended up winning the run, but honestly I was thinking like, man, I just had a 15 scrap, I get 4 more fuel and just like 1 little bit more repair and feel like I'm in a much safer position. This also, spending that money that aggressively early on really lessens the number of stores.
These noodles taste fine, but I just totally forgot. I forgot to add the teriyaki sauce. Or it's called house sauce. But these noodles taste totally fine with just the broth poured into them. I'm going to add the teriyaki sauce though. It might get overwhelming, but I don't care. Adding all the flavors. Maybe I should have only poured part of the teriyaki sauce, but I want all the flavors, boy. Mixing that in now, which is a mistake because the meat was already in here, so now it's gonna sort of mess up my mixing, getting in the way, but whatever. Yeah, it's fine. I want that sauce to spread all throughout. Might even pour the rest of the broth in here, because the noodles they've really, I mean, it's soaked. It's pretty much soaked up it's soaked up all the broth already, the soup broth. No wonder noodles are good. They're good for they absorb that moisture, they absorb the water, they absorb the flavor. So because I let them sit, I've been letting them sit while I'm sitting here, so it's absorbed the water. It's gotten soggier. It's like I mean, cereal does it too. Cereal noodles. Now the chicken broth's not coming through. Now that I poured the teriyaki sauce, I'm gonna pour more of this chicken broth. I keep calling it broth, but it's soup. Might have poured a bit too much soup, but you know what? Whatever. Fuck it. I'm getting this shit flavored up, boy. Continue the video.
We're going to go to because we simply just don't have the resources to make enough store purchases. So by not visiting enough stores, we further increase RNG. It makes it less likely that we're able to find the systems that we want to have, or less likely to come across the weapons that we want. Now, as I said, these investments, our ship is going to start lagging behind in improvements. And as our ships are lagging behind, this does increase a wider range of dangerous ships that the player can face. So you're more likely to just die outright, or merely take far more damage. And you may have to run from fights, or they have to run from fights. You may not be able to get crew kills as efficiently. And all of these things are going to kind of add up where they're chipping away at this.
These flavors are competing way too much. I feel like this was a pointless thing to do. I should have added only one or the other. Because I'm losing flavor. I mean, I taste the chicken noodle soup at first, obviously, because there's more of that content in the water that yeah. And then the teriyaki flavor comes through, because this was a waste. But I just wanted to try it. It was an experiment. I just wanted to see what happened. I knew it would most likely be bad. At worst, mid. This is why you can't simply just combine shit and then hope it is good. Some things just cancel out. Sometimes it's just pointless. Like it's benign at best, you know. This really isn't enhancing the meat. I mean, not the meat. This isn't really enhancing the flavor of the meal. Guys, this is also why, if you combine your favorite superheroes into one big movie, it won't make it good. It's the same reason why you don't put fucking chocolate and ice cream on pizza mixed with fucking noodles and put it all in a blender. It's why you don't do that, right? Our senses only have so much capacity to intake of within the medium, and if you load too much shit into it, at best it's benign. It's at best has a benign effect. At worst, you get garbage. Right. I think anyone who's not a child knows that by now. Like if you take fucking, they did it with One Piece. If you take One Piece, and that was even that one manga, Toro Basket. I don't know what the fuck it's called, but they combined One Piece with Dragon Ball Z. Let me look it up. I don't even know what it's called. Toro Basket? Not Zoro. It thinks I'm looking for Zoro. X-Toriko. It's X-Toriko. And it was a special and it's a full episode. What was Toriko from? Dream 9? Your Dream 9 Toriko is a crossover special. What anime is Toriko from? It's just called Toriko. Is it ongoing? What is with this anime? How did it deserve a spot next to One Piece? He's a gourmet hunter. I knew it had something to do with food. 2008 to 2016. How did it get a spot next to One Piece? Was discontinued because of declining manga sales, premature cancellation of its anime adaptation due to low ratings, and a highly rushed final arc. Despite a strong start, the series struggled to compete against established shonen giants like One Piece, Naruto. Yep. Forced crossovers. To boost its profile, the Toriko anime relied heavily on One Piece and Dragon Ball crossover specials. Specials or a special? However, audience felt this marketing tactic was too aggressive, rather than letting the series grow organically. And you got some career controversy, whatever. I mean, if the show is good, it's good. I think that's going to ruin the show being good. Most people tend to not care enough if the show is good enough. Let's go.
Value, ideal, and where instead you're just taking more damage, you're missing out on so many more scrap opportunities. It's inherently not worth it. But again, it's more RNG. Also, one thing I see a lot of players do is they have to start farming up for stores. So in those sectors that do have like 2 stores, player get the store early and they're like, okay, well now I have to farm up and generate some more money so that I can actually go to the store. So they sit in one area, farm it up, they come back to that store, and it's garbage. Stores suck sometimes. The best way to get around that is to visit as many stores as possible, but now you've kind of limited your ability to kind of see the sector, right? Because you stay in one area, so your scouting, the exploration of the map just isn't where it should be. And again, that's just actually more RNG. So as we see, players chasing value because I guess my mindset back then was that stores either weren't as a reliable source of ship improvements, or maybe just that stores were simply supposed to have the things that we want when we want them and when we have the money to buy them. And we see this play as normal and optimal. Again, a lot of players play this way. On the flip side, we look at how a budget player goes, right? So a budget player tries to stabilize their ships, again, value does as well, but then they hold on to their scrap as much as possible. We have now increased the value of stores, and now we can go ahead and hunt stores more effectively because we have money. And here's the thing, our ships are just as strong as the value players, right? Because that NG isn't going to help the fight, the long-range scanners isn't going to really help the fight. The upgrade in piloting, so you have, 20%, under 15% dodge, that isn't really going to help.
Okay. Shut up. The energy is worth it. I am not. No. You should not turn down the energy just to get a scrap reward from the pirate slavers. No. That's stupid. Taking the engine was worth it, 100%.
About in most fights. So essentially their ship qualities are the same, but the budget player is trying to hit every store they can along the way to drastically improve their ships. Because players have scrap in hand, we've lessened the need to farm for scrap, so we can have a much better surveying of the map within a sector, and we're able to visit more stores, and thus quickly improve our ships. And now that we have stronger ships, because we bought systems or we bought weapons in stores, the range of dangerous ships is a whole lot smaller. Fights are safer, and they potentially are more profitable, just because we're not taking damage, so we need less repairs. We need to buy far less consumables. And again, better opportunities to get crew kills if you have hacking already, versus maybe hacking in Sector 6 or 7. I know it's on my notes here, but I went back through about 30 or so of my runs from my 68 win streak, casual drop, and I think I got hacking by Sector 4 or earlier in 75% of those runs. I just wanted hacking and, making that a priority, and like I said, won all those runs, in part because I was able to get those key systems online as soon as possible. Repairs. Now, what's also really strong about this play is, as I said, this is so much less bad RNG. It's just bad RNG is so less likely to occur, because as budget players, you're chasing the stores, which are also in, every sector, except that one random nebula sector, versus blue events, which generally aren't going to be there. They're so much less likely that you're chasing 2 or 3 or sometimes even 1 blue option in a sector, and at the same time, while the player's looking for that, I'm just looking for a store, hope that it has a weapon or a system that I can use. All right, and budget player works better with runs that just yield less scrap because our ships scale so much faster. You're less likely to deal with less scrap because you're not running from ships, and you're stopping ships from running away, and you're getting the crew killed, and just hammering that point home as much as possible. But because your ships are already improving, you've got the systems online, and you're not hitting that point where you go to a store, you get a bunch of repairs, that's it, and you're just trying to generate enough money to get to the next store, and then you just get slammed by another ship, and then you have to waste more money on repairs, and you just get into that kind of loop where you really struggle to get ahead, to get that value. Budget players, like I said, the budget plan works better for runs that yield below average scrap, and I'm not saying that if you're chasing value, you can't win low scrap runs. Absolutely you can, but that generally is going to require that you get bailed out with just an utterly stacked store or just a free weapon kind of falls into your lap. And hey, if I get a really stacked store or a weapon falls in my lap when I'm doing a budget run, guess what? I'm going to win those runs too. It's not like I'm really losing out. So I find I've had this conversation with other players about value, and it seems really hard to kind of get them on this bandwagon. And I'm trying to figure out why that is and kind of design my video to hopefully get my point across. And I think for the first part, it is because value is normal. Like I said, I see it from a very large swath of the FTL playing community that they just kind of go after value, and it is seen as the norm. And sometimes it's really hard to kind of conceive of notions and ideas outside the norm. However, they'll see some of those budgeting players, right? And I kind of just, seeing that kind of play style, you take certain misconceptions. And one is that they just either had good value or they got good RNG. Players have seen me get I have 2 systems and 2 brand new weapons going into Sector 4, and they're just, you got lucky, you got some free drops, you just got a lot of scrap. No, it's probably pretty average. As you saw, the average numbers that I showed, you can scale up your ship that way, that early, if you just try to do that. The other thing I think players miss is they kind of forget the decisions that they would have made. Looking at that Kestrel run that I showed a little bit earlier, they go, I would have got the engine, but okay, Crow didn't, yeah, whatever. Oh, Nebulas, I am going to pick up piloting for blue options, because if there is an Ion Storm, there's a 33% chance that it's the event that is going to matter, and then there's an 80% chance that I'm going to get a payout on it. And then I will go to a store, and I'll buy hacking, and you'll go, I would have bought hacking at the store, I don't see what Crow does is so different. Instead, forget the decisions that they would have made. Looking at that Kestrel run that I showed a little bit earlier, they go, I would have got the engine, but okay, Crow didn't, yeah, whatever. Oh, Nebulas, I am going to pick up piloting for blue op a little bit earlier, they go, I would have got the NG, but okay, Crow didn't, yeah, whatever.
I would get the NG. How was the NG not good there, bro? Elaborate on that NG decision, bro.
Oh, Nebulas, I am going to pick up piloting for blue options, because if there is an Ion Storm, there's a 33% chance that it's the event that is going to matter, and then there's an 80% chance that I'm going to get a payout on it. And then I will go to a store, and I'll buy hacking, and you'll go, I would have bought hacking at the store, I don't see what Crow does is so different. But you wouldn't have gone to the store, or they wouldn't have gone to the store because they didn't have any money. Like, that is kind of the point. It's not like they're going about fights any differently. It's not, you know, a very wide gap in like tactical approaches, but really it's just that I value going to stores and chasing after stores and getting the money to get those upgrades, and they're banking more so on RNG bailing them out, or stores being, like I said, available. And so decisions at the stores will feel very similar, while not acknowledging that they just wouldn't go to nearly as many stores as I would, and then, you know, they generally fall apart.
I mean, the way I'm gonna frame this to myself is, if I go into a store and I see a fucking option to buy a crew member for 20 scrap, which is somewhat the same, it's similar enough at a scenario compared to, take the slaver surrender and get their crew member. Or I mean, if you have crew killing, just kill them, because you'll be able to find a slave right after anyways. But presuming you can't do a crew kill, and you're fighting a pirate slaver, you have the option to get the highest scrap award, which is, you said 19 to 23 scrap. Let's call it around 21 scrap, whatever. If I see that option presented me into the store, 21 scrap crew member, I'm buying that, bro. Especially if it's NG. Most especially if it's NG. Having just one NG on your crew is very nice. Lets you make really hasty... I mean, it's worth 2 crew members worth of repair on 1 crew member. How is that not value? How is that not value? Be right back. Oh, sorry, I had to use the restroom. We're back.
Later in the game, and where I'm my strongest again. I don't generally lose after Sector 5. And I think that's really the point, is that to win more in FTL, there are certain micro things you're going to pick up, particularly from early players. Getting better at dealing with boarding events is one of those kinds of things, and you can learn about micro pausing, though I did that in my 98 when I was probably winning 92, 93% of runs. But it's really just a fundamental different approach to games. I'm not saying budget runs are a coin toss. Those players can win in 85%, 85%, which is an absolutely staggering, phenomenal win rate in a very, very tough game. But to obtain that 95% plus win rate, to hit that level is more than I said, like it's higher than micro or learning a few new crew kill strategies. By the way, I got a video about that. It's a fundamental shift in one's approach to the game overall strategy, and this is one of the bigger ones you can do if you're already hitting that, like I said, that kind of like 80% plateau. And mostly it's being honest in your own gameplay. It's not inherently, like I said, players are lying. It's just that they see this as the norm, and it's tough to process things outside the norm, perhaps. But, you know, when you're passing on shields, or when you grab that NG instead of getting that early scrap, I just don't feel like players really are considering any of the above arguments that I have.
No, I am. But you should take the NG, bro. I'm taking that NG every day. Adding an NG to Kestrel A for the price of 21 scrap, also some fuel and other miscellaneous other parts that don't really matter as much. The main thing is scrap, of course.
Scrap, dude.
No, I take the NG, bro.
I just don't feel like players really are
easily. That's good. That's a good.
Considering any of the above arguments that.
I would pick up piloting for blue options. Is it a good idea to pick up piloting for blue options in the Nebula? First of all, I don't even want to go to a Nebula, but if it's forced, maybe. Did he say something like there's a 33% chance for it to show up and then 80% chance? Something, I don't know what he's saying. But yeah, you probably shouldn't get piloting too if you don't actually need it for that. That sort of speculative value is that's not good. Me buying long range scanners, that's good though. Me taking an NG instead, I think that's good. I think you're stupid. I don't believe in you that getting 21 scrap is better than an NG. No way, bro. No freaking way. No.
I have suggested.
Because that's value you can get right now. Buying long range scanners is value you can get right now. And then it can also pay off in the future. On top of that, you are getting some value now. I don't believe in shit that's like, oh, buy a scrap recovery arm or perform a speculative piloting upgrade. That's all shit that matters down the line. But you getting an NG, it does matter right now. That does matter right now. And it does help in battles. You getting a long range scanner, it technically doesn't help right now, but you could say it helps you avoid hazardous areas. And you sort of running over that like, oh yeah, it can help you with hazardous areas, but no. It gives you the value right there. It gives you some immediate value. And then also, it's just so fucking cheap. You pay 15 scrap, you get it to work just once, and it breaks even. Past that, which there are going to be many opportunities past that, you will get a net positive gain. So fuck this guy. I don't think I learned anything new on this video.
That's it.
I guess, we gotta go back to Mike Hopley saying on his Reddit comment, which is what led me down this tangent. We gotta go back to his comment and realize there are good players out there that have differing opinions, and mine differs.
As to why those plays are incorrect. As I said, they just say it's value. I was trying to come up with a good analogy.
I didn't say it's value. That energy is definitely worth it.
The best one I can think of is how this is very much akin to how players early on, when they're fighting enemy ships, they target shields instead of enemy weapons. Because you know what happens if you drop enemy shields, your volleys have so much more value, right? We've increased the value because without a shield, we're going to be doing more damage. And it's a playstyle you can get away with a good amount of time, provided that your weapons aren't struck. But if your weapons do get hit, then the lack of shields for the AI really is of no benefit while your ship is being ripped apart. So players adapt and they learn to shoot enemy weapons first. It doesn't have the same quote-unquote value.
I've never had that idea. The first idea I've had ever since I started playing FTL, I'm pretty sure, was to hit their weapons first. I'm pretty sure on like the first handful of encounters I had on FTL when I started playing was, and I didn't watch FTL at all before that. I started playing the game. I didn't watch it at all. I didn't watch any gameplay of it before I heard about FTL. Although I must have seen some clip or snippet somewhere out there to have known the game existed. I think I forgot how did I first know about FTL? How did I first learn of FTL? I don't even fucking remember. I've been playing it so long. Yeah, in the first handful of encounters, I paused the game and I thought, which system do I target first? Maybe I should probably that's probably because I played the game Crossout before I even played FTL. I was like, I should probably hit their weapons, because if I completely pacify them, then that's the same as killing them. Pacifying their ability to hurt me is the same thing as killing them, because I have infinite time to kill them afterwards if they're pacified. In fact, if you're playing Crossout and you don't care about getting extra fuel for the win, after you've destroyed the enemy's entire weapons, you can kind of honestly just walk away from them. You don't need to waste time killing them. I mean, as far as I know, there's no comms in that game, so it's not like they're going to be able to go around giving out information with their body. So I don't think there's a reason to kill them on the spot after you've completely removed all their weapons. In Crossout, there really is. I mean, they could try to block you, but for the most part, it's like in Dota 2, you can imagine if you completely drain an enemy of their mana and you disarm them and you do all this stuff, they're just a moving body. Then they have no way to interact with you. So why waste time or resource on interacting with them past that point? Yeah, I've known that since the
You're
very
weaker,
start.
but you're safer, you're more stable, and you're taking less damage. Because if your weapons aren't online, because if how do I write that? Because weapons aren't if enemy weapons aren't online, then you're not taking damage, and we kind of just loop back into that long-range damage shield argument again. You may say, after me narrating for about 45 minutes, you still think value is correct, and even though I've shown why it is flawed. And what is the flaw within the strategy that I put forth, though? What is wrong with my budget ideas? Where is the issue? What's the part that doesn't work? I can understand that some people may say that they just don't think they're skilled enough to play that way, or you find that kind of thinking unfun. That's super min-maxing, and for that I say, totally acceptable. I really always emphasize that if you're enjoying your FTL experience, it's fun the way you're playing it, then please continue to do so. Totally play video games the way you want to play them.
Yeah, honestly, I don't care for win rate enough right now. If I do poorly on Sector 1, I restart the run until I get a good Sector 1. So I don't even optimize for Sector 1. And that probably massively changes the way in which my gameplay is carried out past Sector 1. And once I get past Sector 1, I do really start to care a bit more about about playing conservatively, you know.
It took a lot of time and effort. I'm well over 4,000 hours in the game, seen thousands of hours of other people playing it, as well as spent hundreds of hours talking to, say, Farb or Thomas or Mike to try to improve my own play, or other players while they're streaming, like just open conversation, kind of pick their brains and see where other ideas come from. So I love doing that kind of stuff, and other people just don't enjoy it or don't have the time for it. It makes complete perfect sense. But as I said, this video really was like designed to kind of show and sort of the math that there is a better approach to FTL that will increase the player's win rate. And I hope at the very least this broadens the horizon for players in terms of how they assess values in their decisions. So good luck with FTL and life, and see you again soon.
Where's my F11 button? Oh, there it is.
Hello, everybody.
And more reason why long-range scanners are bad. Why does this guy hate long-range scanners so bad? So much.
Hello, everybody. Let's talk about scouting sectors in FTL.
Also, the idea of checking a store, whether it's forced or not, and you might just be short on scrap and taking a couple jumps to see if you can get the scrap you need to jump back to the store. So basically just going to the store to see information. To make the scrap for potential weapon hanging materials, to just to backtrack to an already visited become. Yeah, backtracking is. You can perform that. Sometimes it's necessary. Obviously, I try to minimize it as much as possible, cause time is of the essence. But yeah, you can definitely make you can make backtracks for sure. Also, there are times where you shouldn't maximize jumps before a store. Why not? You should. You should maximize every time. Why not? Comes down to current scrap, what you need out of the store, and also the route of the leftover sector too. What do you mean comes down to current scrap? How? If you have no scrap, you should jump around as much as you can. If you have a lot of scrap, oh yeah, if you have a lot of scrap, I guess you should just visit it immediately. Okay, yeah, sure. And then you don't have to jump around trying to maximize scrap before going into a store, because you can, if you have a lot of scrap. But you don't usually find yourself in positions where you have a shit ton of scrap. I mean, even if you do, you might want to buy out the entire store. I mean, you should always... I mean, what else are you fishing for? Stores are like the ultimate... Stores really are like the ultimate... You would be giving up the store to chase what? What is the ultimate power-up in FTL other than sitting around farming scrap before you go into a store? I can't think of anything else. I mean, if you have if you're at a point where you have everything you need from a store, okay, sure, whatever, ignore it. Or just go to it immediately to see what's inside. And if you don't see something that could power you up even more, I'm guessing at this point it would be an augmentation, a very powerful augmentation, or maybe even just something that a weapon that's marginally better than yours, than what you already have currently. But at that point, you really have to start weighing system upgrades. If it's just like those sort of marginal increases. Anyways, FTL, you gotta play by ear sometimes, I feel like. You gotta play by ear. You just gotta play by ear. I respectfully disagree with the conclusion. I do too. I disagree with this guy's conclusion also. I find repeatedly unlucky empty jumps to be quite lethal to certain runs. Yes, they are. Because if you're not given... if you're complaining about opportunity, or if you're complaining about like the variance and low scrap in a sector, hey, you actually could have... Are you measuring that? Like, come on. Like, you're not giving any sort of argument for the other side. You're not really giving that many arguments that well for the other side. You pretty much just said, this is not a bipartisan argument you're making, I guess is the word, or whatever. It's not a fair argument you're making for both sides. You just pretty much just told people who think in certain that way, it just feels right. No. I'm getting the NG because it actually has value now. It has value now. Yeah. And the payoff is... And there's also another thing. If you got that same NG later on, you wouldn't have had the skills built up on them yet. So also you can begin training the skills now when the opportunity to skill train is presented to you. And you might have missed that skill training opportunity if you didn't get the NG now. Honestly, that's sort of the deal breaker for me. When I found out about skill training, I was like that's pretty important, right? Skill training. So I'm willing to take those sort of surrender options where I'm given a crew member just so I can skill train when the opportunity presents itself. Also, it's a crew member. It does something the moment you get it. And obviously there are points where you start saying, okay, I don't need. Okay, where I got someone on doors. I have someone on cameras. I have someone on all the major systems. What am I gonna do with this extra guy? It's not proactively helping me. So yeah, sure. But honestly, in the Rebel Flagship fight, where it's one of the few fights, these late game fights, but Rebel Flagship is obviously the most ultimate one by far. There's nothing that really competes with how strong the Rebel Flagship fight is. That is the ultimate fight you face at the end of the run, and it's a very powerful encounter. It's indeed a freaking boss encounter for sure. That is a point in the game where you do start relying on evasion. You really do have to rely on evasion at some point. You start taking hull damage over time. I think it's a very cool boss fight. It's a very great boss fight, because no matter how you provision, I think for that fight, if you don't have good offensive capability coming out from you to do something to their ship, you can't turtle up. You cannot entirely turtle up at all. You will take hull damage over time. There's no way to really get past the fact that you are slowly losing in that fight if you don't perform something proactively. So you can't turtle up. That's a cool thing about the fight. And so what I'm trying to get into is, because there's that variance of, or there's always that parameter, but there's always this factor in the Rebel Flagship fight that you will get hit. Having extra crew members, it's not important for pretty much virtually the rest of the run, but when you get on that Rebel Flagship fight, you're gonna fucking absolutely love having things like extra padding on a system so it doesn't go entirely out for virtually all the systems that matter. Weapons obviously is a big one. Piloting, maybe doors is a big one for venting. Oxygen, doors and oxygen, that's very massive for dealing with breaches and fires, which are also consequences of getting hit by the Rebel Flagship. You need maybe extra padding in your med bay, because you don't want that going out. You're going to need people going in and out to get healed as you're taking damage, guaranteedly, during the Rebel Flagship fight. And crew members. You obviously need crew members, because when systems take a hit, you need someone to repair that quite speedily. So having an extra work hand around to repair shit when shit goes down, having 4, if you can do it, have 4 people sit in the weapons room to immediately start up the repair the moment it gets damaged. These sorts of things. These all matter. So the crew member is not pointless. It's not pointless, and it's also not pointless later, and it's not pointless, especially not pointless now. Or it's especially not pointless later, but it's also not pointless now. The NG crew member versus 20 scrap argument. I'm taking the NG crew member. It actually is worth it. It is worth it on the Kestrel A, where you have 3 humans and you want. I think that extra NG is appreciated for sure. The guaranteed chips from RS enhances scrap gains considerably. Yes, it does. An insane amount. It is not a scrap recovery arm where you have a fixed sort of idea of this is gonna pay off fucking like years later, and it's such a bad investment now, and it does absolutely nothing now. I believe that the benefits of better scrap gains likely outweigh the downside of seeing less stores, contrary to your assessment. Yes, I'm on the same page. While using RS to path the ship fights and stress beacons may afford few opportunities for purchases at stores. How? How do you mean it's gonna... Who cares? Who cares? You're getting less opportunities to go to stores. Oh no, I'm crying, or I'm suffering from success. I'm earning more scrap to use at a store that I'll eventually see anyways. You're gonna see a store eventually. It is important to recognize the variety of build types. And hard no pause. So this guy plays hard no pause. He should be trusted. That's like the ultimate challenge, I would say, is playing hard no pause. I think if you want to see a good player, guys, go watch fucking I shouldn't even be taking advice from this guy. I should go watch Holo Shidem or whatever his name is. I find myself strapped for scrap more often than I'm frustrated by store options. It's usually a question whether I can afford a weapon from the store, upgraded weapon bar, rack to power, second shield, and hacking or mind control, not whether a suitable purchase is available in the first place. Store hunting for that ideal Flak 1 or Burst Laser 2 is, in my opinion, not as worth it as settling for close to parity Burst Laser 1, Hull Laser 1, and continuing to pursue scrap gains as much as possible. Okay, so this guy plays hard no pause also. Oh, no, he says with pause. Okay. Buying it won't cost you the run. Also, as a win more option when the player has everything they need, buying it won't cost you the run. Okay. I mean, you don't know that. Buying it won't cost you the run. I don't know if I agree with that. Okay, I guess he's right. Buying it won't cost you the run. I guess that's really his crux of the argument at the end of the day, is that he doesn't care about long range. What is it called? LRS. What is it called? Long range. Oh yeah, S scanner starts with S. I'm retarded. All right, you know what? If buying it won't cost, I guess that's the crux of his argument. A lot of the times, buying it doesn't cost the run. He just repeated it the same thing. Oh no. Oh, no, he didn't. He didn't repeat the same thing. So basically, if you buy it, it's not going to cost you the run either, because you're gonna make a return on that anyways. Okay, but if both are true, then just buy it, because you can. This guy is saying he still had. This guy has said on record that he still has losses that occurred in the past Sector 4. Those losses do exist, and you're covering yourself from that. So just buy it. But outside the aforementioned stealth ships, I find limited practical use. And as I say, it doesn't help me turn a loss into a win, merely a win into more of one. Yeah. However, I can understand that my strategy of often playing up to 5-6 reactor below everything on my ship being powered isn't feasible in many instances for no pause play. Yes. So strategy changes with no pause. Obviously, I want to do no pause someday at some point. That'll be really tough, but I want to do it. I don't think I'm powerful enough to do that. Perfect routing, as shown in the video, can accomplish mostly what long-range scanners does, but it's far from useless. I think I know how to route. You just jump to the nodes in a way where you're giving yourself the most information to see nodes, new nodes. That's it. I'm not really. Yeah, I know how to route. It's not a big thing. I'm just always very interested in I think, in optimizing for win more strategies, because performing any win more decision is going to cover you in the future. So you always want to jump on opportunities to just win more, when you're winning already. And yeah. That's all the comments on this video. He did a 2026 FTL ship tier list. I'm going to skip to the end of that.
I listed a few laws to help demonstrate how I route my path to an exit.
Is this before you had a face cam?
When you arrive in a sector, the first thing the player should do is scout the map. There are 3 goals a player should consider to achieve the maximum effectiveness in their routing. First goal is to check all the beacon connections. This will help ensure that a dead end doesn't force you to revisit
Yo, good thing I have a mod for that, because the game doesn't naturally fucking do that.
a beacon, or worse, jump to a beacon now controlled by the rebels, which can quickly end your run. The second goal is to maximize
Or does it, like, let's say I hover over this node, will it show the connections? I think it does.
your jumps within the sector.
But I like having it all naturally laid out.
Ideally, you want to jump on the exit beacon just before the rebels take it over. Each jump provides an opportunity to gain scrap, resources, or items which are necessary for a winning run. Thus, the more beacons the player explores, the more likely they are to win their run. The third goal is to know the location of the stores. Each sector type has a set number of store beacons, though events may provide the player with more. Stores are the only way for a player to acquire new systems, as well as the most consistent way to get weapons or crew, and they always provide limited quantities of fuel, missiles, drone parts, as well as a way to repair your ship's hull. Also, knowing store locations can guide a player's decisions in how they spend scrap. If you were presented with all of your stores early in a sector, it would be wise to consider buying extra repairs and fuel, as the next opportunity to do so will be late next sector. If you haven't seen a store yet, but can account
Yeah, buy fuels, buy repairs quite often, because yeah, you want to be healthy and you want to be able to jump between nodes. That's an ever-present resource you need. Health and fuel.
Oh.
Missiles and drone parts are obviously conditional. Yeah.
for all the beacons the rebels have overtaken, you know there's an upcoming store and perhaps can risk some damage instead of running away. To maximize the chances of seeing stores, the route through the sector should attempt to land on or be adjacent to every beacon that may be a store. This means limiting visiting Nebula if stores are found in non-Nebula beacons. If you prioritize getting scrap by pursuing Nebula jumps, distresses, or ship fights, thanks to the information you land on or be adjacent, to maximize the chances of seeing stores, the route through the sector should attempt to land on or be adjacent to every beacon that may be a store. This means limiting visiting Nebula if stores are found in non-Nebula beacon.
If stores are found in... Wait, what do you mean if?
Means limiting visiting Nebula if stores are found in non-Nebula beacons.
What do you mean if? How do I determine whether stores are less or more likely to be found in nebulas? Huh?
If you prioritize getting scrap by pursuing Nebula jumps, distresses, or ship fights, thanks to...
Do you... Is it ever worth it to do nebula jumps? I mean, it halves the rebel fleet, yes. But aren't nebulas compensated or sort of balanced around the fact that there's way less encounters in them anyway? Or am I thinking about nebula sectors? I'm probably thinking of nebula sectors. I need to learn more about the generation chances of events and nodes. But I've never really thought to do a nebula beacon. Are they called beacons? I'll call them nodes. I've never thought to do a nebula beacon jump in a sector that's not a nebula sector. It's because I kind of always treated them as like the nebula it's the same as the nebula sector. The nebula sector, yeah, I've always just treated them the same. I've never thought, hey, I'm going to be able to half the rebel fleet's next jump distance in their next jump by performing this nebula jump. And then in consequence I will get I've never thought about that. But now that I think about it, actually that could be, because look, if you half the distance, if you half this ring, you basically buy yourself one more rebel fleet delay. The half might as well be considered an entire jump. By jumping into a nebula once, you buy yourself just at least once, you buy yourself extra time. And even though the nebula jump may not contain valuable resources in itself, you are, if the pathing is such that you're scouting for more information by visiting the nebula node, by being able to detect, distress signals that are nearby, or stores that are nearby, Yeah, the Nebula could be worth it, I guess.
Information provided by long-range scanners, you may miss out on the store that had hacking or a FLAC 1. During a given run of FTL, a player will have maybe a dozen chances to visit a store, and 80 chances to gain scrap. It would be wiser to be more frugal with your spending habits to maximize your limited opportunities with stores versus trying to maximize scrap and hope that the handful of stores you visit sell you what you need. This ties into concepts I talked about in my values video. Now, let's look at applying the goals that were discussed. Here, we have an NG's homeworld, and all NG sectors have 2 or 3 guaranteed stores. First, we want to check all the beacon
They have 2 or 3 guaranteed stores? Really? Man, I need to learn more about this game.
connections. Done.
Check all beacon
Or 3
connections.
guaranteed stores. First, we want to check all the beacon connections.
Wait, has this button always existed in the bottom right corner? No way. No way. I'm going to open FTL right now. And I'm going to patch it to not have... Oh, no way. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. No way. I'm going to do unmodded FTL. Hyperspace.xml is not found. Okay. That's just because I patched. Okay, no. Okay, the game. This is vanilla FTL. I'm gonna be entering the save file unmodded, so hopefully this doesn't fuck things over. I don't think it edits the game. And my FTL just crashed because of it. Okay, whoopsie daisy. We'll have to figure that out after our run is done. Hopefully that didn't fuck things up. I'm gonna add hyperspace extend pursuit indicator. Patch. Tell me my shit isn't bugged forever now. Since I tried to load it up without. Okay, tell me it's not fucked. Let me see here. There we go. Hyperspace. Is this a new screen here? Does the base game have this as a main menu screen? I wonder if that's true. Yeah, I had 2 Nebula jumps here to do. Would it have... It wouldn't have changed anything. It would have moved this. It would have moved this, and it would have went like here. So going through one Nebula doesn't change things. I think you have to go through an odd number of nebulas for it to be valuable. If you have to go through 2 nebulas, it's the same as reducing the rebel fleet by 1 jump. I mean, contextually dependent on if you get a shit ton of node information by jumping specifically into 2 nebulas on a sector. Then yeah. But otherwise, yeah, nebulas are... I don't find nebulas to be worth it. I guess I need to dig into the code. Find out how node generation works. So I know how to... Because it is an extremely big part of the game. You've noted... If you played and you have any sense within you, you'll notice it's an extremely big part of the game. Spending your scrap is an extremely big part of the game. Pathing your way around the nodes is an extremely big part of the game. It's just, I think it's very noticeable that these are things that matter. And then past that, yeah, sure, playing out the fights. That's obviously an important part of the game. But the very big, broad, macro decisions in the game are spending scrap, and clicking on the right beacons. Right? Those sorts of things. That's pretty much all the gameplay there is. I mean, there's those 2 things, clicking on the right nodes, making the right decisions with your scrap spending, and then the rest is just, I guess, decisions on events, decisions when events pop up, and performing combat. Yeah, that's kind of it. And I guess if you want to, this might be a separate thing. Knowing when to flee a fight. That's another thing. Knowing when to flee a fight. At what point do people find fights worth fleeing. I mean, obviously, if you're playing stealth and you match up against, if you're in a spot where you're against a laser drone enemy, fucking flee. Obviously, if you know that the fight's just fucking dead and you have no chance of winning, flee. But otherwise, I don't really flee pretty much virtually never when I get to a certain point in the game. I think it's exclusively held for Sector 1. But at that point, I just... the moments where I should flee, I honestly just... I take the fight, and if I lose, I reset the run. I don't ever really flee. Fleeing is for Sector 1, virtually. Exclusively, I think. And I don't ever meet that encounter, because I always reset the run on Sector 1, which is where most runs end. So, I'm sort of bypassing a lot of the difficulty of the game, I guess. Yeah. Alright. Alright. Well, we're not at a sector jump, but let me see this. I'm pretty sure this is exclusive to the mod, right? I'm running. Display connections. And I'm getting the Rebel Fleet jump through a mod also. This is modded. You can't display that in vanilla, I'm 100% sure. Let me open back up the video. It's like 8 minutes long, so we're gonna finish that video and then I'm out of here. Or technically, we're gonna watch his FTL tier list and then end the stream.
So now we know where we can go and where all the dead ends are. Next, we want to maximize the jumps in the sector. We see that the exit is going to be overtaken by the rebels on jump 13. So I'll want to jump on the exit beacon on my 12th jump. Finally, let's maximize our chances of being able to see stores. So, as we go into route the sector, we want to, as I said, land on or be adjacent to as many beacons as possible.
Yep, I already know how to do that.
One routing that we could do, or we may first consider, simply pathing this way, trying to see the beacons down here, and then making our way back up to the exits. Detour, helpful.
Okay, how would I do this? First of all, I'm going on this triangle no matter what. Because that's scrap. Next, I'm going on, let's see. We've already seen this. So that'd not be new. So we got either this or this. This shows 3 new. This shows 1, 2, 3. 3 new. But if you go here, you know your second option is going to be shit. Because you have to either go here, which is only just going to show 2 new. And in this here, it's only going to show 2 new. Whereas if you went here, now you can go to here, and this will show you 1, 2, 3, 4 new nodes in one jump. Yeah, so you take this. You want to go to here. This looks like a really good node. You see 4 new nodes that you haven't seen before. Yeah. So I'd go here, and that's all. That can all change depending on if you see a new if you see a triangle. You know, you kind of go for whatever's in front of you at the time. That's what I do. If I see a new triangle that's gonna go here, I'll go there, and then I'm not because if you don't take the opportunities that are given to you when you see things that you want, at that point you're once again doing this diving, as he called it. You're going back to speculation. Why give up the opportunity that's presented to you right now for the sake of speculative node searching? Just take the value that's presented to you at that point, even if it leads you, let's say you find a triangle here, or a triangle here, and then you see a triangle here again. It's like, okay, fuck these other nodes. I've got the value in front of me. Just take it. There's a distress here, and there's another distress here, or whatever. Take those. And if the routing's bad afterwards, who cares, man? It's whatever.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
But yeah, given everything's equal, or given you don't see anything new that will change your path, your optimal path, you just go here, then you're going here. What did I say here? Yeah, because it's, well, yeah, you go here because you get to see two new things. This also gives you two new things, and then this also gives you two new nodes. I guess you could go any three of them, but if you're looking a step ahead of that, this is the one that will, let me see. This is the one that will provide you a better second decision. I'm pretty sure that's true. Because then you can go here, and then you can see four new nodes on the next one. You could technically do that with this and this one. You could. You could. So actually, what am I? No. I think what I'm saying is correct because let's say these one because half of the nodes. So this is a new node, right? There's a node you can go here. They all share this one, but in the one that's not shared, which is this one, and this one, they're all bad. They're all bad nodes. So presuming that the good event shows up on those nodes, which is here, here, and here, what you're going to end up doing is going to a bad node in the case that an event or some important node beacon that you want to go to does show up. Whereas if you go here, these are the two new tiles you can see, right? And they're both not bad, really. This isn't that bad, and then this is good. Hey, hold on. That means this is the same as this, isn't it? Maybe that's not true. No, it is. No. What am I saying? What am I saying? How is this the same as this node? How does this node differ from this node? Let me think about this actually. He's got me thinking. So we're on this tile, right? We've seen these three nodes. But presume there's nothing important on either one. What's the difference between this node and this node? They might actually be the same. No. They're not the same. Because if you had to go down here, that's way better than going up here. Because if you go down here, your only other next jump to reach the rest of the galaxy is either through here or through there. And if you're located more towards the bottom, you can explore this entire area down here. Or it's mostly just these two nodes, which are really, I think, are juicer. Well, anyways, yeah. So this one is definitely the winner. This node is definitely the winner. I'm taking this, and then. I mean, at that point, you've seen a lot of nodes. At that point, you might start experiencing some variation in how you move because you might stray off the path of looking for the most nodes once you actually get the opportunity to visit one in front of you. But if you don't, okay, what's the best one after this then? What's the best one after this? If you go here, you only see one new node. If you go here, you see two new nodes. So it's obviously this. So this. And then you're always going to see the exit. So you don't include the exit as a new scene node. So you will be able to see 1, 2, 3, 4 new nodes, minus 1 because of the exit that doesn't count. So you'll see 3 new nodes if you go here, they're very most likely going to be nodes that so this is the point where you start going like, okay, I'm running out of nodes. Once you get like a few jumps into the system, you start realizing, okay, I'm running out of nodes to actually explore, right? Because the ones near the exit, I'm probably going to end up touching anyways. So now you got to start valuing, okay, the Rebel flagship is kind of far away. I have a lot of time to sort of move in a meandering path. So that's when you start considering, like, now that I'm like 4 jumps in on this node, okay, let's say this discovers a bajillion nodes. Who cares? I'm going down here. I'm going to meander around a little bit because I know I'm going to return here anyways towards the end when the flagship's catching up. And we're going to go near the exit. We're going to go to the exit somehow at this point, which is through these lines here. It's definitely not going to be this top line because we're never going to go here, probably, most likely. But even if we do, I mean, it's the only way that even deviates for me to go back up there is if I see an event up there. So it's like, yeah. So once you get to this node, presuming you're still seeing nothing, man. Which is why, like, yeah. Yeah, presuming you're still seeing nothing. I mean, this lets you see 1, 2, 3, 4 nodes also, not including the exit. So you just jump to this, and then when you're here, I mean, at that point you're left with no options, just to consider that you need to meander around through this specific designated path and go to the exit at that point. And at that point, how many nodes will you have seen? A lot of them. You will have basically seen a lot of them. There'll be like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is not even true. You'll probably see this node. So let's say 5. There'll be like 5 nodes out of the whole system that you haven't seen yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let me count all the nodes now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So out of 23 of the nodes in the galaxy, you will have not been able to see like 5 of them. Okay, whatever. Except that's not even true. Actually, it's more like 4. Did I count these 2 up top here? You're going to see it when you go to the exit. Although, if by the time you're touching the exit from this way, presuming it's this node, if you're touching it from this, if you're going into the exit on this point, you will see this top node. I mean, presuming you have enough jumps for it. So, I haven't even counted the math out of how many jumps you can do. What? He closes it. The Rebel fleet closes on 12 jumps. How many jumps are we going to do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 10, 11, 12. Okay, you might miss this node if you're going for 12 jumps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, you'll actually have to go to the exit. So you probably won't, even if you see what's on that node, you'll have to leave on the exit anyways. Given that you took this meandering path, once you got to this node and you realized you should take a meandering path, just to maximize value before leaving the galaxy or sector, whatever. Are sectors considered entirely galaxy on its own? I don't know why they're called sectors. Maybe they should be renamed to galaxies, but maybe the sector is comprised of many galaxies. I don't know how it works. I don't know the scale and size of FTL's travel and space that exist in. But yeah, you'd miss like 5 nodes out of 18 in this example. Let's continue this video.
11 and 12. Now we see.
Let's see how he explains it now.
So we land on these 12 beacons, but we will be able to see additional beacons as well.
Bro, touch the triangle. It's here.
This one. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's important to consider backtracking to hit a store, particularly if you aren't going to be able to see all the beacons. So, like, this beacon here would in fact be a diverse routing.
That's why you don't want to go through this. This is why you don't want to go through routing that's sort of like this. You're only seeing one new beacon at a time, and if you have to pass through a beacon and there's a store in it, you'll have to backtrack. So it's double reason why not. You don't want to go through these chokes.
That means in total, we're going to be seeing 1, 2, 3, 4 beacons. It's kind of uncomfortable to think that in a sector with 2 to 3 stores, there is this chance we actually won't find what we're looking for. However, there is an alternative.
Alright, let's see what your alternative is.
Instead,
go to the triangle, bro.
We can simply route our sector this way.
No!
1, 2,
go to the triangle.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, and 12. And with this routing, it'll pick up beacons here, here, here. This one down here, and in fact, we can actually backtrack to this beacon and get back to the exit. Means we're only missing the 3 beacons down in this corner.
Didn't you say 3 beacons earlier, bro?
4 beacons. Kind of
okay, you went from 4 to 3. Okay, bro. Cool. Whatever.
I think 7.
My route actually misses 5 beacons, didn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. But that's because at the end I started routing in a way where I wanted to like sort of maximize the meandering around. Maybe it needs to be optimized a little bit because look, I don't need to go down here. I can go straight here. That's kind of what I do. I mean, I do decisions on the fly because sometimes you just got to take opportunities that are presented to you and you have to deviate. But okay, let's presume you get absolutely nothing and you're gunning for the store. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. You're on this on the 4th jump. Now what are you going to want to do? You realize you only have 8 jumps left. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You add the 5 to the existing 4. You get 9. So now you're left with 3 jumps. That kind of sucks, does it not? I mean, you probably want to leave yourself with like 1 to 2 jumps of wiggle room. So okay, let's do it again. Okay, this is 4, 5, 6. Okay, maybe you adjust with the information you have at hand. You still haven't gotten anything. I don't know. 7. Now we added the extra one in there. 8, 9, 10. And then 10 allows you to see these extra ones. And then, let's see, 11, 12. Okay, so it only let you... Okay, so, okay. Why don't we do this then? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, we're still left with freaking 3 more jumps. But at least the wiggle room of having 2 more jumps allows you to gain access to this. So now you can go 10, 11, 12. Presuming this scene one is something you want to go to. Okay. But then, okay, but we got to weigh your odds here. Okay, and this is why I like to sort of find a balance in between them. Because if you're left with the wiggle room of 1 extra jump, then you can probably look for one nearby, right? But if you're maximizing your wiggle room to where you're trying to get access to this beacon in the option that you jump to it, and is that even true? Is that in the? Let's presume it's on the 11th jump. Would you even be able to make this on the 11th jump? You would be at 9, right? And then this would be 10. Okay, you would make this. You would make this because presuming it's not in the 11th jump and it's on the 12th jump, or it's not in the 10th jump but it's on the 11th jump. You can make this jump on 10, right? 9, 10, and then you would go 11. Yep, you would still be in the clear here because 11 would only be this section filled in, and then 12. Yeah. So these are sort of, these 2 nodes are like the meandering nodes, right? Should you take them? Oh, by the way, I didn't realize you don't even need to jump to this node. You can actually go straight to this node. So actually, 8. Oh no, 7, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then this can go 8. But honestly, I would make my 8th jump here, man. I would make my 8th jump here because at some point you do have to settle on the fact that you have extra nodes to jump around with. And so you want to meander around a little bit and not backtrack.
4, 5.
I don't agree with this pathing.
6.
I mean, I kind of did the same pathing. Also, I think this is a bad. Well, this is not a bad visit. He probably wanted to go down to this node just so he can get information on this node. So, I mean, like I said, you gotta take things a little bit more on a case by case. You gotta make the decision when you're at the node. A lot of the times, I feel like. You can't plan out that far ahead, especially when you see a triangle. Especially when you see a triangle like this, you just go to this triangle. Don't. Why is he skipping past it?
And
is he just ignoring that? You can't plan the entire route like this. You don't do that. That's not how routing works. You get information, and that causes deviations.
11 and 12, and with this routing.
I mean, if you're literally hunting for stores, sure.
You'll pick up.
But that's not all that matters in a run, man. You don't just hunt for stores.
Beacons here, here, here.
I'm pretty sure that's not true. You don't just hunt for stores. I mean, for some people it might be. But I don't find that to be true.
We're down here, and in fact, we can actually backtrack to this beacon and get back to
low
the exits.
low scrap variance. It's an actual threat. It's an actual sort of threat. And yeah,
Only missing.
if we go back to no pause runs, which are those are a form of play. It's the hardest form of play, even though choosing not to use the pause mechanic. You could say, hey, it's a part of the game. Why don't you I don't know. I think no pause is definitely a valid form of challenging yourself to run, and then the gameplay changes, where you can't be balancing power back and forth on a flick, and you don't utilize the pause system to perform certain technical maneuvers that are very powerful. Yeah, you just need more scrap, man. You just need more scrap. You need to purchase more energy, these sorts of things. Managing energy is actually so easy with pause that you can actually avoid so much energy purchases on pause, which is really my superpower, I think, with these paused runs, is I get to manipulate energy in a very nice way. I can just, I can put the little point here, but I cannot do that on no pause. There's a bunch of shit I can't do on no pause. No pause is a super freaking hard challenge, I think.
Beacons down in
Only the top tier FTL gods do it.
this corner. Now,
By no pause, I mean hard no pause, not like easy no pause. I could probably do easy no pause.
another small
I could do that easily.
consideration that could be made when routing through a sector is something like the Stealth B in the early sector, where hazards are a very bad thing to deal with, and you may want to path in a manner more like this one versus this force routing that we saw before, where we have chances of jumping around the hazard beacons and still making the exit. But you can see with how the routing is done that something like long-range scanners is sort of limited in how useful it is, because this is the best way to ensure that you're going to be able to find stores. And if you had...
But that's not all you do. That's not all you do on an FTL run. You don't just path in a way to find stores. You path in a way to get scrap, boy. Scrap is juice. Because you can always... Look, you can always utilize scrap. Like, even if you have an overflow of scrap and you can't visit a store just yet, you have systems you can spend the scrap on. And the worst things comes to worst, you can spend the excess scrap on a shield point, man. And when is a shield point ever gonna not matter? Rarely, if ever. Like, if you build up so much excess scrap, you're like, oh no, I have to purchase this extra shield bubble ahead of schedule than I was really intending to or needed to. Who cares, dude? Whatever. When will it, that's sort of the anchor of FTL, honestly, is the shield bubble. You can always have extra scrap to spend, man. Yeah, I don't know. And it's not like you're gonna ever face the two problems at once, where you have excess scrap that you can only spend on the shield, but then it's like, oh no, well, I don't have enough weapons, so I have too much shield and no weapons. That never happens, bro. That never happens. You're not fucking yourself out of so many shops that by pathing for. Yeah, I don't know.
Jump around to say this beacon to take this fight, and there are maybe other fights over here. It would lessen the scope of our visibility. And
Clears, take the extra scrap opportunities, dude. Deviate your path to where you're not finding as many stores.
let's limit the likelihood of finding, as I said, stores.
Okay, whatever, dude. You have excess scrap to... And long-range scanners does still matter. It still matters.
And that's it. That's how you scout sectors. I hope you find...
That's how you scout sectors? Well, that's wrong. Yeah, why are you skipping this triangle? Is literally all you're doing is looking to find stores, man? That's how you play? That's how you play FTL?
the guide helpful, and that if you apply the ideas expressed, you will find more success in FTL.
Yeah, I disagree. What are the comments on this video again? I mean, hey bro, you got 97% win rate. Sure, but this is Farb. This is a guy he named. In one. Farb Thomas and Mike Hopley. These are the people he named in a previous video. scrap matters, man. Scrap matters. I guess the idea is that I don't think he wants you to. I think he wants you to follow his path until you see the store. Then the moment you see the store, you start to meander around to build up scrap, and then you go to the store, and then you go to. At that point, you should just go to the exit, because the rebel sheep will have rebel fleet will have caught up by then, and then you go to the exit. Maybe meander around a little bit more if you want to. Sure, if you have any left to spare after already visiting a store. But no. Take the triangles when you see them, man. Why are you not visiting this node? Visit it. What are you that is a part of his. The triangle is a. I don't think he would have used this example if it didn't have a triangle. He's intentionally choosing to ignore the triangle, and why are you? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? You should go touch that triangle. Also, I don't know, man. Long-range scouters is. It's definitely useful. I don't know what the fuck he's saying.
Hello, everyone.
I gotta go soon. We've been streaming for too long, but I've got a very good idea that long-range scanners does fucking matter, bro. It does matter. I don't. He. I guess he can always say it doesn't affect my runs, so I never use it. Sure. But let's see. In hard mode of 97%. 97%. Wait, hey, bro. You start incorporating that long-range scanners in the spots where you can do it, and you'll get yourself 100. Maybe you'll get yourself 100. Maybe even 98 or 99. This is an autistic person. Of course they're gonna say this. Yeah.
Chronovel here, and this is my updated FTL ship tier list. I will be.
Unfortunately, I don't think. Do I have autism? Maybe I do. Let's go ahead and skip to the end. I don't want to hear his explanations too much.
It's just helpful. Like going for them early. I don't have a recorded loss on it. I have one. I have some. I got like 3 out of 4 runs once with it, but.
What's this? Crystal Cruiser. NG. Is that NGA? I presume. We gotta open up FTL again now. It's Crystal Cruiser. I don't know if it's A or B. Is there even a Crystal A or B? Let's pull up. Let's pull up our FTL game. Anyways, that's Lanius B. Oh, this is Crystal B. Both Crystal A and B. Lanius B. Is that NGA? I think that's NGA. NGA is pretty solid, dude. Yeah. How do I move? How do I show you? I always have to select the new window. The new instance of the FTL window. I don't know why. Is it because I patch my game every time? Oh my god. I can't look at the ships without starting a new game. Oh, actually I can. What achievements do I not have? Well, obviously we need to unlock the Crystal Cruiser to get that. Let's see. Oh, we haven't done Pacifist yet. Get to Sector 8 without buying at a store. Repairs are okay. Yep. I've never gotten to Sector 8 without buying at a store. I mean, you should always buy at a store, so I haven't done that yet, obviously. Get to Sector 8 without losing a crew member, unlocked on hard. Without using drones, without using missiles or bombs. Without repairing at a store. With no system or reactor upgrades. I got that on easy. I was probably buying a lot from the shops. What? I must have been using a boarding ship. Because system or reactor upgrades don't matter when you just have the freaking level 1 teleporter to get the job done. So I've done that on easy. I guess I should do that on hard at some point. And yeah, these are just general progression, which are whatever. Skill and equipment feats. I haven't gotten all of them. Empty the oxygen of a non-automated hostile enemy ship. Hard. Every room of a ship with at least one beam in under 5 seconds. Slice and dice. I've gotten that on easy. Maybe I should get on hard. I'm pretty sure I'll get on hard at some point. Defeat an enemy ship with all of your crew aboard it. Trustworthy autopilot. Yeah, that's easy to do with a boarding crew. They never saw it coming. Use the weapon pragmatic to destroy an enemy ship in one volley before the enemy can get a single shot off. I don't know why I don't have this on hard. That's pretty easy to do with stealth. Is it B or C? That's pretty easy to do with stealth. With that stealth ship that has glaive. I'm pretty sure. Have a single boarding drone kill 4 crew members on one ship. I just haven't used the boarding drone that often, if ever. I've definitely used it. I think the NGB gets it, right? For free. But basically, I would never buy a boarding drone. So I guess I haven't done that yet. Kill 4 crew members with a single boarding drone. I haven't done that yet. Fail to evade 5 shots in a row with a fully powered and upgraded engine. I think you would have to farm for this achievement. First of all, I don't think I've ever had a fully powered and upgraded engine in the first place. There's not much reason to do that. But if I were to do that, you would have to fail 5 times in a row. You basically have to go out looking for this achievement. I would say the same thing of this if you're not a bad player, because using the boarding drone sucks. What's this? Some people just like to watch ships burn. Have every square of an enemy ship on fire simultaneously. That's also hard to do, because you know what? If the oxygen system or room goes out, this doesn't do anything. Also, if the ship is burning, that means you've probably put enough damage in it, unless you're using a fire beam. I feel like I should have this if I use a fire beam, but I guess not. I guess I just haven't used any ships with a built-in fire beam, and I usually don't go out of my way to buy a fire beam either. I'm not entirely sure I recall which ships have a fire beam, but I know at least one of them does. Anyways, have every tile of their ship burning. I feel like I should have that. There's probably ships out there that are small enough to where I could get them all burning at once. Also, I think if you destroy the enemy, if you kill off the enemy crew, doesn't the burning stop or something? Or I don't know. Anyways, there's a lot of ways for this to be prevented, even if you're using a fire beam, which is the best way to do this, right? Is to use a fire beam. That's the way you would encounter it naturally. Anyways, let's see. Session records. Most ships defeated, most beacons explored, most scrap collected, most crew hired. Damn! I had 14 crew in a run before? How many died? Well, they probably didn't die. I was just playing on easy. And I had way too many scrap to use, so I would be at the max crew count, which is 8, and then I probably replaced like 6 of them with crew members I want, which is probably a mix of NGs and rock and, well, I don't know if rock should be included. I mean, the perfect crew probably looks something like just a bunch of NGs, and then would it ever be useful to have one rock? Yeah, does the repair bonus apply to putting out fires? Because if it does, just give me the NG. But, I mean, rock might be good for putting out fires. There's not much reason to have anything else other than just NGs and mantises for boarding. Otherwise, right? NG are the best crew members, easily. Double repair speed's nice. Who cares about half combat efficacy? Like, who cares, really? Most jumps survived. Most beacons explored, most jumps survived. I'm surprised this number doesn't add up to the same value. Did he might have died, this Jax guy might have died in the Rebel flagship fight. Stephen Dengler and Jen Magny. B1 is the only one I've ever renamed. There's no way this guy was named B1 naturally, so I must have renamed him. Most skill masteries earned. What do you mean 9? Are there 9 skills in the game? Weapons, shields, engines, piloting, repair and combat. That's only 7 skills. Why? How is it 9? I don't understand how it's 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, there's only 6. Did I say 7? I said weapons, piloting, engines, shield. Where Where does that value of 9 come from? Oh, you know what? He probably died, or he probably died, got cloned, and then he relearned like 4 of those skills. Which probably includes everything but repair and combat. If I had to guess, because those are the hardest to build up. Repair and combat. Ships defeated. Beacons explored. Scrap collected. Total crew hired. I've played 451 games. And I have 8 total victories? What? How do I have only 8 victories? Let's see. Alright, so this is NG, or this is Mantis B, right? This is the Mantis B ship. Can I see how the ships look like in this page? I would like to see them. How they look so I can follow along with the guide video. Or not the guide video, the tier list video, because I don't understand just based off of the images what ship is which might make me an FTL noob.
Just player since then. Ships with really strong, like there's not like a like, except for this one. I have one. I have some. I got like 3 with ships that it takes. So I kind of put those ships down here, and this is like I said where we kind of end up with ships that it takes a lot of bad RNG to be in trouble on one of these ships. I don't have a recorded loss on it. I have one. I have some. I got like 3 out of 4 runs once with it, but I've changed as a player since then. Ships with really strong, like there's not like a like, except for this one having no shields, but there's not like this weakness of like, man, it just like falls apart and explodes instantly. It's just kind of like, well, they don't really have any systems going for them early on, or they're like a little bit more leaning towards getting an upgrade to kind of get going than the ones above them. B tier is kind of a mixed mash of they have a little bit more vulnerability early because of just like imprecise targeting, or some of the scaling is more challenging. Then we end with a ship that has like really great scaling, assuming that it survives.
Okay, sure, I'll take that, but you should put it in A then. But I guess if most of your runs are dying on Sector 1, sure.
Into sort of the problem child, which are really underwhelming weapon ships. Like these are all just really underwhelming weapon ships that don't really have any systems to kind of back it up. Ships that are kind of leaning into drones to get going in ions, which are not ideal. Kind of difficult.
Okay, let me look up this tier list myself. FTL tier list. This is the ship tier list, right? No, this is Solo's website. We're not trying to look at Solo. Let me look at where's the website? There's a weapons tier list. Where's the ship tier list? FTL. FTL. Let me see the ships tier list. Where's the FTL ship tier list? It should be the same for... Dude, all I get are images? I can't tell what the ships are based on the images, man. I'll use fucking Solo's website because maybe he has the best references. Maybe let me see. Or no. NG FTL wiki. NG ships. There we go. This is showing enemy ships. Oh my god, no. The ones you can control, man. This is non-playable ships. The NG Cruiser, there we go. Leo A, B, and C. Oh, is he talking about C? Is he talking about NGC? Have I played NGC before? Or that looks like NGA, I don't know. And the wiki doesn't even have the option to...
Spins, we have boom, everything, and so just you just don't have to fully upgrade. I'm talking the siege here. NGC. Where do we begin with the NGC? It has hacking. Hacking being like kind of the best bonus.
Okay, so that is NGC. I was about to say.
In the game, enables weapon loadouts and all sorts of shenanigans, hacking enemy weapons, slowing them down, whatever. Hacking is, as I said,
I don't want to watch the whole video, but I can't tell what ships is which based on the images because you pretty much never get to see the ship. You pretty much never get to see the ship without the guts being shown, like the interior being shown. I've never seen any of these ships with just the exterior being shown. Even in the selection screen, it's pretty much it's shown in the scoring screen, the exterior of these ships. So I don't know how they look on the outside that well. Just only based on color schemes, really, I can only tell. And I haven't had a lot of experience with a lot of the ships anyway. I know that's Zoltan A, I think, right? Or do I know? I guess I don't know. That's Zoltan A, I think. That's Zoltan B. Or is that C? That might be C. And then where's Zoltan B? Or C, whichever one I didn't know which one was which. Oh, this is it? I'm guessing this is C. I don't know.
continue to say anything you want on every single one. You have dual lasers and a beam drone as your offense. Dual lasers, if you haven't heard, are very, very good. They're one power, fire 2 shots. They're excellent. Beam drone, while drones themselves are not something you normally laud, the fact is this helps you get through Zoltan shields very quickly, which are the most dangerous ships you tend to face early on, outside of it's a...
Yeah, Zoltan's... I figured out that Zoltan is pretty much the hardest ship to face. Even past the fact that it deals with bomb. It deals with bomb. You can't bomb. You can't use a bomb weapon through a Zoltan shield. There's an entire argument dedicated to getting through it. So it's definitely one of the hardest, pretty much the hardest ship to face. It just blocks 5 damage. Like, why? They just get 5 extra HP before, so they pretty much fuck up your first volley, guaranteed. Unless you have an insane amount of firepower. So yeah, Zoltan shields are OP when you face it. Then it's the enemy has it. Which is probably why Zoltan A is so high on the tier list, because it has a Zoltan shield.
Rebel Disruptor in an Ion Storm that only targets your vital systems and hits their, garbage O2 and dead or something along those lines. You have 2 NGs in that
Let me just watch the end of the... I want to see the end of the tier list. Let's see.
buffer, but don't, sell the stun bomb, because I actually don't think you quite get there. Each year, I think I put it ahead as except for this one having no shields, but there's not this weakness of man, it just falls apart and explodes instantly. It's just kind of well, they don't really have any systems going for them early on, or they're a little bit more leaning toward getting an upgrade to kind of get going than the ones above them. B tier is kind of a mixed mash. They have a little bit more vulnerability early because of just imprecise targeting, or some of the scaling is more challenging. We have with a ship that has really great scaling, assuming that it survives. It's just sort of the problem childs, which are really underwhelming weapon ships. These are all just really underwhelming weapon ships that don't really have any systems to kind of back it up. Ships that are kind of just leaning into drones to get going in ions, which are not ideal.
Yeah, I think I've played with all the Federation cruisers, and they suck. The penis ships. This one, and this one. I've played with all of them. Their big artillery beam has a unique system module. It sucks. It takes way too long to charge in.
Kind of difficult transitions. And then this ship is just so ridiculously vulnerable early on. So you get towards that. And then these things just have this built-in inherent problem that is just it's just a struggle.
What's that? I think this is Stealth A, right? I presume this is Stealth C? I don't remember. And then Stealth B, Rock. Is this Rock A? Which one is this? I know this is Rock C. That's the one we're playing, right? That's Rock B and that's Rock A. Rock A, NGB, one of the penis ships. I think they're all pretty bad, so I don't really care whether he made this distinction or not. Stealth B, and then this is Stealth C, right?
Like I said, a lot of these things are stable. It's spend 30 scrap, and your ship kind of evens out, or you get this, and you're kind of okay. It's alright, you need this 90 scrap investment and 80 scrap investment to kind of get these ships in line with where these other ships going, and then you have Stealth B. And,
so that's Stealth B.
That's the updated list. No sound problems. Congratulations to me, and thanks for watching. Take care. Good night.
Okay. I'll sub to him, I guess. Sector tier list. Civilian is S. I would think the... What's so good about civilian? I don't know. Alright, see you guys later. I'm gonna end the stream here. We stream way too long. See you guys. Peace.